Is somebody out there? I hear someone out there.
Oh, help!
Hey, get out of here!
Help!
Listen. We're on the other side of the door. We're kind of in a pickle. Could use your help. Think there's some levers out there? A good chance one of them will open the door and we'll be... Could you pull a lever, please?
Pull it! Oh, please!
Take a lever!
A few moments later.
He's saying he's dead.
Simon, is that what he said? He said he was dead?
I'm guessing.
More moments later.
Simon! Oh, okay. He's eating. All right. Well, at least he's full now. The tiger's full. So no more levers? No, not even one? Okay. Just me and a full tiger. I'll be good, though. I'm good. I appreciate the help. Oh, God. Yeah. Have a good day, though. Hey? Oh, you're a good kitty.
Hey!
What we're gonna do right here is go back. Way back to time. Back in the caveman Cro-Magnon big dick days, the day that everybody had a big dick, all women had motors in their pussies, nobody had a job. It was a glorious time on the planet Earth. Are you ready to hear my sideways super psycho girth? I am ready to shout Bama Lama down in Alabama. Are you ready, boy? Yeah!
Let's begin our fantasy journey by going back in time, all the way from the digital era to the Middle Ages. The medieval realms of knights, castles, and crusaders are the most common settings for role-playing games. It's some sort of iteration on Europe, usually Western Europe from about 1,000 years ago. But what if we went back even further, all the way to the classical age of 500 BC to AD 500? The era when Greeks, Romans, Goths, Persians, and Celts vied for supremacy of the Mediterranean, the Levant, and all of Western Eurasia. This era is far less common in gaming despite being historically fascinating and filled with enough lore, mythology, and warfare to fill 1,000 games. The medieval era is just too deeply rooted in our collective imagination of what an RPG is for timid companies to stray far from that. The reason we enjoy going away from the present is the danger, going back to an age without the modern convenience and safety science and technology provide. It's undeniable that in the first world at least, we exist in an age of unprecedented calm and safety. The farther back we go, the more dangerous the world becomes. Even the medieval era was safer than the ultimate trip backwards to the very dawn of civilization. So let's go back even further to truly ancient times, when most of humanity were still Stone Age primitives, and only a few river valleys in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, and China had crawled upwards into that most treacherous of things, civilization. A world where an ocean of barbarians threatened to drown the few precarious islands of progress. That is the era that we get to explore in the extraordinary game Conan Exiles, released in 2017 by Funcom. This video is going to look into 3 separate yet interlocking parts of Conan Exiles. First is a description of important parts of my experience playing the game, with a critique of Conan Exiles' mechanics and overall gameplay. Second is analyzing how accurately the game embodies the works of Robert E. Howard and his most famous creation. And third, how the 2 prior subjects relate to a philosophical outlook embodied by the game and the character it's based on.
I warn you, some philosophy's involved.
We begin the game tied to the cross. This is taken from the 1934 story A Witch Shall Be Born, one of the most famous yarns by Robert E. Howard, the Texan who created Conan the Barbarian, the most famous character of the entire sword and sorcery genre. While Howard didn't create the entire genre, he shaped an enormous part of it. I tried to make my Sumerian character look badass, but instead he resembles a cross between the Jason Momoa Conan and Jesus Christ. Conan rejects the martyrdom and self-abnegation of the Gospels and tears us off the cross. Honestly, this moment was handled a lot better in the story. Here it makes Conan look like he's engaging in some random act of kindness with a stranger, but when he was on the cross, he was cut down by a wandering bandit, who almost killed him in the process, and then tortured him by forcing him to march another 10 miles without water, just to prove that he was tough enough to join his bandit gang. He was being tested by the bandits to see if he could be of use to them. It wasn't altruistic in any way. Much more symbolic that way. It's arguably the most important segment of all of Conan's life. The barbarian rejects his own victimhood and death, and pursues vengeance against his persecutors. Really goes against the most central teachings of Christianity. A Jesus-looking figure that rejects Christianity. I guess that makes us something of an Antichrist, you might say. Crom is the god of the Sumerians, Conan's race of proto-Celtic savages. The gods are real in Hyboria, though behave as willful, cruel, or even malevolent pagan deities, instead of the stern patriarch of the Abrahamic religions. If we choose one of the other gods, we can receive extra abilities by building altars to our deity and offering sacrifices to him. None of that for us, though. We're going with Crom. Like Conan and the Cross, Crom only gives the will to live and then hangs up the celestial telephone.
To Crom, but I seldom pray to him. He doesn't listen.
Maybe it will teach us self-reliance? Anyway, we're going to be more like JC in this playthrough. No, not Jesus Christ, I mean Jean-Claude, as in Van Damme, as in when he kickboxed his way off the cross in one of his movies. Unfortunately, despite this being a really cool cutscene, we don't actually see the road of sorrow lined with hundreds or even thousands of crosses. Seems like a missed opportunity for some symbols about conquering death itself. Instead, it's only sand dunes and ruined stone buildings. Maybe the general emptiness and loneliness has an impression too, though. The first enemy we encounter is this eerie giant creature with leathery, membranous wings.
Whatever it is must be right below us. There it is.
There what is?
It looked like bat wings.
He flies off before we have a chance to fight. That is for the best, as he is a mid-game enemy and far beyond our abilities. At least I would have seen this guy if I hadn't wandered off to the right immediately when I first played this, and missed him until much later in the game. This is a major recurring theme of Conan Exiles, and I love it to death. I'm not mad at missing such an important tidbit for the lore in the early game. Instead, I'm happy the game will never railroad you into seeing something. Everything must be found by the player, and that automatically amps up the coolness factor of finding anything. Like when I found this leather water skin over to the right here, I assumed I'd done a good thing and didn't go back until much later. Video games should let the player decide instead of passively turning them into a viewer like in movies. We decide what we see, the director does not. Exiles terrifies the player right from the start because we have to be careful about our food and water meter. This is another aspect of Conan that I sorely miss when playing almost any other RPG. Most players would, if I may make an assumption, reject the notion that eating, drinking, and sleeping should be a part of gameplay. They would prefer that to be taken as read and ignored so they can focus on combat, exploration, and NPC interaction. But removing the elements of sustaining life from a game is an immediate immersion breaker for me. You can see how important adding food and drink is by watching the blocking of a movie or TV show. Good blocking will increase immersion, the spell cast on the viewer that tricks them into thinking what they are watching is real and not make-believe.
How about your dinner?
I didn't know what you liked, so I got you salad, locale dressing.
Locale?
Excuse me?
I burn it, I don't store. What did you get?
Ribs.
Oh, great. Looks good. I'll eat you, Grace.
That episode of Law & Order is about a brutal murder and the complex legal wranglings concerning punishing members of the police force for a crime. So why include that little moment of munching on ribs or salad? What does it matter? Because it makes the world itself more believable. No matter the overarching super-ego level plot around morality and justice, if the satisfaction of the base instincts of the id around sex, death, and consumption are ignored, you end up outside of reality, in a blank, featureless, canvas-like void made out of thought that lacks all substance.
Where are we?
I don't know.
It's like we're not anywhere.
Your characters are more obviously aspects of yourself, pantomiming your ideas, instead of real people who exist outside of the story or the author. This is why games like Oblivion tried to give NPCs realistic cycles, well, I mean they tried to go through each day. Does it have an immediate impact on whatever your character's quest is? Not really, but it helps you feel like a world beyond your own character exists. Our character becomes more heroic only when contrasting against a realistic place where anyone can and is a hero in their own way.
This is my boyfriend, Declan, my friends Mark, Maggie, my mum, and my cousin Tom.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
That moment from Shaun of the Dead doesn't de-emphasize Shaun's heroism, it strengthens it. It's a realistic look at what a person who has leadership skills can contribute during an emergency. Shaun's ex-girlfriend even mentions she suspects him of being heroic to change her opinion about Shaun and restore their relationship. It shows mixed motives interfering with a pure conception of heroism during a crisis. He's trying to get something out of the zombie apocalypse with his ex, and admitting that is the only way to fully comprehend his behavior as still basically heroic, even if tainted by vulgar motives. You aren't the be-all, end-all in Exiles. You're one person trying to survive a desperate situation. Between 50 and 75% of the game's beginning, and a considerable amount of gameplay even after that, is brutal toiling to stave off the continual threat of starvation. Every moment that passes, you are using energy to power your body. Eating, drinking, resting, all of it involves energy. It's ignored as a needless imposition or trivial compared to the epic dialogue between brilliantly written characters. But leaving out the facts of everyday life is disastrous. You might as well ignore something as fundamental as gravity itself. I'm not suggesting it should be included in every game. Of course, there are many story-based games where it wouldn't make sense to include it at all. But in role-playing games and role-player-adjacent games, you have to at least address why you don't have to provide for your character's sustenance, and if you don't, a mortal blow has been struck against reality. This was an odd problem present in Cyberpunk 2077, where you actually could eat food, but it didn't do anything. You didn't need to. It was just a pose that highlighted the aesthetic qualities of the game, I guess. Even though the game is fundamentally about the interaction between the rich and the poor, something that desperately impacts the poor, which is occasionally a lack of food, that wasn't even a part of it, and they missed out on a major feature they could have included. Without the base, venal, or mundane constantly intruding on your characters, fiction can begin to seem like a cerebral activity. But we're not purely cerebral.
We're no computers, Sebastian. We're physical.
The characters become figments of imagination, concepts rather than things. An ugly truth that everyone has to accept or reject is life is nothing but meat and heat, matter and energy. Without tackling this most basic of all questions, all characters in the worlds they inhabit become insubstantial, and the only way to transcend matter is to begin as substance, not thought. I'm not saying that absolutely everything we do that is purely physical should be present. This isn't a David Cage game where you have to use the toilet, thankfully. But at least some minimal level of food intake needs to exist. I mean, just in the bare minimum of the survival element. Unless our character is an undead beef jerky man like in the Souls series, though as an aside, by the end of Dark Souls 1 we discover just where we stand in terms of matter needing to be converted to energy. So that matter and energy thing is a vital part of the series, but that's a digression. Over the past decade or so of gaming, I've become more and more bored with RPGs that leave out survival elements. I'm not saying those types of RPGs are without value or bad, it's just something I can't ignore and let drift into the background anymore. We're not ghosts or spirits inhabiting a body, not pilots inside flesh mechs. Body and mind are one.
Once the soul looked contemptuously on the body, and then that contempt was the supreme thing. The soul wished the body meagre, ghastly and famished. Thus it thought to escape from the body and the earth.
Tragically, Conan Exiles, a game built on survival, does not go all out and doesn't include sleeping or disease as part of the survival element. There may be a reason for not sleeping, which we'll get to later, but the lack of sickness, emphasizing the frailty and physicality of the body, is inexcusable. Fallout 4's survival mode seems to have been a major influence on the design of Exiles. There's even an effect called corruption, similar to radiation, that also reduces your maximum health and stamina. But despite coming out over 2 years after Fallout 4 and being billed specifically as a survival game, the survival elements are generally less developed than that in Fallout 4. But overcoming life's little disappointments is part of survival, so we'll ignore that glaring error from now on. Our only choice right now to survive is staggering naked out of the wasteland. You can't even necessarily see ahead of you that there's anything but desert, so you just have to take it on faith and go. An endless expanse of sand broken by some distant rocky outcrops. Deserts are my personal favorite terrain in any game. There's something magical about the vacuum that forces you to dwell on the transmundane. No distractions, just heaven above and earth below. It seems they get a bad rap because of their size and general emptiness. I can remember people complaining about the desert section of Gothic 3 not having enough interactable things in it. Is that what people want from a setting, a bunch of junk to pick up?
Ooh, a piece of candy. 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 Ooh, a piece of candy.
But come on, it's a desert. Big, flat, and without people is kinda the point. I'm ecstatic about playing around in a sandbox that's, well, actually full of sand, even though it's coarse and it gets everywhere. At least we don't have to run into any obnoxious tutorials or NPCs in the sandy void. Nothing to drag us down, force a plot on us at the beginning. Having to sit through a ton of character and story before we even get to play feels like working right after waking up in the morning without a cup of coffee first. I just started the game, I don't need 10 NPCs to explain the history of their culture and why I need to join their war right now. I'd really just prefer to be alone for as long as possible.
What is it, Major Lawrence, that attracts you personally to the desert?
It's clean.
That's a very illuminating answer.
If hell is other people, the desert is a paradoxical oasis of pleasure. The world of Conan included many European analogues and Western Hyperborea, but most of the stories and the visualizations of his world are in a Near Eastern or Central Asian setting. The first enemy we can fight are these degenerate humanoids with bulbous bodies. They're sort of like goblins or ghouls, even though they're called imps. They look a lot like the demonic monsters that appear during the Eclipse and Berserk, all teeth and meat and nothing else. They're not very difficult and can be beaten to death with your bare hands. Gotta watch out for the ones that explode, though. I didn't know it at first, but the volatile gland you can harvest from the exploding ones is a very important item for later on, and you can get it right away at the start. It's a little odd. So I discarded a huge amount of items that had no immediate use when I should have squirreled them away for later. The creatures look vaguely human. Later on, it's revealed that they were in fact men who have degenerated into these subhuman monsters because of the corruption inherent in the exiled lands. That's what's going to happen to me if I spend too much time lollygagging. It may seem fun to merely survive in Conan, but we know the fate of people who decay after ages and ages of repeated resurrections. Good that they showed these things to me at the beginning to remind the player what is waiting for him if he doesn't start working to overcome his primitive state. He'll devolve into this atrocious creature. Just beyond the crags is a mighty river piercing the void of sand and creating a strip of life like the Nile in Egypt. At least we can take a drink and slake our thirst, but how are we going to get something to eat? The best I can do now is to find a handful of gross insects we picked up from the nearby shrubbery. This is a great way to emphasize just how pathetic we are, swallowing a handful of crickets and flies to avoid dying. Tragically, there's no animation for any eating or drinking in this game. I know this isn't vital to the gameplay, but it is vital to a sense of immersion. There is flavor text about eating, describing eating bugs as an act of desperation for people barely living. But think of how much more it could mean if we have to see our character do it.
Give those back. Oh my God.
I know it would have taken a heck of a lot of time to make eating animations for everything, but I really think it was so important they shouldn't have skipped out on it. Show the nausea and horror of the act, instead of telling us in a few words most players probably won't even read. Eating also restores a little bit of health, making it important as a restorative when you're out of bandages or health potions, at least early on. There are also instances later in the game where eating or drinking can immediately save your life from lethal weather effects, so it would be a major pain to stop for an eating animation. You can eat or drink as much as you want in the heat of combat even. One negative, the generally poor combat, has impacted another part of the game, eating and drinking creating a feedback loop of mediocrity. Our food meter is still running low after piles of bugs, and what do we have here? Something a bit more substantial. Would be nice to see our character eat this, but nope, we can eat as much of this putrid slop as we need. I'm downing more bugs than a family of starving frogs.
Well, Hakuna Matata. Slimy, yet satisfying.
The closest we get to a story right now is our journey progress on the top right of the screen. It's a list of steps to take that grant us experience points and represent a gentle nudge from the developers about how we should go about playing if we're at a loss for what to do. As you've probably noticed, this review is going to involve a description of my first playthrough and how I advanced through the journey steps while exploring. Nesting on the shore of the river are turtle gorillas. Actually, they're called shellbacks, but I prefer turtle gorilla. I was hesitant to attack them at first because they looked big and tough, but they're quite slow with predictable attacks making them a cinch to dodge. A recurring theme of enemies in Conan Exiles is that no matter how powerful they are, if they're slow, they're easy to defeat. While punching them to death with my bare hands is possible, I should really start to think about getting weapons. But how? A merchant? Find them on the ground or in a chest? Take them from a dead enemy? Oh yes, I almost forgot. Conan Exiles is not exactly an RPG, despite the RPG-like elements and terms I've been using to describe it. It's a survival game, an unusual genre that probably branched off from the RPG tree at some point, that only came to the fore in the past 15 years or so of gaming. Just like in real life, effort is required not merely to defeat enemies or solve a quest. We have to put in work just to not die from the elements. We are very much the meat for other creatures to turn into energy, if we're not careful. Nature be cruel like that.
200 million years of evolution snuffed out. For in the end, nature is horrific and teaches us nothing.
Conan and survival games make for odd bedfellows.
I write about another age, another way of life. Man struggling to survive. That's my formula.
The entire point of Conan's life was to avoid the grueling misery of living like a Bronze Age peasant. But Conan must chop wood, scythe bushes, tear up stone, smelt iron, raise animals, dig a well, even plant seeds.
Barbarian is turning into farmer now?
It's a baffling choice. It's sort of like writing a western where the hero spends half the novel working as a file clerk in a big office on the East Coast instead of battling bandits with a Winchester out in Arizona. But this is at least 50% of the game. Cutting down trees, drying the wood, adding tree resin to the dried wood to make special insulated wood for a warmer house, smelting down rocks into bricks, hardening the bricks by adding a mixture of plant fiber and resin. Each resource node respawns shortly after mining it, as long as you don't build on where the resource node used to be. So there's no real sense of finality to harvesting. Everything is eternal in the exiled lands. This was a recurring motif in ancient Egyptian religious thought, though. The never-ending predictable flood of the Nile, unchanged over thousands of years, a steady rhythm of life and death surrounded by cyclopean buildings that envelop the state around its subjects, as much as they tower over a single man. The emotional response this sort of activity provokes in the player is extremely unusual when contrasted with the frenzied melee of an action RPG. Farming, mining, and building give off a very peaceful sort of vibe. It's a soothing, relaxing sort of gameplay that provides a repetitive, simple stimulation in a calm, natural setting over many hours.
The main character is a charcoal burner who lives deep in the mountains and has no contact with other humans. The heroine is the spirit of the mountain. The man simply burns charcoal each day as the spirit silently watches over him. He has no financial worries and no concerns for the future. The lives of the main characters are peaceful and filled with love.
In fact, there's quite a few times in this game where really all that I did was simply listen to music or a podcast for hours and just do this labor, this sort of busy work. There really isn't any end goal to the work, it's just labor. Something that must be done regularly to maintain health and well-being. I'm reminded more of Harvest Moon than Conan the Barbarian. The more RPG-focused activity like dungeon diving, monster slaying, and treasure hunting is extremely brutal by comparison, far more savage than anything in gentler RPGs. Maybe this is the point. Slow, painstaking harvest of food, plants, iron ore, etc. give a calming sensation to soothe the player from the monstrous violence surrounding him. Now that these turtle things are dead, how exactly do we eat them? We begin our quest in the Exiled Lands with the ability to make only simplistic stone tools. It's the cruelest beginning imaginable. Our hero doesn't just need to fight monsters or level up. He has to crawl his way back into civilization after being thrown naked and hungry into the Stone Age.
It's like going back 5,000 years to the Stone Age.
The merchants ubiquitous in all RPGs are mostly excised, with a few small exceptions covered later, and you have to do everything yourself. I didn't figure out how to eat or drink fast enough and ended up dying of hunger and thirst. There is no saving in Exiles. Every death sends you right back to the very start of the game, deep in the desert of the crucifixion. Later on, I can set up a few spawn points by putting beds or bedrolls, but at this stage I hadn't really figured that out yet. Exiles provides an in-universe explanation of why we can die and keep coming back over and over again. The eerie green bracelet on our wrist was attached just before our crucifixion. Perhaps our tormentors were planning for our suffering to be eternal. There is always going to be something that brings us out of the fantasy in a game, just like a magic trick can be revealed as long as you pay attention close enough. That doesn't mean you can just throw caution to the wind and stop caring about immersing the player in the world. Nothing brings you out of a game more than saving your progress and reloading upon death. But that's completely gone here. When you die, you really do die and come back, thanks to the magic of the Exiled Lands. From the character's perspective, immortality here might be terrifying. There is no hope whatsoever of escape in what's the most devilish prison that's ever been built. We can even tear the bracelet off our wrist. We just die immediately and go back to the start. Bracelet mysteriously back on.
I'm still waiting on a response to the request I filed for immediate suicide. Request denied.
At least the suffering of the average person ends with death. We must engage somehow with the world or be doomed to never-ending starvation, thirst, slavery, and resurrections after horrid violence. So I ran back again to the river, picked up my goods, and checked the menu. I can make a butcher's cleaver to cut some meat off the turtle. Eating raw food causes food poisoning, but I do know how to make a small campfire, fill it with wood to burn, and cook this meat for some yummy steaks. It's our first filling meal and another journey step is completed. Now that we've satisfied the ache in our gut and wet our whistle, I'm feeling a bit exposed here. And I don't just mean Conan's cakes poking out of his loincloth.
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
We need somewhere to live, a place of repose and relaxation, a fortress to return to when the day ends. Some trousers would be nice too. The only thing I can build with my meager skill points are ugly sandstone walls with thatch roofs. They only cost a small amount of stone and wood to craft. I suppose it'll do for now. Shelter is necessary early on because every so often the sky will darken, even at midday, and a great roaring wind will kick up. Then you'll know it's time for
something we like to call sandstorm. Sandstorm.
It's all part of a new program we like to call deep hurting.
They're not kidding about deep hurting either. The sand will whip across your body and kill you in less than a minute if you're not inside shelter or a cave. All we can do now is the same huddling in darkness waiting for the sky gods to stop being angry. We'll get to know more about this sandstorm later and why it isn't exactly a natural disaster. Weather effects occasionally pop up in game, but they're merely visual features. Rain in the desert is especially beautiful, and it does add a certain layer of reality to our experience. But practically they do not make you colder or hungrier or obscure your vision much or black out your torch if it's raining too hard, or anything that can make it feel more alive. Another little wasted opportunity to immerse the player because temperature does play a role, just not rain or snow. Maybe hail would have been good, that would have been interesting. Another recurring theme in Conan Exiles is the almost endless potential to enrich the gameplay by deepening shallow features just a little bit more. We can also craft some very basic clothing, just rags made from plant fiber to hide our nakedness. In order to survive, one of the most important resources is leather stripped from the hides of our enemies. Seems the shellbacks have some children nearby, and they die really easy. It's not really much of a risk to kill them. In Fallout 4's survival mode, you can buy everything you need from merchants and find the rest in ruined buildings. Not so in Conan Exiles. You have to look at everything with the eye of a predator, or a craftsman if you prefer. Instead of risking death, it might be better to swoop in quickly, slay the shell babies, and grab their skin before the big boys can react. Some of them are even sleeping, making their young even more vulnerable. And we do need some leather for better armor.
Even the younglings?
I made you a wallet out of their hides.
No! Ooh, a little change pocket. That's nice. What'd you make this out of? No! My younglings!
An important part in the traditional heroic cycle is the hero must embody the land in which he dwells, usually being a symbol of youth, clarity, warmth, and life, against the destructive forces of cold, age, dementia, and death. You really have to sink into the world of Exiles and become a part of its natural rhythms, following animals, discovering where special plants grow, where its resources are hidden, and just become a part of the natural environment yourself. Human beings are, after all, predators, and we're just predators in this land filled mostly with animals at this point, and we're not all that much better off than they are. Maybe more clever, but not better. Now that animal infanticide has been added to our list of crimes, I guess it's time to find something to do. We're pretty much set on food and water for now, so all we need are some friends. This is getting challenging doing everything on my own. It's a little bit un-Conan-ish to not do everything myself, but is there any way to get some help fighting or at least carrying stuff? There are some other people labeled exiles hanging around the riverbank. They must have been crucified and forced into this prison, just like me. Maybe they'll show some kind of solidarity with a fellow sufferer? Nope. Almost everyone we encounter seems to be a homicidal lunatic. It's admittedly a traumatizing experience to be tortured and left here, and this is a prison after all. And not everyone here is guiltless. There are likely genuinely brutal criminals thrown in here too. Unless we're a brutal criminal, I'm not really sure. Conversation, companionship, and commerce are unlikely. Almost everyone you meet here is automatically an enemy in the grim struggle for survival. Being resurrected after each death likely makes them even more crazed and vicious, as they lash out against impossible odds. In the exiled lands, life is nasty, brutish, and eternal.
Life has no value for them, and that's why they kill so readily.
But there is a solution if you want to bring someone along with you on your quest. Instead of wandering into a tavern and recruiting some mercenaries, we can get some help the old-fashioned way.
Grab him! And take him!
You grab him and take him.
Take him! Like that?
Almost all of the NPCs in the game can be belabored about the head with a truncheon, knocked unconscious and dragged back to your base. This is a challenging process because you have to use non-lethal means to take down an opponent while he and his friends are out to kill you. You also have to look for just the right thrall type in the midst of sometimes dozens of angry people in a settlement. Of course, you have to restrain them by tying them tightly with a rope that dangles from your left hand until you return them to your base. You can even drag them by horseback once you're riding. Tragically, when you are holding the thrall by a rope, you cannot pull out your torch. If night falls, this can mean losing your way in the darkness and dying. Be nice if you could automatically equip a torch in the opposite hand, but alright, fine. It's also very easy to lose a thrall as you can't climb or do anything that involves two hands when transporting them. And dropping the thrall even briefly can be dangerous, because the game tends to despawn them or lose them under collision. It's safest to never let go when bringing them back to your base. After making it back, we just have to attach them to a heinous building called the Wheel of Pain, or the Wheel of Friendship if you prefer. Then all we need to do to start the enslavement process is feed them a decent meal.
You're serving us gruel?
Not quite. This is crusty brand imitation gruel. 9 out of 10 orphans can't tell the difference.
Well, it may not be decent, but it's a nourishing meal, sort of. Cheap too, because it's made out of seeds and plant fiber. It will keep them just alive enough to the point where their spirit breaks. I don't think the wheel is a real-world item, just something they used in the Schwarzenegger movie. but I have seen it used in a few sword and sandal Hercules films from the 60s. So who knows, maybe it's a historical item. John Milius, director of Conan the Barbarian, said that the Wheel of Pain was supposed to grind grain into flour. Wouldn't that have been a great addition to the survival gameplay? The only way you can make bread is by enslaving people to the wheel? The truncheons and ropes are made at the grim-sounding torturer's workbench. The people even make pitiful groaning noises while attached to the wheel. It really underlines how horrible we're being to them. I wonder what it's like when you first take them off. How do you break their will and have that conversation where you explain to them you're their new master?
From now on, marshmallow ass, you're my bitch.
Maybe they secretly enjoy no longer having a will of their own and sublimating everything to their new overlord. The thrall system could have been expanded a bit if you could potentially lose your thralls somehow, like how they could be kidnapped and taken as thralls by other people on other bases. Or maybe over time, especially if they level up, they randomly attack you to gain their freedom or something. But no, that never happens. Once broken, they will forever be a dejected slave, loving nothing more than the taste of gruel. Listen, if you're a good thrall, I'll make you some enhanced gruel. How does that sound?
Oh, sweet, nourishing gruel.
Once properly broken, the slaves will fight for you to the death. We also get to keep whatever weapon they had equipped at the time they were captured. This is an easy way to capture ultra-powerful star metal weaponry if you attack the toughest NPCs in the Cimmerian lands to the far northwest. Thralls take a very long time to complete breaking, with the more powerful thralls taking longer. A few hours of real time per thrall, probably with the expectation that if you're playing on a multiplayer server, the thralls can break in the background in between sessions. There's even a thrall you can train later called the Taskmaster. These are pretty much essential to speed up thrall production. They just stand there looking mean and force the thralls to break faster.
Put some muscle into it! On your feet, you Kozak dog!
The thrall system is the best and most innovative part of the entire game. For decades I've been going the standard RPG route of being gifted recruits for no well-explained reason. Or rather, the reason given is a contrivance for the writer to introduce a new character's backstory. But there's usually not enough emotional weight for them to really risk their lives with a complete stranger like you, even if they're doing something like trying to save the world. Just like with every single thing, you have to earn it in Conan Exiles. You have to craft everything, harvest everything, and it feels much better playing the game that way. I don't think I've ever had any game where you had to do something like this, and it's the only entirely novel part of Exiles. There's no guarantee anyone would want to help you, even if you're fighting to save the world. Just expecting a dozen or so expert warriors to pledge themselves to your cause, like the Dragon Age games, is a powerful gift. Far too much is just handed to us by some invisible force from above. Or even worse, we are the chosen one of destiny, preordained to save everything so we attract followers like flies. Every companion also seems to subordinate themselves to your judgment in all things. Although BioWare is better at this than most companies, they are responsible for one especially egregious example of this from Dragon Age 2, when one of your companions, Evelyn, becomes the captain of the city guard. Literally the police chief of a major city, and yet she still leaves her office to go adventuring around with you when you ask her, and even ignores crimes you commit, including murder, for no real reason. The Mass Effect games tended to be better with this and had more powerful moments where your NPCs would go against your main character, but you can still persuade them to do anything in most cases. L. Sprague de Camp was the fantasy and science fiction author who helped save Howard's work from obscurity. De Camp was as obsessive a Conan fan as anyone, even going so far as to complete writing Howard's unfinished Conan works, and co-writing Robert E. Howard's biography in the late 70s. The only thing that de Camp did that was questionable was try to refer to Howard's style of fantasy as heroic fantasy. Maybe he did it intentionally to draw people into reading Conan, but it's a disaster of a name that has now thankfully been replaced with sword and sorcery. The term heroic fantasy not only ignores that heroes exist in all fiction, but more importantly, Conan is not a good guy.
Conan, not hero, is big dumb barbarian.
I think this is linked to so many games in the past decade or so that scream in our faces about choice, and how supposedly our actions will have consequences. I think most people nowadays that hear that are a little bit worried by the term. It sounds like they're protesting a little bit too loudly.
Like the elaboration of a bad liar.
It should just be assumed that in any role-playing game that's going to be a major part of it, and they're oddly bringing attention to it, which seems suspicious. And when we do get the chance to take the renegade option, it's usually a milquetoast choice that still makes us look good in the end. Or it sticks out as being needlessly rude and cruel when we're otherwise a total Boy Scout. Far too often the choice is an act you may deeply regret as an absolute necessity, and a forced choice between a lesser and greater evil.
See, Capitan, 20 lives to save 200. Those are odds I can live with.
How dare you gamble with their souls?
How?
What? That's the line.
That's not really being evil, is it? To paraphrase Rick Sanchez, that's just being good with more steps. No matter how much of a renegade his actions allegedly are, Commander Shepard is never going to be anything but a good guy. And that holds true for the majority of protagonists in most RPG games. Maybe chaotic good, but still good. Conan fits entirely into the archetype not of the hero, but of the anti-hero. A protagonist, but not necessarily someone doing good at all times. Conan was a thief, a pirate, a mercenary, and exhibited all the evil signs of so-called adventurers. He was out to make money and exult in his most favorite act, violence. He may go up against a dreadful evil at some point, but that was only because he had no other choice and was attacked himself, perpetually testing himself against Herculean odds, hordes of soldiers, and eventually supernatural monstrosities, was all something he seemed to want to do because of a lust for fighting. Action, questing, violence, they're his bread and water, not a misfortune he must endure before settling down to be a boring bastard.
He's a fighter, born on the battlefield. To him, combat's a way of life. It's all he's ever known, all he ever wants to know!
There's no end to Conan's story. He just wants to be an adventurer forever. And the very first published Conan story is actually a very strange one because it's when he's an older man, and he's already become king by his own hand, and yet, at the time, he's upset about it, and he realizes the tragedy and hopelessness of exulting in all of this power without constantly struggling for power. Actually having it means nothing. It's the overcoming of the odds that he needs to face in order to get there that means anything. There's no real goal towards being this adventurer. It's just an infinity of things to go on forever and ever until death.
Is this all there is? Is life just some kind of horrific joke without a punchline? That we're all just biding our time until the sweet, sweet release of death?
And in some ways he could do that by staying in the exiled lands forever, but then he would become a slave to his own will for violence. He would need to overcome even that at some point. One of the quintessential moments to understand Conan's character is in the story The Sleeper Beneath the Sands. It's not a Howard story, it's an original story done for the Marvel Comics series, but it perfectly captures Conan in one panel. Conan is wandering the desert with a horde of Bedouin-coated tribesmen, led by an evil wizard with a winged undead camel. The wizard gets involved in summoning a monstrous Lovecraftian beast from beneath the sands, who starts tearing up the tribesmen. When the beast rises from the ground, it seizes Conan's enemy in its tentacled maw. Conan pulls back a bow and arrow, ready to save the man's life, and then he puts it down, thinking, what did he ever do for me? And then Conan leaves, and lets some other person who's preordained to fight the monster die in order to kill it. In the exiled lands, we can't really be bound by the threat of fate or the shackles of morality. You don't strictly need to recruit friends, let's call them, but the game is brutally difficult without them. More than a few boss fights are up against a group of opponents that are deliberately difficult to fight just by yourself. Even if your thrall is just a meat shield or a distraction, it's crushingly difficult to play without them.
He can't kill all of us. He's right. Individually, we are weak, like a single twig. But as a bundle, we form a mighty...
Moral choices are the center of the game. Either walk alone or commit the gravest of sins by torturing and enslaving fellow victims. I prefer to think of them as my companions rather than my, well, you know.
Slave? I don't own Conan. He's my friend.
So now that we have a buddy, we have to equip him and arm him. Any armor your thrall was wearing when captured is destroyed, so we can outfit him just like us. I initially became quite attached to my thrall and felt I could spend the entire game with just him. Thralls level up as you fight with them, but it's impractical to use the same fighter thrall for so long. You should get one as quickly as possible to make the game less brutal. You'll likely come across a much higher class of thrall later on anyway. They come in 4 tiers or rankings. 1 to 3 are the normal thralls, with the tier 4 being special named thralls that take a long time to break. And you may not necessarily be able to use the same thrall forever because, well, they can die. At first I didn't know what to think of my thralls dying. Would he return like me because of the bracelet? No. Death is permanent for a thrall. You have to develop a cold attitude to the death of your companions. They may be living sapient creatures like your own character, but in relation to you, they're just another resource to be exploited and discarded. Basically, you have to have the attitude,
If he dies, he dies.
This was very difficult to develop because it was such an enormous amount of time and effort invested in creating these thralls, risking my own life and items to go to an encampment to break them, bring them back, spending hours with them on the wheel. Think about how annoying it is to die during a boss fight in the Souls games, and then I need to run all the way back to fight him. It's so irritating, so frustrating, but magnify that 100 times. And that's how awful it is to lose a thrall that you've taken the trouble to capture, break, equip, level up. It's horrible. This also means that we have to double our resource acquisition and item production. Fortunately, thralls exist for almost every possible scenario. It's sort of like there's an app for that, except there's a slave for that. We need to gather carpenters, ore smelters, blacksmiths, armor smiths, and many more. Crafting thralls not only speed up production of goods, they may know specialist items only craftable from their culture. Like a Vanir armor smith will be able to make specialist Vanir armor. One of the unusual thralls that I ignored initially was a cook. It seemed like a lot of trouble to enslave someone just for a task I could easily do myself.
I can fry meat. Meaning you know how to burn it on a stick over a fire?
Well, alright, I guess I know how to heat something up. Cooking is a little bit more complicated though. In fact, later on in the game, you have to make special spiced foods, or it's one of the ways you can survive in the cold areas. And the only way to get spices is to find them laying around the map, and they're pretty rare. Or you can get a special thrall to make the spices at the cooking station, making them very, very useful if you're wandering around the tundra areas. An interesting and rather simple way to make things like cooking more valuable would be to add a morale system into the game. And yes, this is a survival game, and I want even more survival challenges added in, not less. Morale would go up or down depending on what kind of food you ate. You might have lousy morale if you started your day with a crust of stale bread, versus a lavish feast prepared by a professional chef. You could make all kinds of specialist cooking options, some of which you can find scattered around the map, and some of them are very useful, like the rhino head soup, which allows you to carry more stuff. Others you don't really need, it just says it's a feast, you know, it's really good, really useful, probably allows you to carry a little bit less weight than piles of steaks. It hasn't been pushed far enough to be really valuable to have all of these things made, except just as role-playing options to eat really good food if you want to. A morale system would compel the player to treat eating more realistically rather than a mere number that's changed with the most basic of options. You can get a massive boost to morale, which maybe makes you run farther, maybe makes your carry weight better, just makes you do more damage, rather than a neutral or negative morale which would reduce all of those things. What am I gonna give my thrall though? Probably just gruel is still good for him. Ooh, I'm gonna have steak and eggs though, that sounds good for breakfast.
Hey, my steak and eggs!
Steak and eggs?
This is for the service.
All I got is a mug of oatmeal.
Listen, we're on a budget. What do you want me to do?
I can't really think of a game where a morale system has been implemented, so if you know one, please tell me. One of the most important NPC types is the Alchemist. After we build a specialized advanced armorsmith station, we can create perfected versions of the armor types that greatly increase their defensive value. But in order to make it, we need hardened leather, which can only be made with oil. Oil is a rare item occasionally found in chests or crafted by putting tar into a fluid press. But the amount you get from either method is far too limited to be useful. The only way to manufacture oil using ichor and bark at the alchemist bench is finding a tier 3 level alchemist. Because thralls are randomized each time you step up to a settlement, you have a chance of finding the thrall you need, but if you're unlucky it means going back and forth killing NPCs over and over again until the proper type spawns. Thankfully, the devs realized how necessary this alchemist type is and made him available for purchase at a slave market at the pirate camp at the far east of the map.
Boy for sale! Boy for sale!
Is this legal, man?
Only here and in Mississippi.
It takes a whole bunch of time riding there and back, and it costs a whopping 50 gold coins to buy, but it's worth it. Now that we have a thrall and given him some armor, I think it's time to strike out farther into the world and engage some enemies. It's time for combat. The combat in Conan Exiles is meh.
Meh.
But the TV gave me the impression that...
We said meh. M-E-H. Meh.
Well, maybe it's best described as perfunctory. It serves its purpose, gets the job done, but isn't anything to write home about. You have the standard R1 and R2 light attack, heavy attack mix, with each successive swing leading into a different combo strike, up to 4 swings with most weapons. Most weapons will also apply one of several debuffs, and if you can get a weapon that does more than one debuff, you've got a great weapon there. I'm glad that the system isn't too action-oriented, like we're in a Devil May Cry game or something like that. It's tough and is brutal enough to be, well, Conan-ish, I suppose, but there's unfortunately a lot of problems with the combat, and I can't really say much good about it. Bleeding damage causes enemies to lose a trickle of health over time, Cripple slows their movement speed, Sundering reduces their armor rating, and Poisoning also causes a loss of health over time, but faster than bleeding. You can stack these effects multiple times with successive attacks, increasing their effect with each level. These status effects are harmful to the overall flow of combat, though. A weapon's damage is often not nearly as important as what effect they give the enemy. When used against the player, Sunder can be a nuisance, since it reduces your armor by up to 50%, but you take so much damage from most enemies anyway, chances are you die with or without the armor loss against a truly tough opponent. It just makes an ordinarily brutal fight exceptionally brutal. Crippling is usually irrelevant because you can still dodge roll. Sometimes you'll be crippled while trying to run past opponents in the wild, but you can usually shake off the effect in a few seconds and continue. It's a little bit different when you're trying to do it in the narrow confines of a dungeon, though. Archers also inflict the crippling status, but again, it's not a major issue, because you can dodge roll around until the status goes away. Poison and bleeding, on the other hand, are extremely dangerous. Bleeding deals 1.35 damage per second, and can stack up to 20 times for 27 damage per second. Most enemies, however, do not deal bleed damage this quickly, so it's not as much of an issue as Poison. Poison deals 2 health damage a second per level, and can stack up to 10 times for a whopping 20 damage per second. This is without question the deadliest status effect, because it can be built up by enemies like giant snakes or insects very, very fast, and you have to respond instantly to get rid of it. Bleeding can be dealt with by applying bandages, not as simple a task as it appears. Bandages are one of your primary forms of healing, but they take a while to apply and leave you vulnerable in combat. You will not be able to interrupt the animation for a few precious seconds. Make sure you're in a safe position before applying the bandages, and hope your thrall is distracting the enemy you're fighting. Poison can be fixed by using a special potion called the Set Antidote. They are not very hard to craft and require only the most minimal knowledge of the set religion. They are also taken instantly, rather than with a small drinking animation like health potions. This is necessary because of the extreme danger from poison. It stacks way too fast, and is in addition to any physical damage the enemy is using against you. I also need to mention something about the healing system that is immensely frustrating. The instant you take any damage, no matter how small, you immediately stop healing from whatever you were using. Meaning you not only need to find a moment in a hectic encounter to glug a potion, but you need a few precious moments after you drink it for the healing to fully take effect, and you need to make sure no archers are around. One arrow, no matter how tiny the damage, freezes all healing, wasting your potion. This can make attacking enemy settlements a huge hassle because there are archers sprinkled throughout the towns. They do little damage, but they halt your healing at range, when you can't see them or are even aware of their existence. Thankfully, only a handful of enemies have the poison effect, but you should always use extreme caution around them. Just run away, don't bother trying to fight it without the proper tools. When I first came upon this gigantic snake, for instance, in the middle of a ruined Sethite temple, I envisioned chopping it up like in the Conan movie. But that didn't exactly happen. Things went very, very badly as I died and lost my thrall. Most of my characters and thralls' deaths in Exiles, in fact, were due to poison attacks. It is absolutely ridiculously broken and does not seem like it's going to be fixed, at least with this snake, anytime soon. Funcom seems comfortable with this for some reason. Turning over to the attacks for the weapons themselves, they're mostly simplistic and boring. There's no excitement built up to learn a new weapon's style and speed. Very little learning how to use the weapon properly or vary weapons depending on what enemy you face. And most of the weapons you get will fall into one of a small number of patterns. In some of the Souls games, for instance, if you get a weapon that's a falcata, it goes into this sweeping, watery, flowing kind of attack, which is very different from the longsword, which is very different from the claymore, and they try to add as many variations as they can so there's a wide variety of weapon choices you can make. But in Conan Exiles, it's a small, simplistic number of attacks, and they get very boring very quickly. Sometimes I like to start with a quicker 2 light attacks and then lead into 2 heavy attacks combo, but more often than not I just spam the most useful attack I have over and over again. Worst of all, some of the weapons are just plain useless in most situations. Spears, for instance, are far too slow, and the alleged reach they say they give you is instantly pointless because an opponent will simply run around to your side. You can't hold them back by threatening with the point like you could in real life. They'll simply breeze by the spear and start hitting you after your first swing. I suppose I do like that you can use them with an overhand pointing down motion like a hoplite would, but you can't use a shield and spear at the same time. What? Speed is everything in Exiles. Even enemies of incredible size are generally weaker than a few ultra-fast wolves nipping at your heels. And the spear does nothing but a meager little poke. It's so slow with the first 3 strikes, and a silly little spin turn with the 4th heavy attack. There's no slashes, no variation, no differences between a one-handed and two-handed, because the game decides for you if the weapon can be held in 1 or 2 hands, and not both. As a lover of spears and polearms in particular, this is all incredibly disappointing. The Great Axe is a weapon type stereotypically associated with barbarians, and features prominently in Conan artwork. Yet it is by far the worst weapon in the game. The damage is underwhelming, it doesn't even cause a status effect which instantly makes it useless, the swing speed is too slow, and you most often poke with the tip of the axe rather than a savage chop. It's just not barbaric enough.
That's how a barbarian fights!
Mesas have the same bizarre issue they had in Dark Souls 2. You swing underhanded with them like they're a tennis racket. I don't know if this is correct practice with a mace, I haven't looked into any weapon manuals about this, but whether or not it is, it looks idiotic, and it's difficult to hit enemies this way. It's ridiculous. Swords, battle axes, and greatswords work fine, more or less, but yet again they have painfully small movement sets. One of the most useful attacks with the sword is a very Dragon's Dogma-esque dash attack that allows you to glide like you're on roller skates over an unreasonable amount of terrain. This is very dangerous, by the way, when enemies use that against you. Greatswords deal a lot of damage, and they do have a very slow but very deadly L2 attack that they can do, which some weapons have, a special L2 that either kicks or blocks or does something with it, but it's still too simplistic and primitive, and I just found that the greatswords were not quite to my taste. They're okay, just not special. The devs seem to be aware of these various issues, but haven't really done anything to address it, if they even plan to. Maybe there's just something not ideal about the Unreal Engine 4, and this was the best that they could make it, so maybe it can't really be fixed, if that engine is what you're working with. But Funcom chose an action-oriented style of combat, which is understandable for the Conan license, but fighting, the thing Conan is supposed to be best at and is the most important thing in his world, is extremely dull. The War Axe, by the way, has the best attack in the entire game, which is why I used it almost all the time. The heavy attack is a leaping strike that crashes down on opponents after jumping forward into combat range. The attack can stagger several foes at once and leaves you the least vulnerable to counterattack. By the way, on the final swing of a lot of the R2 combos, you can knock enemies down, which is very useful, but unfortunately you also accidentally knock your thrall down. I don't think he takes very much damage if you accidentally hit him, thankfully, because they would die continually if that happened. But still, it's bizarre that they also get knocked down. It's really annoying to have the thrall right next to you when you're trying to combo someone. The katana turned out to be one of the few swords that was different than the other swords. It didn't just look different, it actually plays differently. You hold it in two hands and you have a fluid, fast set of attacks you can do with it that build up bleed damage. I did at one point find a gladius-like short sword that allowed me to do a number of thrusts rather than slashes with it, so that was useful. And there's also chakrams that you can make if you want to cosplay as Xena Warrior Princess, but I think those might only be in Siptah, I'm not sure. Healing during combat with health potions is done by getting aloe leaves. Originally I was just picking the aloe leaves with my hands because I forgot about the sickle tool that you could use, so I was getting essentially about 5 times less of the leaves than I needed, which were a big problem until I figured that out. So it was really more of an economic issue, rather than anything that prevented me from getting large numbers of potions that I could bring. I usually found between 10 and 20 depending on how long I was going to be out, and if I was going to a dungeon would be useful. As I said, you do need to go through a small animation of drinking the potion, and it's a little bit too slow based on how brutal the combat is in Conan Exiles. I usually like to have a large amount of the potions because I found myself getting attacked mid-use, which cancels their effect immediately and you lose the potion. So I have a lot of backup potions that I need to use just in case. The combat suffers from 2 severe and interrelated problems. First, each attack seems to lock you into its animation for just a moment too long. It's difficult to show exactly. On video, you just have to kind of feel it, but it makes reactions to new threats slow and challenging. Far too slow for an action-oriented combat system like this game is supposed to have. This is exacerbated by the combos, because you want to do as many moves as you can in order to give the opponent negative status effects, because it's the fastest way to damage them, and thus lessen how much damage you are in danger of taking yourself. But the animations for these attacks, especially the later combo stages, are just too long and leave you too vulnerable. The threat of taking damage while attacking is so high, it's safer to risk getting hit doing a heavy attack rather than a light attack, making the light attacks even more useless. Ideally, in an action RPG, you should be worrying equally about your placement on the battlefield, your movement against the enemies, and only then about attacking. That's why the systems in action RPGs are so interesting. Just like a boxer, you have to maximize your footwork to give a dynamic flow to every battle. Most of the time you need to worry about what damage you're going to take, rather than how much damage you're going to deal.
Okay, so at that moment, what would you rather be doing? Punching or not getting hit?
Not getting hit.
You'll probably end up simply spamming attacks in Exiles over and over again. Waiting to dodge out of the way or block is just sacrificing the initiative to the enemy who could easily stunlock you. Being as aggressive as possible ends up being more important than avoiding damage. Chipping away at an enemy by playing strategically and skillfully just isn't as effective as all-out attack. A crucial part of the Soulsborne combat system is pulled from the slower target and blocking style of Ocarina of Time, but also from block, dodge, strike trifecta from fighting games or even boxing games. Exiles is too slow and clunky to give you an opportunity to avoid most of that damage. You just go into the melee and take hits, while performing these unnecessarily slow and elaborate animations. Even if they don't look it on the video, trust me, they are. Especially because you're unfortunately pitted against hordes of enemies in most cases. The combat system wouldn't be perfect against a single opponent either, but against 4 or 5 or more, it's easy to just get knocked around and trapped in a small place, and you end up being frustrated because you can't really respond to it quickly enough. A more dynamic battle system like in Nioh gives you the speed to switch options with every attack. There is a new split-second decision to make every time you hit a button. Like all good real-time combat systems, the buttons you press almost become an extension of your thoughts. It doesn't have anything to do with using fast or slow weapons per se. It's the animation that can't easily be cancelled out of to try something new that's the problem with Conan. I often find myself dodge rolling out of the way, not because I really want to dodge, because sometimes it lets me reset my actions. The second issue is the perennial issue combat has struggled with for over 30 years: interruption and knockback. I can't believe an issue I noticed as a child in the late 80s on the original Castlevania still plagues some games today. When you're struck by an enemy, you momentarily lose command of that character's movements, leaving you vulnerable to another hit. This gives the person who hits first a major advantage. Naturally, if you are fighting more than one opponent, they get 2 strikes or more, however many opponents are there, versus your 1, giving them an instant advantage. Only hitting all of the enemies as a group multiple times, which only some weapon attacks can do and some can do better than others, can save you. And then you're likely to be out of stamina, while 3 or 4 more pissed off enemies are ready to stun-lock you to death. Your stamina pool is far too small and brutally affected by wearing armor. For a long time I wanted to wear the heaviest armor I could craft for the greatest protection, but heavy armor slows your stamina recovery to a crawl. You are penalized for taking a defensive stance in this game. Only using invincibility frames to leap out of the way is useful. Poison and bleed effects, by the way, are not reduced by armor, making armor even more pointless. Generally, I decided on going for a middle road with armor. Too little and a loud cough would kill me, and too much I huff and wheeze like an arthritic pensioner with every step. The middle seems just about right. Ripping out your control over a character into an animation, even for a few brief milliseconds, is never a good choice in combat. You must be able to frenetically respond to everything that happens at every moment. This still happens in almost every modern Elder Scrolls game, Dragon Age games, the Melee and Fallout games. Why did this frustrating, staggering animation thing become so common? There's a reason the Souls games became so popular. Don't bother trying to reinvent the wheel. They got it right with this, at least Dark Souls 1 did. You don't have to copy everything about their combat, just don't make the player go into a comically exaggerated theatrical dry heave lurch motion when they get hit or bounce off a shield. In fact, after watching hours of HEMA competitions, I'm pretty sure it never happens even in real fights, at least not to that degree. It's been over 3 decades of this bullcrap staggering in games. Get rid of it.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
The slow recovery speed and brutally small stamina pool leaves a serious refraction period in between attacks. More often than not, I find myself running around in a ridiculous circle to avoid enemies while waiting for a good moment to heal.
Yeah, he's just playing Wiggle Puppy. That's a dog he made up who flies by wagging his tail.
Or just praying that the boss is distracted enough by my thrall that my stamina can return. Now again, I love stamina systems and prefer them to any game that doesn't have them, but it robs boss encounters especially of any gravitas, because of the ceaseless waiting for health and or stamina to recover. Even if I wasn't wiggle puppying around in a circle over and over again just to get away from an enemy that's chasing me, it would still be ridiculous to increase all this unnecessary baggage of waiting. Stamina doesn't just go down to 0, by the way, it can actually go into negative numbers, leaving even more time for you to wait for recovery. This so-called exhaustion penalty takes up a huge amount of combat time, forcing you to wait in incredible danger for stamina to climb back up. I thought I was a mighty warrior with panther-like speed and bull strength, not an asthmatic nerd that needs to catch his breath every 60 seconds.
I thought they smelled bad. On the outside.
Leveling up your stamina or health over time is useful, but even if you reach the maximum by ignoring all your other stats, they're both far, far too low. Dodge rolling also tears away an unnecessarily huge amount of stamina, far too high compared to how much dodge rolling is generally expected during a battle. Your health is ridiculously low. Even if you max it out, you barely get it into the 800s. Far too few hit points even fighting regular enemies, much less bosses. Strangely enough, your thralls are typically given thousands of hit points. It leaves you feeling like your character is a weakling in comparison. Who's the real hero here? It's your thrall. Most enemies will deal a reasonable amount of damage per swing that gradually chips away at your health. The really dangerous enemies, however, will suddenly assault you with a flurry of attacks that are difficult to predict, and lethal if you're caught in them. One of the most dangerous creatures I ran across was this giant Ent monster living in the Sumerian lands. The shape of his attacks and hitboxes are so bizarre he can just kill you in a second. I mean, geez, what's he doing?
Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak!
Once again, the main issue is you can't respond as your character is stuck in a cycle of hits, or predict when they're going to come. This can be made even worse if you believe that, because it's easy to get stuck inside an enemy's model, if an enemy is huge enough like a rhinoceros. It reminded me of Dragon's Dogma combat a little bit, in the fact that you can get chip damage here and there, unless an enemy decides to do a sudden lightning-fast attack that takes away 95% of your health with one strike. It's bizarre. It's this peak and valley system of absolute danger or triviality that's really irritating. The daggers are another reminder of the combat from Dragon's Dogma. You hold 2 of them at a time and slice away at opponents very quickly. You can make them right away at the start of the game out of stone, and even then the heavy attack does bleed damage which stacks over time, making them very dangerous. The daggers are a little bit like a cheat weapon I found if you struggle with the combat. They make killing enemies much easier with that bleed ability, because you can just set them to bleed and walk away and just watch them die after a while, without really risking much. The daggers can also do a ninja flip backwards with the L2 button. It's very useful. In fact, I decided to use daggers on some of the tougher bosses towards the end of the game, because of the bleed effect and because my thrall took the boss's aggro, leaving me mostly safe to slice away. Speaking of which, that is another vital and bizarre part of gameplay. I've already mentioned how valuable having a thrall with you is, but I didn't make it clear how the game expects you to use them. It is possible to play and beat the entire game while never using a thrall, but it's extraordinarily challenging, absurdly so. A good number of boss fights especially are won not by you the player, but by your thrall. I mean, you crafted him, he's like an item you're using in a way because you created him in a sense. All of the glory shouldn't go to your thrall. Alongside stepping away from the battle for a few minutes to have a breather and heal yourself, you can basically just not fight the battle at all. It's safer for the thrall with his massive hit pool to tank the fight, leaving you an injured, pitiful weakling. There are even arrows you can make that heal the thrall at range, like a health potion. So you just sort of sit back and shoot arrows at your own thrall, healing him while he fights. Am I a warrior or a slave owner who's watching his gladiators duel?
wager 400 quattros on the newcomer.
The regular ranged weaponry feels about the same as the melee combat in that it's tolerable, functional, and unsatisfying. Firing arrows from a bow is also split into a light and a heavy attack. The light attack feels too fast, there's no oomph to the strike, and I barely use it. The heavy attack feels much better and more like it has resistance on the pullback. If you shoot an enemy in the legs, you will inflict the crippling debuff I mentioned before. It's great when any combat system includes positional damage, but that doesn't make it really useful. There is little point to slowing down an enemy's movement. You're never going to be able to slow it down enough that it reduces all danger to you, and you do want it more or less to stay within range, so you're going to have to keep pretty close to keep hitting it, even with a ranged weapon. Especially because you'll fight groups of enemies in almost any occasion. If you cripple one, 4 of his friends are just going to come get you anyway. I appreciate javelins being part of the game, as they're one of my favorite pre-modern weapons. I've often dreamed about doing a peltast build in a game based on the ancient Greek skirmisher infantry, but except for the Amazon and Diablo 2, the weapon is very rare. I like that you auto-switch between different groups of javelins that you have in your inventory. When you run out of a single stack, you just automatically go to the other one. But they just don't do enough damage to really get the job done efficiently. Javelins and atlatls are some of the most effective primitive weaponry ever made, and they could be absolutely deadly, and I really wish these were. The weapons also fire too slowly to be effective. It's challenging also to aim them in the heat of combat, even with practice, and the damage they do is generally underwhelming. It's just not nearly as useful as using a melee attack. It seems to be a support weapon rather than a primary weapon. You can use the javelins to do a regular spear thrust melee attack if an enemy gets too close, but you're going to be fighting so many enemies you're going to always be moving back to use it, and you're never going to be able to move away far enough to stay truly at range. Throwing axes are all held in the offhand, and in theory they can be used with a melee weapon to alternate ranged and melee attacks. I say in theory because it's rarely useful and too slow to fire and easy to miss, and you don't want to use your precious crafting elements to make really good javelins or throwing axes when you could use those precious items to make a really good melee weapon. This game also has a lock-on system like a lot of action RPGs, but it's one of the shortest range lock-ons I have ever seen. Even bows can only be locked on in ultra-close range. A bow. Another irritant is that the game flashes to black and white when you're exhausted. It looks horrid and totally breaks immersion, but it's not as bad as the blood on the sides of the screen. I don't know who finds this useful or aesthetically pleasing or good in any way. Children? The blind? I don't know. Other games like Mass Effect 3 and Halo 3 also had this awful visual kind of bloody screen effect to alert the player he's damaged, as if we couldn't understand how a health bar works, but it makes it harder to play. You see less, and it just looks incredibly cheap. The game also has obnoxious, colorful lines during weapon swings, which you're not going to see much of because you can turn them off in the menu, thankfully. I just wish you could turn off the stupid blood effects in the black and white. It all screams cheapo schlockmeister, below A-grade production. Blocking is especially irritating and is nowhere nearly as skillfully implemented as it was in the Soulsborne games or Neo. There is a slight delay between pressing the button to block and your shield being raised. Again, it's hard to see exactly, you have to kind of feel it. It ruins blocking as a reactive event that you can swiftly do to an incoming attack. More often than not, when I successfully blocked, it was because I could predict an enemy's swing way ahead of time, and prepare to turtle up for the moment. It's often too slow to switch between blocking and attacking. You're much more likely to be struck before getting an attack in while you're waiting for your shield to be lowered. You can't hold up most weapons, even a big two-handed sword, to block anything, leaving you entirely on the offensive. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, like a slow two-handed sword chop. It's very hard to know what attacks an enemy is using and are technically blockable, especially with large monstrous enemies that have some randomly unblockable attacks. Or I can't quite tell if it's unblockable or I just don't have the shield in the right position because he's a tentacle Lovecraftian monster flailing around. and you'd have to memorize the moveset of each enemy individually and adjust accordingly in order to avoid damage. It's not practical to do that. Some of the huge boss enemies have confusing hitboxes, even on attacks you should be able to block. There are actually quite a few similarities between Exiles combat and the combat of the Soulsborne games I mentioned before. By the way, if you're one of those people that gets upset when anyone compares something to the Souls games, I don't care. Don't bother mentioning it to me. My attitude is...
Then to hell with you!
It's a fair comparison, okay? Let's just move on with our life, alright? Although Exiles seems to be especially based on the combat of Dark Souls 2, which is not a good thing because that game had the worst combat in the series thus far. Slow stamina recovery, poor dodge rolling, raising your shield takes too long and leaves you vulnerable, you're being ganged up on by hordes of enemies, boss encounters with low-level monsters lurking about the boss room to irritate the player, slow health potion chugging. Why out of all games did they pick that one to emulate? I did eventually find a great use for shields though, just straight up turtling and not attacking at all. Against these ice giants the shield worked beautifully because they were so slow. Sometimes they even stopped an attack during the pullback animation, not the swing animation, rendering most of these enemies useless. As long as you have a thrall with you to attack, you can just defend all day. Although this kind of raises the question, are you really playing the game at this point?
Strange game. The only winning mood is not to play.
Being required to bring friends along on your quest is such a bizarre choice for Conan. As much as I admire the thrall-taking system, Conan is the ultimate outsider and loner, and the character you play in this world I think should eventually become absolutely devastating in combat, and he really never reaches that. I mean, I've even heard tell in song that Conan is
Conan, the mightiest warrior ever!
Aren't we supposed to be emulating Conan by becoming unstoppable killing machines? I mean, that would definitely not jibe with the Lovecraftian elements where we're supposed to be pitiful weaklings in the face of cosmic horrors, but I think once you reach a higher level, you should be able to take at least a little bit more punishment than you do. And at the very least, your stamina should reach heroic levels by the end of the game. There was also no stealth system in Exiles. Conan was always a thief, so the lack of sneaking, backstabbing, maybe just stealing something from a dungeon and leaving without gaining the boss's attention, it's just a disappointment. You can crouch down, which I initially hoped was a sneak ability, but it turned out just to be for ducking under low-hanging obstacles. Seems kinda like a tease that it's there at all. Stealth was always a part of Conan's character. He said he even learned stealthy combat from Pictish warriors nearby Samaria. Integrating a proper backstab system here would have drastically increased how fun the game is. The most tragic part of the combat is it doesn't really resemble any sort of barbarian combat from the various Conan sources. Robert E. Howard in the Marvel comics heavily emphasized Conan's lightning speed. They said he was like a giant predatory cat able to blitz his way into opponents. So quickly and with such awesome force he ripped them apart before they could even fight back. In the famous Schwarzenegger film, there's a meaty heft to the combat. For me, it's the gold standard for fantasy combat, made after the aristocratic fanciness of the old rapier-poking Errol Flynn swashbuckler days, and before the over-choreographed martial arts film influence style, popularized by The Lord of the Rings. Ask yourself if any of the combat resembles the mighty sinews of Conan, backed by Basil Polydorus' epic thundering drums in this scene. I guess something positive about the combat is the exaggerated death animations the enemies go into when you hit them. One of the most common is from a great moment of Hamish acting in Conan the Barbarian. The audio is also on point when the enemies make Tarzan yells or bestial howls before they kill you.
I will
destroy you!
Loud noises!
There is quite a bit of explosion of blood when the enemies die, although way too often I saw the enemy's body disappear, the blood appear, and then the body suddenly appear after it. Again, the game's terrible performance is really ruining the experience in a lot of ways for me. Sometimes you can get brutal things like seeing someone's head get cut off, but most of the time they're really grisly things like chopping off limbs are kind of absent from it, and I think they would have benefited by making a more brutalized form of combat that really heightened the evil, barbaric nature of the Hyborian Age. All of the enemies actually make pretty effective and frightening roars that you'll soon learn to recognize before you even see what creature it is you're facing. The aesthetic qualities of the combat are nice. Said no one ever, because it's the combat system that matters, not the looks. That's really the only positive thing I can say about it. Exiles by far, though, I want to make clear, does not have the worst combat system I've ever seen. There are many, many worse systems out there. I like it that it's action-oriented and contains staples like dodge, rolling, and blocking that I see, at least, as vital beginnings to energetic and engaging battles. But far too much of the most elementary components like swing speed, rolling, weapon diversity, health, and stamina are just plain wrong that it seems almost beyond salvaging. I didn't hate it, I want to make it clear, it's just not where it should be for a game this good. Certainly not as much as I hate the combat in almost every Elder Scrolls game, that is just beyond terrible. But I can't really bring myself to say too much positive about the Conan Exiles combat system. It's very mediocre, especially as we get into our next issue about the repetitiveness of that combat and how we could potentially branch out from that if we expanded the game a little bit more. Exiles does not pursue the standard four-way path of character archetypes descended from D&D's fighters, thieves, clerics, and mages. In the Elder Scrolls, for instance, you can change things up by tanking damage in heavy armor, or getting powerful sneak attacks with daggers, or specializing in multiple magic schools. While Exiles strongly varies all of the other tropes of the RPG with its survival skills, it did so by reducing your combat role to the beefy brawler. It's very against type to add magical abilities, when Conan is a famous hater of spells.
But I am no wizard!
But it would help the game's variety, and there's already precedence for this because Funcom previously made an MMORPG called Age of Conan, which included all of the standard variations. And this wouldn't just help the game itself, but it would help its variety next to how magic is typically performed in other fantasy games. Unfortunately, the Elder Scrolls games have conditioned us to think we should start our fantasy journey at level 1 with a couple of spells already to sling at others. And any idiot can walk up to a magic college and become leader of the university in a month. It's a simple high magic setting where bending the laws of physics are normalized and fairly easy. Why every idiot in Tamriel doesn't learn to use magic, or at least a little bit, is beyond me. But the Conan world is a low magic setting. That doesn't mean that magic is weak or pitiful, it can be quite the opposite. Magic is an incredibly rare and potent force. It may take hours or days to use a single spell, but that spell could be titanic in scope, and using magic may have a gruesome toll on the wizard's body.
To summon the demons of darkness, there is a price. And each time I call upon them, it consumes part of me.
What if we made the spells incredibly strong, but they cost an entire experience level in order to use, or maybe they give you permanent stat or HP loss? There's such a wealth of possibilities to create a brand new type of magic. The spells can also have a Lovecraftian flavor as it rots the mind of whoever is mad enough to call on the eldritch forces of space-time to use it. It's a completely different kind of spellcraft that shakes the very foundations of reality and ruptures everything you know and hold dear, not just a dim-witted ponce flicking a wand and spewing faux Latin. There is, however, a form of magic in the religions you can learn. The Hyborian Age and the Lovecraft mythos both reflect a paranoia and dread about deities. They are not friendly folk ready to provide magical assistance for a heroic paladin or cleric, like some of the gods in D&D. All of the divine entities are somewhat monstrous, even the ones like Mitra who appear gentler than the rest. Gods, when you peel back their layers of majesty and awe, are likely to be just powerful entities ready to manipulate mortals for personal power. They find their will to power in the game of influence and persuasion. Though we chose to tough it out with Crom, in many ways the kindest deity because he refuses to interact with humans, and thus lets them forge themselves into the strongest possible people from their suffering, there are several other deities you can pick from at the start of the game. Each god gives a different benefit, but all acts of devotion are the same, even overtly, supposedly good deities like Mitra. You craft a ritual object, like an Ankh, and use it on the bodies of your slain enemies to extract something useful to the deity. Set is the most grisly because he gives you a dagger with 2 blades mimicking a snake's jaws.
They call it the fangs of the serpent. And this one was thrust into a father's heart by his very son.
You use the dagger to rip out the hearts of your enemies. And the hearts, by the way, are listed as consumable, so you can eat them, I guess, if you want. The priest who teaches you the religion of Set was right next to my base, but I didn't find him for a long time. I had become too set in my ways, following exactly the right paths to go here and there to resources and dungeons, and had kind of ceased exploring for a while. I was too rigid and never going outside of the norm, because I was scared of the exhausting labor I would need to perform in order to get my stuff back.
But I hate danger. I live my life safely.
Living safely is what's dangerous.
Living safely is dangerous.
I'd become a slave to routine. The first religion I discovered was way down by the starting river. I was on a mission to complete the journey step, find someone to talk to, and came across this friendly gentleman standing beside a stone altar, surrounding a blazing fire. All of the other Darfari have been brutish slayers, but maybe I can chat with him. I wonder what his name is. His name is Nunu the Cannibal.
Instead of buying frozen meat in a supermarket, they get theirs fresh from people like you. One way to solve the problems of starvation in the world.
Did he introduce himself as Nunu the Cannibal, or just Nunu, and I made the assumption? Or is he just known as the Cannibal to others? Not quite sure how keen I am to proclaim this particular creed, but you have to start somewhere, right?
What matter the age of the flesh that my lord consumes? Does the lord of empty abodes make a distinction between flesh in the womb and flesh outside of it?
The quote-unquote god they worship is actually the vile elder being, Yog-Sothoth from H.P. Lovecraft. When you summon him, he looks like a ghastly tentacled monstrosity that damages anyone he hovers over. So I set out to find all of the religions I can. You can just choose to learn them from the skill menu, but they cost a massive 50 points per religion, so it's not really viable. I'd like to learn how to follow the Emir religion, so I set off for the Highlands. It's quite a shift from the Middle Eastern and jungle settings in the lower half of the map. The Highlands are actually quite pleasant-looking green fields and pine trees with flowers everywhere. Seems to be more dangerous wildlife here, though. I wonder if that bear is friendly.
What's up, my bear bitches?
And the wolves are far more dangerous than the hyenas and crocodiles down south. The white wolves in particular are deadly bosses unless you attack from horseback, which can kinda trick them into being unable to hit you as you circle around them. My favorite moment in the Highlands was reliving this scene from the Conan the Barbarian movie as he clambers up a rock to avoid being torn apart by angry wolves. Finally, I can find some of those Vanir men and see what they're up to. The Vanir are the obligatory Viking analogues in the Hyborian Age. They're the hereditary enemies of the Cimmerians and the ones who sold Conan into slavery as a child in the film. They've got one of the largest settlements in the game called New Asgarth. Maybe I can learn their religion here.
From
We enter a city seeking food and lodging, but instead we discover a place where everyone has gone mad.
I should have guessed they would be hostile too. This city is a great place to raid for steel and other valuable weapons. Plus the enemies aren't as tough as the later Sumerians. Just have to watch out for the tame wolves they have here though. I think these guys worship Ymir, but no one would talk to me. Or maybe I accidentally killed an NPC by mistake. That can sometimes happen, by the way, with your thralls, which is a reason you may want to leave them behind when you want to talk to someone friendly. After more Vanir towers and villages, we cross a river into the Sumerian territory. High up on a mountain peak is a major surprise, a friendly frost giant. He's willing to converse for a while and even teaches us the religion of Ymir.
I do not believe the exiled lands are real. Exiled lands are a dream. Everything is figment. We are puppets to the bidding of vast, formless things from beyond. There is only empty, frigid space and you. But you are my thought.
Hey everyone! The Viking is right!
It doesn't really provide us with anything useful, at first. You can craft ice from the altar, but that's easy to farm endlessly in the mountains. Ice arrows are not too bad though. The really useful stuff at all the altars only comes later when you upgrade it into their second and third phases. The Ymir altar can make special armor, a frost axe, and even black ice, a super rare resource. Back down in the central desert area, a little ways off from where I built my home, I found a huge settlement with something called Followers of Jebel Sag. It seems they're friendly with animals and even werewolves?
Werewolf? This is absolutely fascinating.
Right next door there's even a friendly werewolf that will teach you the religion of beast worship. After that, all I have to do is eat this bizarre flesh he gave us and go into a side dungeon. It's a completely unique looking forest zone bathed in twilight, and filled with various animals sacred to Jebel Sag. Most of the little mini-bosses are just powerful versions of basic animals like jaguars and gorillas. But the zone does contain a new enemy, a giant bull. He's surrounded by poisonous fog, but otherwise isn't too difficult. Next up, I plan on finding the degenerates who worship Derketo, the goddess of pleasure. The center of worship is far to the southeast in a sweltering jungle, appropriate to those who give in to their burning passions. Her followers include plenty of dancers. It's a great place to farm them, by the way. After killing or enslaving a bunch of her friends, we speak to a priestess to learn how to worship the goddess of sensuality.
The god of flesh, hunger, and desire.
This goddess might seem a little bit better off than some of the other overtly evil deities, but I think Derketo is just as monstrous as any of the others. All of the religions have a final phase. If you find and enslave a special Tier 4 archpriest of that religion, you can take the altar to its final form. You kill the priest and the altar is destroyed in the process, but you do get one of the most precious items in the game, a special token that gives you a one-time chance to turn into an avatar of the deity. You become enormous in size and can easily smash and destroy any buildings in your path. Well, anything players have built. It's rather useless in single player because NPC buildings are frustratingly permanent. I can't even get inside most of them without getting stuck as one of the deities. There's even a religion dedicated to worshipping a spider god. I'm a little too creeped out by this to worship them though.
The people shall pay tribute to the word of the Master, and live in bondage in the valley of the shadows, even to the very mists of the volcano that sleeps above.
The guy who teaches the religion is waiting for you in a cave in the center of the northern desert area, just kind of hanging around in a cave filled with dozens of poisonous spiders, and one giant demon spider thing. Seriously, who would get snuggly fun feelings of comfort from a spider? Far to the south is a mysterious cave filled with imps. Inside is a strange statue of a giant ape.
We have gathered to serve he who comes from the stars. Hanuman! Oh, Hanuman!
Once you kill the guardian, you can give the statue gifts of human hearts in exchange for potions. The potions randomly increase your stats, but sometimes you can get a special potion that gives you a pet gorilla or yeti. This is the only way to gather those animals as pets, and they're actually pretty fun to have around the base, even if they get killed pretty easily. Usually religions aren't vital to playing the game, aside from those cure poison potions I mentioned. Even then, it's rare to need them compared to regular health potions. The godly avatar things are mainly a multiplayer option. I haven't really spoken about this directly, but it's pretty clear that Conan Exiles is intended to be a multiplayer experience, with a single-player mode being an afterthought. I won't waste too much time on this subject, but I've been judging the game based on its single-player experience. Why? Maybe I'm an old fogey who remembers the good old days when single-player was the ideal mode, and multiplayer was almost always a trivial addition tacked on for a little bit of extra play value. Unlike some heinous companies that started to make 1 or 2 hour single-player experiences in a game entirely dedicated to multiplayer, some people think that younger gamers prefer games like that, and they're used to always being online, and that's the preferred way to play for some reason.
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
But it's simply too easy to judge a game based exclusively or even predominantly on multiplayer. Why? Because the other people present make it unfair. Doing almost anything whatsoever, even literally nothing at all, is fun if you do it with friends. If you add at the end of your activity with friends, anything is a great time. Is Plan 9 from Outer Space fun with friends? Heck yeah, it is. Does that make it a good movie? No, absolutely not. It just becomes fun because it's a vessel for screwing around with others. It's desperately unfair to judge a game that way, especially since there is virtually no great single-player Conan experience yet made, and few people have even tried. So I hope you'll understand why I refuse to rate Conan Exiles' experience based on its multiplayer. To close out this section about the combat, it's been shifted dramatically in previous updates, so there's still hope for Exiles. It's undeniably superior to more structured and boring combat systems like those in the Assassin's Creed and God of War games, and actually basically anything Ubisoft makes. Those overly animated swings, heavily dependent on combos, and a sort of theatricality in the boss fights where you transform into an actor, studiously obeying a director's commands to jump here, grab there, attack this glowing red light, it all feels exhausting and dull to me. There are a few fan-made mods of the game that drastically change the combat and even add magic, so the potential is absolutely there. But whether Funcom is ever going to add spells to the game can't be known right now. I want to close this section by mentioning there is an extraordinary amount of potential to make this good or even great. As much as I dislike the combat, we can still get it to be much better with a little work. It might be something worth investing time in as a company, Funcom, instead of creating 10 or so DLCs with minor costume changes in them. Just saying. A long-discredited method of analyzing history claims that every action human beings have taken has been determined by our economic system. It seems to make sense in the exiled lands, however. Early on, I used nothing but Neolithic tools and weapons made of stone or wood, but it's clear on the upgrade path that metal tools are available, and these stone tools break way too quickly. I wonder if I could just stay with my current technological advancement and skip the upgrade.
Why don't we leave the bronze to the smart Alex and the whiz kids, and we'll just carry on using stone axes like we always do?
Because if you do, the tribes with the bronze axes will kill you, and then take your stone axes, and then throw them away because they're rubbish.
Nope, then I'd die. So I need to find iron, none of which is available south of the starting river. The game does a good job here of compelling you to go out exploring, because you need to go quite a ways east or north in order to get that iron. Strangely though, for a Conan game, Funcom have ignored one of the most potent statements of the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Steel isn't strong, boy. Flesh is stronger.
The riddle of steel. That is not true here though, by the way. In the exiled lands, your flesh is worthless. Having a good weapon is really all that matters. Climbing up incrementally to the next upgrade level is more important than the leveling system, which only faintly affects your character's stats. Maybe they just made it more in line with what Conan's dad says at the start of the movie.
For no one in this world can you trust.
Not men, not women, not beasts. This you can trust.
Although even that isn't really true, because your weapons can snap apart in the middle of combat. It doesn't happen all that often like it does, say, in Breath of the Wild, but when it does, it's really embarrassing. That's why I tend to carry at least 2 weapons with me wherever I go. So I've got to find iron ore, and that's to the north, I think, because I don't see any of it around here. The first few enemies across the river are nothing serious, just some hyenas and more crocs and shellbacks. I advance cautiously and eventually decide to head up this hill. Just beyond the hill are hordes of spiders. Rather than risk almost certain death, I decide to make my first bow and arrow and try the old kiting method. This unfortunately does not often work because enemies have a certain leash, and if they move beyond that, they snap back to their starting positions. Enemies, even bosses, also heal rapidly a few moments after they de-aggro or move out of range, making a convenient method of killing tough opponents completely useless. I really wish that this admittedly very cheap method was in the game, because the game's so brutal you should be able to do this if you want. You only have yourself to blame if you don't like this, you can just choose not to do it, but it really should be in the game, especially for new players. It works more or less on these spiders because I was able to climb up on this area near where they spawned. The spiders can poison you, but it's not that bad of a poison, and they're not actually as dangerous as I thought because they have fairly low health. Next to the spiders are some scary looking creatures called rock noses. They're going to pop up a lot in the game. Rock noses aren't really all that dangerous, they just have a lot of armor, but oddly not a whole lot of health. It just takes a while to crack through them because they're essentially made of stone. I just stayed away at first because I was worried about dying. Just past the rock noses is what I came for, a huge deposit of iron ore. There are a few hyenas, more Darfari, and ostriches nearby, but nothing dangerous. Now begins the slow work of gathering thousands of pieces of iron. Building a base next to iron is a necessity to avoid constant traveling back and forth for this most vital resource. On the way back from the spider lair, I noticed a ghost walking towards a nearby cave. Inside are loads of crocodiles that die pretty fast if I can lure them out 1 or 2 at a time. A crumbly yellow rock clings to the cave walls. I don't know it yet, but this brimstone is actually one of the most important resources for making steel, and thus one of the most important in the game. Farther along in the cave is a gigantic crocodile that is beyond me in melee combat for the moment. I tried the old kiting method with hundreds of arrows, but he just regenerated his health back if I left for too long. Conan Exiles teaches you the most important lesson: discretion is the better part of valor. Wish I had this back in school when reading Shakespeare. I mean, I can quote it from the text, but I didn't really know what it meant until now about bravery.
The exact words of the text. But do you understand it? Do you believe it?
There are so many places in this game where you can just nope right out of it. And it's not like you can just pop an autosave and explore. You have to really make a serious choice about whether to continue exploring or retreat with your tail between your legs. Retreating is demoralizing because you have to be confronted with your own failure and cowardice. Only after you can overcome the fact that you're weak can you eventually grow to be stronger. And it even takes this concept farther than games with similar mechanics surrounding death. In the Diablo games, for instance, when you die, you're restored to life back in town, leaving all the items and gold you carried back with your corpse. But it's simple to set up a town portal in any dangerous area and zip right back to where your body was and grab it right away, before any enemies can get to you. Plus, so much stuff is dropped in these games you'll never be unable to instantly resupply yourself with piles of weapons and armor. Exiles does not make it easy to return to your stuff. Even if the game works perfectly, and it often does not, it's a bitter ordeal to get back naked and helpless to your items.
And leave me to go through the remainder of my life unfriended, unprotected, and alone.
Well, yes, that's the idea.
More so than in any other game I've ever played, with maybe the exception of Wizardry 8's Iron Man mode, I carefully assess a new area before going in, and if the environment screams danger, I peace out right then.
We're leaving.
I actually missed the iron ore area for several hours because I just didn't want to move far past the spider zone and ran when the rock noses came. If I just moved a little bit farther, I would have gone to the next stage and started gathering iron.
Hobgoblin's tale. Consistency, predictability, giving rise to patterns. We both know only too well how these patterns leave you vulnerable to attack.
Tragically, where the game fails is the follow-through of this method, because in order to have a commensurate level of reward is necessary because of what you're risking. Take the crocodile cave. I didn't know it at the time, but you actually need to kill this giant crocodile and harvest something from him in order to beat the game. But I had no way of knowing that at the time, and I assumed the stone structure behind him was actually a door to a dungeon, and that if I defeated him or just ran past him, I would have to go into a new area and gain treasure, find new stuff, find new enemies, maybe fight a boss, get all of these things that I wanted, but it just wasn't there. There was nothing beyond that croc. And that happens quite a bit in this game, where there's really not much of a reward for going through a titanic amount of struggle. And that's a real annoyance, a real hindrance to enjoying the game. The final level of resources after steel you can get comes in the form of star metal.
Look, grandfather. The fiery tears are made of metal. Star metal.
As the name implies, it falls from the sky, landing in small meteorite fragments around the northwestern part of the map. On my initial playthrough, I found almost no star metal at all. If you've chosen to build your base in any other part of the map, you have to schlep all the way over to the star metal zone and just hang around there forever waiting for drops. There's a random chance about every 30 minutes of real time that star metal will fall, meaning that you have to spend a huge amount of your day just waiting around to find some. During my second playthrough, I decided to simply build my main base up there. That playthrough I got a huge amount of star metal because I was there most of the time. It's not a very good system because it requires you to hang around just in this 1/4 of the map, maybe even less than a quarter. So it kind of invalidates you choosing another area of your base unless you want to have multiple bases and build a little side base there and wait with a furnace for the star metal to fall so you can keep it there. And all of that, remember, you have to return back to your main base along with bringing all of your stuff, food, weapons, armor. You could lose it maybe along the way. It's a gigantic hassle. Star metal really should just have a chance to fall almost anywhere. Maybe after a certain level cap, maybe once you get to level 30 or 40, or maybe even the highest level, at 60, then star metal starts to fall basically anywhere. I can understand that working out, but otherwise this one system kind of thematically works out because the Sumerians are the ones who supposedly are the best with star metal and they carry star metal weapons, but really it doesn't make any sense from a gameplay perspective, and it's just frustrating. The later stage of weapons in the epic category, the strongest weapons you can produce, all use star metal. Fighting without it is simply not recommended at that stage of the game.
This metal, it's like nothing I've ever seen.
We dug up every piece we could find, Father.
You did well. We'll work it together, you and I, and make weapons and tools such as men have never seen.
You might in the later stages to use exclusive legendary weapons that you find rather than craft, and you're likely to find a bunch of them as you play the game, but removing your weapon crafting ability and using just randomized treasure chests not only adds an enormous amount of labor to the process, because you have to kill bosses to get the keys for the legendary treasure chests, but you can't craft your favorite weapon type. You can only use what happens to spawn in the chest. So you're basically forced to build a small house around the Sumerian and then the Arctic areas, wherever you want around that zone, and wait for the star metal, and that means waiting around with very little to do for a very long time. You can of course thoroughly explore the Arctic and Sumerian regions, and there's plenty to do there, but not enough to take up all of the amount of time you need while also waiting for the star metal to fall. You can hear it in the sky as it's falling, but depending on whether the soundtrack is playing or whether you're fighting an enemy, you may just be too distracted and miss the sound of the star metal falling, and you're not able to easily tell where it's fallen, Even if you're directly looking up at the sky when it's falling, you just have to kind of guess and hope that it's nearby. And sometimes the star metal inopportunely spawns on the side of a mountain, but guess what? Because this is Conan Exiles, I climbed up on that mountain and stood directly on the meteorite in order to get it. I'm not letting some precious star metal go to waste just because it's on a 90-degree angle on a cliff. But you can't just mine the star metal like normal. That would be too easy. The meteorites have to be blasted open with an explosion first. But where are we going to get an explosion?
We have the holy hand grenade. Yes, of course! The holy hand grenade of Antioch!
Remember back when I said the volatile glands at the Imp's drop were important? That's how you make firebombs to open star metal shells and harvest them. You also need a steel pick or better to harvest the star metal. After that, you need to melt the star metal into bars using black ice, another very rare resource only found in the Arctic biome, and brimstone. It's an incredibly elaborate process and immensely frustrating if you lack one of the key items to break open a meteor. Those volatile glands don't spawn all that often, by the way. I think the best ones that I found were the iguana-type enemies that can spit poison at you down in the central desert area, where you can harvest a fair number, but it's never enough. By the way, the meteorites despawn after you leave the area, I think, and definitely after you leave the game server. So if you don't find them in time, it's useless and you missed a drop. A significant amount of that land where the star metal falls is in the aforementioned Arctic biome, which is inaccessible without warm clothing or prodigious amounts of alcohol and spiced food. The warm clothing, by the way, is usually far too difficult to get early on, leaving that eating and drinking method. And as mentioned before, getting spiced food is kind of difficult, and getting alcohol is fairly easy, but that can also leave you drunk and more vulnerable when you're running around. There are hordes of angry saber-toothed tigers running around that area too, meaning you have to fight for your life and monitor temperatures simultaneously. Resource gathering is tragically not something your thralls can be commanded to do. That leaves you to harvest thousands upon thousands of trees, rocks, iron, plant leaves, bark, tree resin, plant fiber. It's an almost never-ending list. The better your tool is upgraded, the more stuff you can get per swing. I initially thought it just broke down slowly, and I wasted a lot of time trudging around basically nude, so I wouldn't accidentally lose my items if I died, with a stone weapon. There's really nothing else to say about this aspect of the game, other than that star metal really needs to be reworked and should be much more simple to get. It's really the simplest part of the game, but also the most time-intensive. It's not exciting, not fun, it's just repetitive, and that's what part of it is. It's just adding a component of labor into the concept of adventure. Usually adventure is supposed to be done as an alternative to labor, as a fun, exciting thing that you do instead of the boring labor part of life. But Conan Exiles adds both of these things in. You get excitement and adventure, but only if you put in the labor to get there in the first place. And not everyone can do that, and I absolutely understand it.
It's not an adventure. There's no way to do it so wrong you might die. It's just work. And the bottom line is, some people are okay going to work, and some people would rather die.
It bored me to tears at times too, and if you don't want to do it, it's kind of understandable because it's a strange thing to add to a world of sword, sorcery, and adventure. Just wandering around building the basic necessities of life. And some people can do that, and some people can't, and that's fine. Exiles has one of the strangest character upgrade systems I've ever seen, mostly because the game seems to be designed to play after you've maxed out your character. The level maximum is 60 and can be hit entirely without fighting enemies. Just the simple act of harvesting resources grants a small trickle of XP. Each journey step you complete also hands you a pile of experience. Usually fighting a few animals and killing a few people while thrall gathering factors into that though. But there is no gradual progression of need compelling the player to risk death to proceed to the next stage of development. To a degree that exists by moving into more dangerous territory, to gather needed iron, brimstone, or eventually in the far north for star metal, but that can be done by avoiding enemies and does not require life or death struggle against progressively tougher opponents. I typically hit a low-level dungeon or two when I'm only around level 20, but there's really no point other than my own boredom and curiosity. The sensible thing to do is wait until you have the maximum possible power to do anything risky. It creates a reward for playing very cautious. The possibility of losing your equipment can easily make the player too guarded, though. There isn't really much incentive to strike out in the early to mid-game. The overarching plot of winning Exiles is gathering otherwise useless items from very dangerous enemies. You are going to need to explore quite a bit, especially your first time through, though. Technically, there are recommended levels for each dungeon, not that the player can comprehend that exactly without reading a wiki article about the game, but all of them can easily lead to instant death through mistakes on your first go. So you might want to just maximize your power outside of these dungeon areas and outside of the bosses on the world map by getting the best stuff you need first, and then engaging in the other non-survival related elements. All RPGs follow a similar path of allowing players to become more powerful in order to make the next challenge simpler. But usually that entails a graded progression that you must complete in order to reach the next area. Exiles is in some ways incredibly fair, generous even, by letting you attain the highest power before risking all of your hard-won goods on any monster. Experience can be spent on both increasing your primary stats and learning new items to craft or new building types. I usually played very carefully and saw no benefit to spending experience beyond what I absolutely needed at the moment, at least when it came to the skills for building stuff. Almost the entire game I had dozens and usually over 100 skill points unspent, waiting for me to find a use for them. Only at the very end of the game would I actually spend almost all of them. There are vastly more skills to learn than skill points are allocated, so you have to be careful unless you find yourself wanting to build something and not having the skill points to get it. The game does offer an out to this skill point paucity, with special potions made from lotus flowers.
Black Lotus. Stygian, the best.
Each color of lotus has a different property, but the most important is the yellow lotus potion. Quaffing a yellow potion resets all of your feat and skill points. Yellow lotus flowers are actually quite common, letting you potentially reset your experience indefinitely. I can understand why something like this is in the game, especially because Exiles is free from most plot or story elements, typical to an RPG. You could in theory play one character forever, and wish to shift combat or building skills to spice the game up a bit over time. It does feel a little bit too much like a free out that contrasts somewhat with the brutality of the survival game element. With each upgrade, you can also increase your character's attributes, the things that govern your character's physical abilities. Each attribute point has 5 levels to reach, with each level granting a special perk to your character's abilities. Exiles is extremely stingy with attribute points. Even when reaching level 60, the maximum level, you'll never be able to reach maximum level in more than one attribute. And that will come at the extreme cost of pushing your character towards a specialization on one specific path, which is not usually a good thing from my experience in this game. You have to be very careful and plan ahead of time to use the scarce attribute points correctly for whatever build you choose. Strength is by far the most useful stat. It directly increases your melee damage, the most effective form of combat, and grants special perks like dealing 15% more damage to enemies suffering from status effects, which is really good. It would be hard to avoid leveling up strength, at least to some degree in a game so heavily dependent on that type of combat, so you can't really go wrong by leveling strength up. Agility governs your natural armor class, but it also has important effects on stamina and combat. You're never going to get to a point where your skin is just essentially made of iron anyway, and you're going to need to focus mostly on crafting armor to get your armor up, not the agility stat. But it is nice to have it go up just a little bit, just to get a little bit of help in a brutal game. More importantly though, agility determines your ability to recover after dodging. It's just too severe a penalty to give the player, and even if you max all of the agility out, the dodging still doesn't quite work right, so I didn't really enjoy that. There are some decent perks to get with agility, however. Just getting up to the first rank, you drain 25% less stamina while running, which can be very useful, especially in dungeons as you're trying to escape enemies. The second rank halves your fall damage, which is also very, very useful because you're going to be climbing and falling probably all the time. The very final rank, you can sort of do a ridiculous double jump, which feels a little bit too video gamey for me and kind of breaks immersion, so I don't really like it. Ultimately, the agility system, and later on the grit system, which is the thing that directly impacts your stamina pool, don't really work together, but there are a lot of intersecting problems between those two stats and dodging to make it ever really effective, and it would have to be entirely reworked from my perspective. Vitality seems like a no-brainer given how difficult the game is, because it increases your maximum hit point total, and that's always useful in an RPG. But remember that the game never gives you adequate HP even by maxing out that vitality. I usually like to level this up at least to the second, maybe third perk point, so roughly about half of the total vitality bar, but the returns are never quite good even to that point, and they diminish steadily after that. You're just better off learning how to attack enemies, or get out of the way of an attack, than tanking the hit. You probably still want a respectable amount of health, but you don't have to overly worry about it. The third perk is likely the most useful in the game, though, because it grants passive health regeneration. It's too slow to be useful in a fight or even a dungeon usually, but while exploring it saves you potions, healing minor wounds in between fights. The second perk, all temperature effects are reduced, I eagerly took as quickly as possible, thinking it would make traversing the ice areas easier. It does not. The wording is so vague I don't know exactly what, if anything, it does. Maybe it makes the damage you get from those weather effects lower, but if you're suffering from extreme heat or extreme cold, you're pretty much on your way to death in a few seconds anyway. Now, whatever this thing does, stopping me from instantly freezing to death, it does not. Accuracy is tied to your ability with ranged weapons. Because of the less than adequate performance of most ranged weapons as mentioned in the combat section, this is a rather useless stat. The perks it gives, like knocking enemies back with a strong attack, seem useful at first, but remember you will be fighting mostly groups of opponents. Knocking one down is fun, but won't do anything about the 7 other guys rushing past their fallen comrade to cut your head off. The combat with ranged weapons is just too broken to make this very useful. The first rank of Grit reduces how much stamina you lose when climbing. Because of how fundamental scaling surfaces is to exploration, I almost always grab at least that from the Grit perks. Later ranks are all tied to stamina, aside from rank 3, which increases natural damage resistance. I've already mentioned how much stamina is torn away from the character during basic things, but even maxing out your Grit doesn't solve that problem. The entire stamina loss system needs to be reworked so all characters have excellent dodging abilities, at a fair stamina loss. Tying that into an attribute is ruinous to the flow of combat. Encumbrance lets you carry more stuff, and right away that's incredibly useful in a survival game. Oddly though, very few of the perks you get with Encumbrance, like dealing extra melee damage when over-encumbered, are very good. You'd never survive in combat while over-encumbered anyway. Having a minor damage bonus is pointless. One of the perks is simply a 10% increase to carry capacity. It's just a little bit of an extra bonus on top of what each point of encumbrance is supposed to do anyway. The final rank is moving at normal speed while over-encumbered, potentially giving you nearly limitless stuff to haul around. Unfortunately, in addition to the massive skill point allocation to the detriment of everything else, you probably wouldn't want to just carry everything in your inventory anyway. The menu system is cumbersome enough already, and digging through hundreds of items on the fly would be mind-numbing. You'd be trading a little bit more freedom to carry by tripling the time you'd spend searching through your own backpack. Survival is sadly a nearly useless skill. The first 2 points in it might seem useful to an absolute noob, because you'd drink less water and be able to eat raw meat, but you don't want to be eating raw meat anyway, and as I said, meat and water are really not that rare anyway. The 4th rank does grant you immunity to all poisons, trivializing the snake or arachnid bosses, but adding highly situational immunity is not really worth the commensurate lack of strength and stamina. If each point were reworked to be useful for the entire game, this has the potential to be the most valuable stat, and I like that idea of choosing something that's not directly combat related, so I don't just feel like I'm turning my character into a killing machine. But as it stands, it's best to just sort of ignore most of survival. The best way to change the leveling system would be to give you ways to lose levels, like maybe too much indolence, not going out and fighting, not going to dungeons, not finding harder and harder enemies to defeat may cause your overall experience points to go down, whereas if you're consistently exercising your combat skills, you'll help them go up. It It would even add value to fighting and dying. At least you prevented the regression of experience by fighting even if you failed. Overeating and too much alcohol will make your character's strength or survivability go down. There's an almost infinite number of varieties we can choose with this. Or maybe you could get addicted to eating only specialist foods made by cooks, and you sort of need them to have that extra bonus to survive. Tying your levels into the morale system I proposed earlier would add the need for constant self-betterment to the game, and it would prevent characters from turtling around in their base forever and waiting until they're overpowered to go into any dungeon. Putting all the technical factors aside, though, I'd like to ask an important question. Does Conan Exiles make you feel empowered over time through advancing in levels? The answer is a reserved but firm no. A handful of perks are extremely useful, but most feel weak or pointless. Too much of the game is based on the economic factors, producing better weapons or armor. Your body never feels quite part of the equation. Your muscles are not tempered steel in the forge of suffering that your life in the exiled lands could be. It remains all too human in the face of technological realities, governing the real strength and endurance in a fight. The overall impossibility of becoming a min-maxed demigod of a character is actually somewhat at odds with the overpowering might of Conan the Barbarian, but it does fit snugly into the overall goal of a survival game. It's in essence the challenge of the entire game. How do you mix the power fantasy of barbaric might with the depowering inherent to survival games? There's really no good answer to that question, at least not one that I'm aware of without drastically changing the game. So maybe these two aspects will have to remain at odds for now. But let's move on to a subject Exiles does almost perfectly, the movement and exploration. How you explore a game is just as important, if not more so, than the world you're exploring. And fortunately, Conan Exiles comes head and shoulders above virtually every other recent RPG game in the manner of movement and exploration. Usually something so trivial doesn't come in for serious criticism because it's just sort of taken as read that you're going to amble about on a more or less flat plane, and even, heaven forbid, use waypoints to teleport around. But Conan Exiles does all of these things much better because of the most exciting thing about its gameplay: climbing. Almost every surface in the game can be leapt onto and climbed. Conan was known to be an epic climber in the novels, having grown up in the mountainous crags of Samaria. He can use his bare, vice-like hands to grip onto any surface and race upward.
Come to climb the tower. You don't even have a rope.
Yep, he can climb up there with just his bare hands. You don't even need to laboriously climb down slowly. Conan can stick his mighty hands into the rock and slide down, somehow. Don't know how he did that, but it was awesome. There's nothing quite so satisfying as leaping off a gigantic mountain and sliding to the bottom. You no longer need to work your way around big landmarks, you can just climb right over. Climbing opens up the entirety of the map space for exploration. Verticality has become a buzzword among fans of the Souls games in particular, and gamers in general, to highlight the cube-like nature of map design rather than a flat 2D line design in, well, more lazy games. But Exiles is vastly more vertical in concept than any Souls game is in practice, and this was a major part of the game for me. Just exploring every area I found, knowing that it wasn't just a pretty skybox, but something I could reach the top of. I even found vultures in the top of this mesa. I didn't even know there were vulture enemies in the game. It seems like a minor thing, but I just had no idea they were up there. And climbing up there was something that I did, not the game forcing me to go somewhere. Every centimeter of the map is ours. I can remember over 20 years ago when Daggerfall released and you can climb almost any surface in the game world. Tragically, even by the time of the legendary Morrowind, this was excised from the Elder Scrolls, and has yet to make a comeback in the mainstream series. And it doesn't really seem like most people are clamoring for it. There are a lot of other things Elder Scrolls players that are Morrowind fans want back, but climbing doesn't seem to be something that they mourn. It's not just a great gameplay feature, it follows the Howard mythology of the character and sells the player as a barbaric figure. Conan's physical skill interacting with nature are important features of his proto-Celtic or Gothic barbarian character that separate him from a more effete noble warrior or a dismal peasant living on the farm in the flatlands. Climbing is even useful in battles, or rather battles you want to escape from. If you climb up a rock or a tree and sit there for a while, the enemies that are chasing you will run off, which is a little unrealistic, because you'd think they just look up and see you and try to do something. And if there were archers, there may be a problem, but with animals, everything works fine.
Go this way! Don't let them escape! Find them! Take them back!
They just run by, don't notice you, and go back to their starting points. I'll give this game a break because it's one of the few games that includes climbing. And I want to make a point to mention that I don't think climbing really exists in games that supposedly have it. If you can quote-unquote climb on some tiny specified portions of the map where the developers explicitly tell you to climb. Would you say that walking exists in a game if you can only do it on a tiny handful of places the developers tell you you can do it every now and again? No, of course not. The only negative part of the climbing in the game is that there's no plunging attack. And we know Conan can do one. This would be really useful, but I guess potentially broken if you specifically climbed up in order to do the plunging attack again and again, so maybe there's a reason it's not there. To return to the point about eating and drinking, RPG designers have generally focused far too much attention on the cerebral parts of their games. Too much well-written dialogue, NPCs, epic plots, or especially just the pathetic and purely aesthetic enjoyment of a game's graphics, something that I, as a gamer for decades, really disdain. I don't particularly care if a game pushes the graphical boundary. I have no interest in that at all. I'll happily play a game from 20 or 30 years ago. I don't really care at all what it looks like, and I think a huge number of gamers, maybe even a majority, don't care at all about these graphical things. But the important part of this is that they're ignoring the immersion building in a realistic environment, and how our character interacts physically with that environment. It's all great and fine to hire people to write a good story and characters, but if you're essentially in a long hallway that you can't move out of, and there are invisible walls everywhere, that's a titanic failure that you need to fix first, before moving on to the character building. Keeping the focus on the Elder Scrolls games, we all remember 10 years ago when Todd lied.
If you've played our previous stuff, you know that mountain is not just a backdrop. You can walk all the way to the top of that mountain.
Skyrim is not a bad game by any means, I'm not trying to suggest that. All I'm saying is that he deliberately chose to mislead people with that statement by suggesting what fans have wanted for years. A fully explorable world, without invisible walls, where every area can be trod beneath your sandaled feet. I would argue it's one of the most important missing pieces of all Elder Scrolls games from Morrowind on. Everything in the new millennium from Elder Scrolls has been missing this, especially because it helped precipitate the miserable decline in dungeon and world complexity that hit the series after Morrowind. It was not merely the removal of a skill, or the simplification of the RPG mechanics, it was the decapitation of freedom itself. Without the player given the ability to touch, climb, and view every point of the map, every centimeter on their own terms, it doesn't matter if you can kill every NPC, or pick every lock, or choose your character's backstory so he's not a prisoner inevitably. You've been denied the most basic inalienable right to physically traverse the world in its absolute entirety. You are kidding yourself if you think you are anything but limited to a tiny fraction of space without climbing, or at least levitation in the Elder Scrolls series. It's an absolute triumph that this is in the Conan Exiles world, and I just wish it were present in every RPG as a standard feature. Across the map are special boss enemies that drop special skeleton keys.
Now he faces his toughest audience, 3 Siberian tigers!
Simba, on the ball! Not the face!
They'll be chewing on him for a while.
A skeleton key can be used to open one of several chests located across the map. Each chest has a magic item inside, It's vital to get as many of these magic items as you can early on to give yourself as much of an edge as possible. Finding all of these treasure chests where you can get these special items is a great prod to exploration, and finding all of them is just incredibly useful for your character. Conan Exiles allows you to have 3 respawn points. The original default point at the beginning of the game is the desert, 1 spawn point around your bed, typically the one you keep in your base, and finally one from a bedroll, typically one that I would bring along with me when exploring. I don't really know if this system ended up working out, however. Dying far, far from your base involves a long process of coming back to your body. If you don't have a backup horse, it becomes a miserable slog of boredom to get back to where you are.
Tedious. Very tedious.
It's the ultimate run of shame. You get overwhelming guilt and frustration for failing, and have no ability to quickly return to the battle. But if you lay down your bedroll nearby what you suspect to be a tough fight, it feels like an odd half measure, where you're not really being punished for the death. There's also really no purpose to these bedrolls being the place you return to, as far as I know. Maybe it was buried somewhere in the lore, that the bracelets are linked to where you sleep or something like that, but it just doesn't seem to add up and feels a little bit too video gamey without a real explanation they could have brought. You're really trapped between 2 extremes, either this titanic run of shame over a huge amount of space, or coming back way too soon and not really feeling you lost anything. And that would probably have to be reworked in its entirety in order to make this function a little bit better. And if you were exploring an area that was far away from your base, you have to completely re-equip yourself, then run all the way back, and it takes forever.
Or we could use the teleporter.
Or we could just use the teleport? Oh, okay, there's actually a teleportation device in this game. And I have to admit that it was a very long time before I figured that out, because I did not find the guy that gave us the ability to learn the teleporter technology. A long, long time, I'm embarrassed to say, but he's in the Nameless City, by the way. He's one of the giants, called the Archivist, and you can go there as quickly as you can at the beginning of the game to build one of these gigantic structures called a map room. And the map room allows you to sync your bracelet with certain specialist checkpoints around the map and teleport there from your main base. Unfortunately, you can't teleport back from the obelisk to a map room, making their use limited only to getting out to a place and not back. I suppose it would be a little too useful to have that in the game right away to get back from where you're going and out there, but I suppose it's a good system. It's also fairly difficult at the very start when you're just figuring out the game to make the map room, because you need demon blood, which is a little bit challenging to come by in huge quantities, at least without killing very powerful creatures like the snake in the middle of the Nameless City. But our mobility on foot really feels inadequate, and the game actually began with no mounts, but later on, you could finally get a horse.
Why walk when you can ride?
Great idea, Morrowind guy. Fortunately, the game does include horses fairly easy to get. Finding a foal took me a long time though, because I was searching too far south. I only found one in the most southerly half of the map near the eastern part of the river. Strangely, these horses were not included in the original game, and I don't see how that could be the case. Not having a mount would magnify the tediousness by about 10-fold, especially because horses can carry a huge amount of resources and makes resource gathering much simpler. Once you find a horse, or any baby pet actually, you can just pick them up and stash them away, somewhere in your inventory, and off you go. That's exactly what this brutal, murdering criminal who's trapped in this vile prison labor camp needs. Babies.
You everyone, kill the innocent! I just wonder if I could get a baby real quick?
Sure, give that man a baby!
It actually takes quite a bit of time, iron, and other resources and effort to build a stable and raise a horse. But once I had him, I grew attached immediately and off I went. In older versions of the game, you had to feed horses and other pets, and unfortunately concessions were made on this issue, and you no longer need to feed animals. But wouldn't that make for a great moment though if you've forgotten to feed the 6 bloodthirsty saber-toothed tigers guarding your camp and you come home and they just tear into you? The description of the horse actually mentions that it's a vehicle or meat on the hoof if you get desperate.
Smithers, he's planning on joining the horse you set. That is it, isn't it? You're not planning to eat it.
No! Unfortunately, that has never happened to me, or to anyone I suspect. Food is just way too common to truly become scarce. The devs kind of cheapened out on the scarcity of food at some point and just make it so effortlessly common to grab that it never really becomes an issue. You can fight from horseback, but it's a tricky affair. Sometimes the lack of a dodge roll makes you much more vulnerable, but some enemies are easier to fight on horseback. They sort of get stun-locked easier. Unfortunately, horses are only something the player character can use. Fighting on horseback thus could only occur in the multiplayer versions of the game during PvP. Giving NPCs horses in single game seems like one of the most important things you could do to freshen the game's combat loop. Give all NPCs, or at least all NPCs beyond a certain point of difficulty on the map, a random chance to have a horse. Then a spear could actually be useful, because the reach ability is suddenly vitally important to keeping an angry horseman at bay.
That's how we do it. I did it with my spear.
And think of the cool skills you could learn with certain weapons. We know that Conan is able to slice the legs of a horse out from under a rider. And archery would suddenly be even more useful to cripple horses or knock someone off a horse to fight on foot. It is still incredibly fun to ride past an infantryman when you're on a horse though, because you knock them down, and trust me, this does not get old. It is just so fun to ride by someone and knock them onto the ground right in front of you when you're on your horse. Wonderful, perfect, chef's kiss, love it. Before I go too far north, I decided to check out the southeastern side of the map. Just beyond the desert river is a lush jungle. This is my first encounter with giant predatory cats. They can knock you down, cause bleeding, and generally give you a bad time. Conan Exiles is the ultimate rejection of that hallway syndrome that so many games that box you into a tiny, predetermined path give you. It takes hours and hours to fully explore each segment of the map, because you have to climb up to the top and look around everywhere for tiny hidden journal scraps. I do have to admit it would be nice if there was more reward. You should be able to find more stuff by exploring more inaccessible regions. You can find little tidbits here like getting a certain recipe or a tiny little scrap of a journal, but it's not enough. A little bit farther upriver is a large collection of iron. Might be a good idea to set up a little cottage here just for iron smelting. Maybe I could even make my permanent base out here.
Is snakes out there this big?
Actually, never mind. Too many snakes. Farther in the jungle are actually swarms of gigantic gorillas.
The great ape is not a naturally vicious creature.
But that's bullshit, Wonder Woman. These gorillas are trying to kill me. Beyond are some Mesoamerican-style ruins poking out of the choking jungle vegetation. Some primitive humanoid apes are also hostile here. This city was the home of the Witch Queen who led the human armies against the leaders of the exiled lands in the distant past. Some say her sorceress mask has kept her evil spirit alive to this very day.
By the power of the mask, I, Simoka, command Atsu to arise!
I'm not exactly certain why these humanoid apes are here and there are only very few humans. Maybe this was explained in a journal fragment I didn't get, but did the humans devolve into apes or something, Planet of the Apes style, But we won't be messing around with her right now. Instead, let's venture further north. This is a sort of swamp area with even more nasty bugs and gigantic snakes. It's even more dangerous because of a super poisonous insect in the far north. The far right of this area holds a pirate camp. This is a good mid-level base to attack because the pirates aren't really that strong, and you can't really get lost here. It's just a straight walk to the top to kill the pirate captain. He's another boss required to die for the end game. The map of Conan Exiles is huge and diverse. Each separate biome offers a slightly different vibe, but no huge changes in how you have to play, until we reach the far northern part of the map where extreme cold and extreme heat become a problem. Admittedly, it's entirely unrealistic to have this great a variety of lands right next to each other. Even the Conan Exiles sourcebook mentions this, but I'm willing to chalk that up to the magical nature of the land. But I'd argue it's more realistic to present major differences in weather and climate that affect the player, rather than a more uniform setting that feels like a fairy tale Neverwhere land in perpetual summer. Magic, including an awful purplish malignance, infects the entire kingdom. It's about time we look into the story and see why this place is the way it is. Instead of having the world tediously explained to us through dialogue, a more primitive but effective source of exposition is found. During my exploration, I came across these huge, obsidian rectangular pillars ominously glowing in the distance. Like a beast trembling with fear at the unknowable, I crawled up to one and touched it. It seems that the obelisk will provide us with explanations about the overall plot, but in a cut-up and disjointed fashion. The bracelets around our wrists not only restore us to life, they allow us to communicate with our captors, or at least with the creatures that enslaved humans at some point in these lands. Like all great RPGs, we take on an archaeological role delving into a semi-understood past. We only have glimpses after an enormous cataclysm rocked the world, but we get to see enough to paint a crude picture of events in this land.
Slave, in the beginning it was thus. The blackness of an utter void, with the cold winds of cosmic space blowing through it. We have not forgotten our origin, slave, nor the immensity of the void. Nightly, the star dreamers search the heavens for their wisdom, and at midnight, a moonbeam messenger carries the whispered dreaming back to the Warmaker, the Archivist, and the Priest King.
In ancient times, the exiled lands were the home of a race of enormous humanoid creatures with elongated skulls. These giants ran an advanced civilization with magic and perhaps interactions with eldritch beings from the outer dark.
Once great men lived here, giants, gods, once but long ago.
Humans migrated here as primitive tribesmen and settled on the periphery of the giant civilization. Trade and peace between our race and the giants lasted for centuries, until a great sin was unveiled. Humanity had wandered north because of their burgeoning population, and there they discovered a terrible secret, the last of an ancient race of Ophidian humanoids, the Serpent Men of Volusia. The giants admitted to living in peace and working with the serpent creatures, but this was something the humans could not abide, that a long-standing atavistic, primordial hatred of the serpent creatures, because they were our ancient tormentors in times past. War was declared and lasted for many years. It seems a little odd that my character can understand any of this. Barbarians aren't really known for their literacy.
I may be a barbarian, and I may be big, but I am not dumb. I wrote this!
Once again, those magic bracelets provide a perfect deus ex machina to explain everything. Even if the in-universe explanation for comprehending all languages and alphabets is silly, it's better than not having one at all and having everyone speak the same language like with all of these supposedly very different kingdoms in The Witcher, and everyone speaking English or heavily accented English like in the Dragon Age series. Like everything in Exiles, the game deliberately withholds things to sweeten the payout when it eventually does occur. I can remember the utter shock when I noticed this giant creature at the heart of the ominous nameless city, and he turned out to not be hostile. I kind of thought he was a boss, but it turns out he's the last member of his strange race.
Ashes and dust, human. Ashes and dust. All that remains of what we once were. For 1,000 years, there was peace and trade among our peoples. But your kind is ever seeking, ever grasping, ever multiplying. War was inevitable, and when it came, it was terrible.
A great human queen rose up and employed foul magics and betrayal to corrupt and destroy the giants. She has left her own lore stones around the exiled lands, encouraging humans to rebel against their overlords by providing an alternate history of these lands.
Who struck the first blow? I cannot say. They enslaved you, twisting the bracelets to their corrupted ways. We retaliated by destroying their aqueduct. We established an outpost, Zula, in the north, to watch the Serpent Men and prevent them from joining with their allies. And I began to formulate a powerful sorcery to ensure the safety of our people.
It seems that the ancient Lemurian kingdom is where the queen originated. And once that kingdom was destroyed, sunk beneath the waves Atlantis-like, they fled in boats and eventually reached the shores of the exiled lands. Hunger and thirst drove the humans on, as it often does, and they eventually came into contact with the giants. Human sorcerers, along with some of the giants, built the bracelets for communication, but they were later corrupted to enslave any human wearing them during the wars. The Witch Queen still lives, in a manner of speaking, in the jungle temple her subjects built long ago in the far eastern corner of the map. But she has gone insane and exists only as a spirit, possessing anyone wearing her cursed mask. Some people in the exiled lands have retained a glimmer of sanity. One of these so-called treasure hunters gives us the potential reason we're here.
Second, the Purge. They kill anybody and anything that gets in their path, yes. But they also take any relics that they can find with them when they get out. Some of the less reputable people, I know, call this skimming. You let some other fools take all the risk and then rob them blind after it is done. These exiled lands are one hell of a scam. It seems that the relics are the entire point of this whole exercise. Whoever or whatever it was that built the ruins, it's them that the people who created this place are interested in. We're just here to be cheap labor.
Wait a minute. Were prisoners, you say, sent in as cheap labor by a king to take magical items for him back to civilization? Where have I heard that before?
We call it the colony. You'll know already that we produce ore for the king. Well, at least we do, in the old camp.
The giant kings themselves were not the first inhabitants of the exiled lands. Even older ruins like the Circle of Swords were constructed by as yet unknown ancients. The magic of the lands may have drawn the giant kings from another planet. But who sent us into the exiled lands in the first place? Who has harnessed this place and turned it into this malign prison in the present? Exiles has a rather novel answer to this question.
Yeah. Well, whenever you notice something like that, a wizard did it.
Okay, it's about as predictable as you can get. The evil wizard Thothomon did it. He's a worshipper of Set and discovered the exiled lands and presumably enslaved all of us and tossed us in here to find the ultimate sorceress artifact, the Ring of Set. No matter what we do in the exiled lands, there's no escaping the fact that we're slaves toiling for his benefit. Outside raiders periodically sweep into the exiled lands and harvest all of the magic artifacts for the King of Stygia and his sorceress vizier Thothomon. There's another giant in the nameless city known as the Archivist, who's now just a ghost, and he claims to know how to escape the prison by removing the bonding bracelet.
Have you come to seek a way free of the bonding bracelet, human? There is only one chance, and a very slim one at that. You must assemble the items of power that were present at its creation.
On the edges of the deep desert, towards the start of the game, is a strange temple, surrounded by sinister undead beasts. The man inside fills us in on a few things related to the sandstorm, and what we may need to get out.
2 prophets went a-wandering beneath the burning sun. One got lost in a sandstorm and left the other one. One prophet went a-gathering the artifacts of yore. He put them all together and was never seen no more.
He's a lunatic, a maniac technically according to his name, I wonder if he introduced himself by that name, but anyway, so he can only vaguely hint at what transpired. According to this guy in the Archivist, the sandstorm was a last-ditch attempt by the Giants to defeat the human rebels. It worked a little bit too well, and never left the exiled lands, effectively destroying the civilization of both the humans and the Giants. And it's still hanging around, even though the war and all the people who fought it are long dead now. As with everything even peripherally related to Lovecraft, there are strategic gaps in the narrative that readers can fill with their own worst nightmares. Exiles feels more like the flavor text found in a D&D sourcebook than a standard story that you can read from beginning to end. For instance, just to the west of the Giant King's capital is a poisonous salt lake. Surrounding the lake are ivory-white trees frozen at a perpetual scream. This is a legacy of the ancient magic of the Witch Queen, and the full horror of the war that still reverberates down to this day. Perhaps that's the story of Exiles. It's just about barbarians gazing up at the ruins of civilization, with no way of knowing what took place save for some old legends without any proper context. There is enough of a background plot, especially one involving a woman named Razma of Shem that we see in the opening cutscene, who was attempting to find a way to get out of the exiled lands and maybe save everyone who's trapped in the exiled lands. But unfortunately, she gets trapped by the Witch Queen's mask and we have to help her. None of this is really a linear story. We only see flashes like so-called flashbulb memories where we see one little moment or picture in our mind from the past. We don't really know why we remember them, we just see it without contextual memories around it, and we just have to sort of guess at what happened. The story is merely a talisman, a mysterious object used to evoke something in the player for their own internal storytelling. Importantly, this style of story always keeps us guessing about where we are, what we're doing, and what the ultimate meaning all is, because there is no ultimate meaning. Everything is just there to keep us guessing, keep us thinking about the ultimate goal.
Always leave 'em guessing. Always leave 'em guessing.
The story does seem to mesh perfectly with the notion of rhythmic cycles of history. The war, treasure, and suffering in the wastelands around the ancient capital has been going on forever, and its ghosts continue to interact it on and on, thousands of years after it had any meaning. Perhaps thousands of more years will go by while the ancient sins of man and giant tear apart the exiled lands like the endless raging sandstorm. You can just repeat the story parts again and again, killing the same bosses, harvesting the same materials, even getting the same rewards from those bosses ad infinitum. You can do everything over again, but everything you have done will continue to occur forever.
Unlived life would remain inside you. Unlived.
Throughout eternity.
After all, in the world of Conan, it scarcely matters what choices you make, because everyone is some variation of evil or selfish. The Witch Queen and her people worshipped Dagon, another monstrous elder entity, no more or less wicked than the Giant Kings or the Serpent Men of Valusia. Morality has a tendency to dim with time, as the concerns of right and wrong vanish in the face of fact and fiction. All that matters is what the conflict led to, not who should have won.
No one, not even you, will remember if we were good men or bad, why we fought or why we died. No. All that matters is that two stood against many. That's what's important.
Violent overcoming of any obstacle is enough of a story for Conan anyway. As long as he accepts any challenge head-on and wins, the devs have acquitted themselves in the writing department. Now let's turn to another important facet of sword and sorcery: the armor, clothing, and general look and aesthetic of the game. Now that I feel more settled and know more or less where to get my resources, I think it's time to build a proper home. It will have to be large enough to be filled with defenders once I befriend more people along with my pets and a couple dozen large workstations. I decide on this little cliffside area. It's filled with hyenas, but they were scared off when I started laying foundations for my home. Sandstone is cheap, but breaks very easily. Each higher level of material adds steps to the process. Drying wood to create insulated wood and eventually baking bricks a second time with stone consolidant to make them stronger. Later you can even add black ice to the materials and make super strong walls. In order to maximize production, I need to make more advanced workstations and hire better laborers to reduce prep time and resource cost. All through this, I need to collect titanic amounts of stuff. Stone, iron ore, aloe leaves for healing potions, wood, bark, kill hundreds of animals for their hides, and on and on and on. Economic determinism posits an alleged history of humanity starting with primitive communalism all the way up to the modern Industrial Revolution. Exiles doesn't begin with any sort of pre-modern collectivism, though. It's the savage battle of all against all, might making right, and the survival of the fittest in its most grotesque Victorian terms. Right now we're in a sort of feudal era. Production is carried out by artisan slaves forced to labor by a military elite. Usually this would be something I would object to, but considering my character is the military elite, I suddenly find myself making peace with the system. Since I am the resource harvester, the builder, and the proprietor of the house, they should have called this Conan the Homesteader. I've decided that the arduous process of making insulated or black ice hardened walls is too bothersome. So I settled for mostly horrible-looking sandstone.
Please don't tell anyone how I live.
It was an awful idea, and a giant crocodile destroyed a big chunk of my house later, but ah well. I decided to set up this cool-looking palisade all the way around the house. It was cheaper than making the house out of good materials. It cost quite a bit, but the gates, cliffs, and walls confuse any Purges so they can be picked off at range. My second home was built after I splurged on the Architects of Argos DLC. With the new Hellenic foundation and walls, I was able to craft a much prettier home. Even got some statues to decorate the place. The pillars at the front don't actually support anything, they're just for show, to make it look a little more Parthenon-like. Again, I chose a huge cliff face to build on. This one's surrounded on 3 sides by high cliffs. The only way the enemy can reach me is through a small corridor up a hillside. It's beyond easy to tear them apart in the narrow channel next to a palisade wall. I even connected a vault across a bridge to house all my important stuff. Including the DLC, there's an almost endless variety of homes and styles to build in, including this tall tower I built on the Isle of Siptah. I'm a pre-modern fortification enthusiast, so palisade walls make everything look better. The Exiles community has made some truly amazing buildings of all shapes and designs, both fantasy and vaguely realistic. The modding community is one of the best I've ever seen, with countless alterations to buildings letting you design almost anything imaginable. All of the building types in the game are perfect for the early Mesopotamian or Egyptian-style setting of the Bronze Age. Though some of the DLC set in Aquilonia and elsewhere has a more medieval European flavor. Building does seem like a distraction for the main quest at times. You can spend hours and hours totally absorbed in it, but it does let the player contribute to the overall feeling of living in the distant Hyborian age. My savagery has decreased with every new workbench or worker at my base camp. I'm hardly recognizable from the primitive who wrestled animals to death and tore into their uncooked flesh. This is the grim reality of all survival games. The better you become, the more pointless your experience is. New challenges should arise the more comfort you achieve. For instance, we could add a barbarism stat meter on a scale from savage all the way to decadent. Your savagery meter makes you a better fighter, requiring less food and drink, less susceptible to catching diseases, etc. While a more decadent character is better at magic, crafts items faster, and makes sturdier weapons. A dreary part of Robert E. Howard's life and his Conan creation is a punishing melancholia. Both writer and barbarian could be taken by grim moods.
He was convinced that the town wanted to exterminate him and this kind of thing, and he'd go home and board up his windows, load rifles, and he's a complete nut.
And integrating that into the game would alleviate the plateau of survival. Addictions, culled from the Fallout games, to simple pleasures like food, alcohol, or becoming overly interested in, dancers, let's call them.
I couldn't stay away. Curse your rockin' kids.
Could lead to debuffs or a reduction in the power of your skills. Or maybe you could start requiring more and more food if you overeat, or receiving less nourishment from anything but feasts prepared by chefs. Gluttony could become our greatest enemy.
Success can test one's mettle as surely as the strongest adversary.
The rags or loincloth I've been wearing are not exactly great, even though they are barbarian chic.
At least we don't go about wearing nothing but animal skins.
Guess I'm going to have to start crafting some armor if I want to survive. And if my attention wants to survive later on in the game, I'm going to need a bunch of new different types of armor to wear. Somehow fashion in games lets me reinvent my persona and prevent boredom from setting in. Even if the function of armor is the same, just a new look lets me imagine my character in a different light. So how many styles of clothing are in the game is very important for the role-playing experience. In general, the clothing/armor looks excellent. Not that it looks realistic at all. The clothing patterns originate presumably from the Conan and Savage Sword of Conan comics drawn in the 1970s. These were instrumental in shaping the modern perception of the barbarian by giving him recognizable weapons and attire. Conan is typically semi-nude except for a tattered loincloth/kilt/skirt just barely covering up his barbaric bits. The 70s was the birth of heavy metal as a music genre, an accompanying clothing style. They rejected the flower power of the hippies and adopted a look based on anger and toughness, and significantly, leather. Both Lord of the Rings and Conan influenced early metal music, but Robert E. Howard's iconic Barbarian fit more snugly into the ferocious aggression powering the music. Marvel's comic series featured stunning black and white artwork by luminaries like John Buscema, Jim Starlin, Barry Windsor Smith, and many others. Gorgeous painted covers were made by legends like Bob Larkin and Boris Vallejo. 50 years ago, after they were drawn, the magnetizing power of the Savage Sword hypnotizes new generations of comic readers, in an important analog to the more physical gameplay of Exiles that I contrasted with the more intellectual styles of other RPGs. The Conan comics were highly athletic drawings of warriors lunging, hacking, and dying in explosive bursts of energy. One artist who influenced the style that Conan took was none other than Frank Frazetta. Frazetta was a master at conveying kinetic action through still images. His heroes were frozen in time in moments of rage, bloodlust, and combat.
The thing that makes Frank is the fact that he's just able to capture the precise moment of tension in any figure that he paints. It's a real rare capability to do. You know, you obviously sometimes just get the moment before, the moment after. He's able to capture the height and the apex of movement in every figure.
Frazetta's Conan paintings, along with his other barbaric works, showing the Death Dealer, the Ice Giants, and Cavemen, are timeless manifestations of conflict and brutality. Sadly, very little of this energy is conveyed in the game. There is a softness, or if I may coin a phrase, untexturedness, in the Unreal Engine 4. Images are a bit too bright and a bit too smooth for Conan. Only a new engine designed solely for the Conan license could match the roughness present in Frazetta's paintings, or the incredible detail in the black and white artwork of the Savage Sword of Conan. If you take a look at a game like Silent Hill 2, every wall and surface is bursting with rust, scratches, dirt, or blood. It's a lived-in, grisly world of harsh lines and splashes of ugly yellowish-brown, black, green, and reddish-orange. It would have been impossible for a mid-tier studio working on an unproven project to make a brand new engine to convey the license, though. So the brighter, cheerier Conan world is what we have left to work with. Forgotten amid the epic warriors in the comics are the stunning cityscapes in the background. Enormous Stygian statues or ruined temples. Abandoned cities with eerie creatures lurking within. The background work of steaming jungles, sand-swept deserts, and megalithic temples are just as important in conveying the antediluvian world of Conan. The comics took the source material and expanded it by crafting an entire world. Dusty desert towns made of adobe, dimly lit taverns for carousing and brawling, foreboding towers guarded by powerful sorcerers, stunning women promising unknown pleasures. The Savage Sword was not technically considered a comic book per se, it was classified as a magazine, and thus exempt from the restrictive Comics Code authority. Near nudity was common, and unlike tamer superhero works, a general adult edge was on every screen. Thankfully, Conan Exiles has decided to take a very risky move, for a smaller company and include extensive nudity, full frontal nudity included, in the game. And this was before Cyberpunk 2077 decided to do the same thing. And as long as you're playing on PC, you can have tons of nudity, which is a great match for the series. Unfortunately, if you're on console, you're not really going to be seeing much. Although I swear a couple of times I did actually see a few topless women. I can't actually show it to you here on screen, of course, but trust me, they must have spawned for some reason without shirts. Whatever it was great and welcomed. Violence was also present in the comics to a considerable degree. A wizard could casually explode a man's heart out of his ribcage, and Conan could cut a brigand's throat during a bar fight. Over the past 15 years or so, the Marvel Comics have become one of the most, if not the most popular franchises in all of film history, and they've branched off significantly into television as well. And of course, the tame, PG-13 Marvel world would never allow the bloodthirsty Barbarian to infringe on their mostly family-friendly product. It seems like in film, at least, people want the caped crusader type of hero, and not the brutal mercenary anti-hero like Conan. Some of the mighty edifices built by the giant kings or their human opponents are a match for the ruins in the Savage Sword, though. The structures feel eerie and unnatural, alien architecture for an alien people. Even the ones that were ostensibly built by humans are made by humans that were worshipping Dagon, and thus have a disturbing quality to them. In most respects, however, Exiles is not really able to live up to the lofty standards of the 70s comics, or Frazetta's mind-blowing illustrations. The world would need to be uglier, dirtier, more redolent of menace and lurking terror.
When you look at the face, for example, of Conan the Adventurer, the great Conan painting where he's leaning on the sword, what you're looking at is not just a picture of some little fantasy character, you're looking at the picture of the 20th century. The evil that's coming out of the earth, going up the sword, emanating and resonating from the face. And beyond that, he's not only drawing the picture of the 20th century, but he's drawing the picture of the darker side of human nature.
Instead, you can pretty much have a pleasant holiday soaking up some sun with exotic creatures. Not everywhere, though. I mean, down here in the desert with these ugly hellmouth buildings surrounded by demonic leopards and hurricane-force winds, that's pretty scary. But it's generally the exception rather than the rule. Games like Fallout 3 and New Vegas got a ton of flack for having color filters of green and orange, respectively, but that was probably the right decision. There's something about seeing a gorgeous blue sky, sun beaming down on green plants. That seems more like the Lion King than a nation afflicted by supernatural poison.
Robert Howard, who's a strange bird from Texas, wrote these great stories, most originating in pulp, I believe. He had a great gift for this perverse mythos of darkness and death, and raging and mad Wagnerian mentality.
And nightmare creatures from a long-dead race. You may need that artistic edge in order to get that feeling of degradation and misery in a game. It's amazing how a genre conceived all the way back in the 1920s and 30s had such a huge influence 50 years later in the 70s and 80s, and still has an enormous influence on our lives 50 years after that in the 2020s. Heavy metal was always more than just a genre of music, it was an entire look and lifestyle.
What do you think this is all about? You think this is a fucking costume? This is a way of life.
And it always drew back on fantasy themes in order to create the necessary operatic epicness for their pulse-pounding, hard-charging, very angry songs. The light and medium standard armor in Conan both have a vaguely Middle Eastern vibe, though the face wrap / turban on the medium armor guy kind of makes me look like Shang Tsung's henchman in Mortal Kombat. In general, they both look gorgeous on the Conan character and in this world. The heavy armor is a delightfully impractical blend of leather and metal bits and bobs, with a completely out-of-touch horned helmet that just looks perfect. Specialized armor includes Egyptian pharaoh style, Central Asian horse archer Hyrcanian armor, lizard skin armor, which is really weird looking, and some of the armor, like the slave-forged armor, even includes trousers.
Sing the praises of pants. They help me suck in my gut. They always cover up my butt. Oh, pants!
I spent quite a bit of my downtime when I was just harvesting resources around my base, just in the loincloth. I can't imagine what it must be to ride a horse like that. The Vanir armor sets all have a Viking Age look to them. The most impractical and yet most Conan-like armor probably is the Hyperborean Slaver armor. It's just a big belt and short cloth covering your privates, but gives the same defense as any other heavy armor. Cimmerian heavy armor is one of my favorite looks in the game because it's mostly functional. The Celts are reputed to have invented chainmail. At least that's what the Romans said. So chainmail armor for their heavy set looks really good. Some of the best armor in the game can only be crafted by defeating enemies in the Warmaker's Sanctuary dungeon. The Champion's armor and Godbreaker armor look like early modern Gothic plate armor, and have excellent frost and heat resistance, essential for the later stages of the game. Unfortunately, they require a hefty amount of armor scraps, available by killing some of these tough bosses in the Sanctuary area. Not just once either, you're probably going to have to kill a bunch of them multiple times to get the required amounts for just one armor set. Thankfully, almost all of the armor in the game can be dyed any color you want. I can't stress how important this seemingly trivial detail may be. I've rejected outfits in some games just because the color didn't look quite right. And I'm still upset that this is lacking in the Souls games. Having control over something so minor, which we sorely lack in most other RPGs, lets the player put a personal touch on something the devs give us, creating a back and forth over image, instead of just accepting what someone else thinks looks good. If I want to have my ferocious barbarian warlord wear hot pink armor, then I think I should be allowed to do that. Robert E. Howard himself would sometimes wear a sombrero around town, to the amusement of his peers. He even looks a little bit like he's playing dress-up as a gangster in this photograph. Putting on outlandish costumes and playing pretend go back to the roots of fantasy. Exploring other worlds, becoming another you, and discovering in first person the buried parts of yourself. Monster design is occasionally decent in the base game, but frequently repetitive. You'll be fighting the same sets of flying bat monsters, dinosaur-like dragons, and hordes of skeletons again and again. In the Nameless City, there's a giant arena filled with the bat monsters.
We can't stop here. This is bat country.
Don't know why they needed to be so big and ferocious, though. Because they were supposedly bred as messengers, but have reverted to a feral state. It seems counterintuitive to make these messengers be gigantic and vicious fighters. It's a bit odd that they don't actually fly around you. They just do ground-based attacks because it's easier to animate. Well, I guess they do jump up and slam down a little bit. But bats are a bit of a stock enemy in video games. The bats can do a kind of sonar-like scream, but like pretty much every attack in the game, it's not really unique enough. It would be better if the scream sort of made you disoriented or stunned, and you had to respond in a completely different way than you would after something that simply damages you. Maybe you start getting confused and thinking the bats are your friends, or maybe that you are bad.
What's wrong?
Isn't everybody here a bat?
Why are they upset with these humans anyway? I mean, can't we just be friends? Sand Reapers are grotesque insectoid monsters that can cause poison. And generally they don't have a huge amount of health and don't really pose a big problem though unless they're in a group. You can actually create Sand Reaper pets, but it's a bit more complex than with the mammalian creatures. You have to buy their eggs from a merchant and raise them into a juvenile form called a locust spawn. Then they can be upgraded into a bigger version, including a queen. The Isle of Siptah is where the monstrous designs reach their apex in Exiles. More traditionally demonic enemies ripped from Dante's Inferno appear, along with huge fungus monsters, hideous tentacled things that spew out a constant stream of larvae. You don't really need any kind of finesse to fight any of these monsters though, it's really just boiled down to a relentless attack spam. It would be nice if some of the enemies had more unique attacks that required specific counters, but that would also require a massive update to the combat system in general. So really they change size and they change form, but the way you fight them really doesn't change, no matter what enemy it is. More than a few of the enemies in the game are not monsters, they're just really pissed off animals. From the start, the wild animals are dangerous predators you have to carefully avoid. Gradually, as you get better weapons, the animals cease to be real threats, and you can start going on safari, killing as many as you like. I never really enjoyed the idea of hunting in games like Far Cry, but Exiles for the first time has actually made it fun. Running around in open spaces of the savannah wearing nothing but a loincloth, with a simple spear gives Exiles a naked prey sort of vibe. I just never thought that hunting in other games is fair if you have a gun and they're just animals. The primitive weapons balances out the challenge between you and the beast, and it actually becomes exciting because you have more of a chance of losing. Being a cat person, I decided to gather as many kitties as possible. There were tigers of the orange and saber-tooth varieties, panthers, and even lions. Why do we want to go anywhere near a lion? Well, they have their uses.
Lions eat guys like us.
But he's so little.
He's gonna get bigger.
Maybe he'll be on our side.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Maybe he'll be... Hey, I got it. What if he's on our side?
We can build enormous animal pens, feed them, and gradually they'll be pets. There's nothing that screams safety like having a fully grown lion sleeping next to your bed.
Does it bite? Of course it bites, it's a lion.
Giant cats are unfortunately disappointing as companions. Compared to a human thrall, every animal seems to die really quickly and doesn't do nearly enough damage. You can equip a thrall with higher classes of weapons. Animals are always stuck with their claws and teeth. A good way to spice up the game would be to make the animal suddenly attack you for no well-explained reason. You know, just like wild animals kept as pets in the real world, that would really keep the player on his toes. Beastmaster builds could be encouraged by increasing animal attack and defense through perk points. Instead, animals are not really fully fleshed out as companions or even base guards. It's really just there for the prestige. I want nothing more than to cosplay as a ferocious warrior with adorable feline pets.
Such good kittens. Yes, yes.
Maybe certain animals could give unique abilities. If stealth was added to the game, then giant cats could sneak around with you and pounce when ordered. Spiders could cocoon enemies, making them easier to knock out and transport. Elephants could be used in sieges and gain extra damage versus buildings.
What's that?
The options are almost limitless, but the time to develop all that would be enormous. The boss versions of basic animals are spread around the map and pose a serious challenge if you bump into them unexpectedly, thinking you're just going to get a basic animal. I never imagined I would be killed by a giant shoebill, but here we are. I was so addicted to the animal hunting, I went on a real Pokemon Gotta Catch 'em All quest. Soon my home was filled with elephants, giant boars, bears, rhinos. Everything is there for your selection. With all the animals, it looked less like a war camp and more like Barnum and Bailey.
Just like the circus!
Seems a little cruel to keep these noble beasts locked up here in my house. Wish I could make a little ranch or something for them. I really wish I could see them eating from troughs like they were actually there in a zoo or something. But instead they just kind of hang around and do nothing. They will chip in though and fight with any enemies that attack. I actually tend to lose quite a few animals though during the Purges. They're just not strong enough to deal with those type of enemies. Maybe I should just set the elephants free. Go, run free, little elephant, go back to the wild, oh god! There are even some passive animals like antelope and rabbits. You can kill the rabbits and cut off their hides with a knife, and maybe wear them, I guess, as clothing. Seems a bit grisly to kill a poor bunny just to get some clothes. Maybe we were the monster all along.
Whammy, Doc. Whammy. You're beautiful.
The Mongols were said by Chinese diplomats to be so poor that they wore clothing made out of sewn-together field mice fur. I just wish there was a bit more desperation at the start of the game, forcing us to use every possible resource to just barely stave off death, and twist us naturally into brutal predators against our fellow humans, because of our own extreme deprivation in the wild. Oddly enough, some seemingly dangerous animals are actually friendly for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. Elephants will attack you on sight, but woolly mammoths just let you walk by without any trouble. They're just friends. Makes me feel pretty bad hunting the mammoths for hide if they were just gonna be nice to me. Maybe I could just befriend them. Most of the animals in-game do not have a real-life cycle of existence. They walk around a little bit here, or some animals are scripted to attack other animals when you show up, but they don't really feel like living creatures in the wild. In the Gothic and Risen games, animals growl at you if you get too close, and give you time to run away. Or maybe we could let the animals play, eat, and sleep like these happy pigs here in Risen 2. Sometimes in Exiles, though, you can get two animals to attack each other, leaving both of them weak or ignoring you so you can run away, but that seems very rare to pull off intentionally. Most of the time, aggro just stays on you and all of the different animals put aside their differences to kill the human. One of the most important resources produced by the animals is, their natural functions.
That is one big pile of shit.
In other words, manure. Unless you live directly next to a riverbed, you'll always be hurting for one of the most important items in the game, aloe leaves, because you won't be able to make potions without them. The only way to make them outside of a certain biome is growing them in artificial planters, and to do that you need manure to make compost. You do really need to start thinking like a town manager rather than just a warrior to gather all the things you need to live. After a certain point in the game, you're never going to be lonely again. You're not out here on your own. You have an entire community of people building, crafting, defending, doing all the things to make a big settlement out there. You've recreated the urban out of the savage.
I'm a whole damn town!
The exiled lands are divided into multiple biomes, including desert, more Wild West type desert with scorpions, jungle, savanna, highland, arctic, volcano inhabited by humanoid reptiles. Is that a biome?
Those reptiles, Doctor, were once the rulers of this earth. And with my help, they can be so again.
The first thing I noticed when I got out of the desert were two gigantic statues flanking the river carrying curved pole arms. The creatures are vaguely humanoid but have curved, elongated heads, like the ancient Mayans or Huns tried to create with head binding. It's an instant and effective reminder of the alien nature of this place. It also seems clear that this was once a mighty civilization, capable of the greatest feats of architecture, and now has fallen to utter ruin.
Yargonath. Long have I desired to look upon the kings of old.
Follows this pattern of showing huge landmarks in the distance to lure the player over, and they swallow up the player with their enormity when you get close. It's a much less intrusive form of play than the heinous quest markers, common in every game today, or almost every game, or giving your character some sort of constant stream of dialogue telling you what to do. Further west along the river is a gigantic black aqueduct, also semi-ruined, probably because the humans destroyed it in order to crush the Giant King's economy during the war. I like the idea that one of the most important things that happened in the war was not a battle we hear about, it was actually an economic assault that prevented the Giants from getting the water they needed. It just fits in with the survivalist setting perfectly. The aqueduct stretches far off into the distance, leading us north. Climbing the aqueduct is actually one of the most aesthetically pleasing parts of the game, because you get this amazing view of everything around you on the top of it. You can even build the ultimate impregnable settlement atop the aqueduct if your climbing skill is good enough. Oddly, you can even build elevators to go up and down any height. A little out of place, but extremely useful, necessary even for some bases. Everything the Giant Kings built is somehow jet black, and made with a bizarre geometry that doesn't fit into the human norm.
In certain places, I beheld enormous dark cylindrical towers which climbed far above any of the other structures. These appeared to be of a totally unique nature and showed signs of prodigious age and dilapidation. They were built of a bizarre type of square-cut basalt masonry and tapered slightly toward their rounded tops. Around all these aberrant piles of square-cut masonry there hovered an inexplicable aura of menace and concentrated fear, like that bred by the sealed trapdoors.
My favorite region is the Cimmerian homeland in the far western highlands. It rains often here, and sometimes the sky turns a dark Cimmerian gray, reminiscent of the actual homeland of the real Cimmerians in southern Ukraine. It reminds me of the amazing paintings by Konstantin Bogevsky of primitive landscapes in southern Russia. In the Victorian age, some philologists decided that the ancient Cimmerians may be related to the Welsh people. Because of the similarity of the ancient name Cimmerian or Cimmero in Greek and Cymru, the Welsh language name for Wales. This is now rejected by modern linguists, but being part Welsh myself, I appreciate that the Cimmerians have vaguely Celtic accents and keeping up with this Welsh history, even if they sound more Scottish than Welsh. The Cimmerians live next to Barrows, and if you know your Tolkien, that means Barrow Wights. They are just reskinned versions of skeletons, but they do a great job disguising that with an eerie bluish glow around everything. The Barrows are excellent sources of treasure, especially since the Wights drop armor pieces. There is even a friendly ghost we can get a quest from. Skeletons and Wights are all potential companion characters, by the way, if you craft them at certain religious altars, so you can cosplay as a necromancer if you want to. The far eastern side of the Barrows are surrounded by impassable mountains. In one of them is a door. I vaguely remember hearing something about a third member of the ruling triumvirate. I have to return with more demon blood in order to open the door. I wonder if he's going to be a challenge. I mean, he is the undead spirit of an ancient priest king.
For a ghost, you bleed just fine.
Actually, it ends up not being all that tough, weirdly, and all of the other final enemies are brutally tough, but this one guy he's actually kind of trivial, even though he's a ghost of an ancient creature from thousands of years in the past. Sometimes the lore in Exiles just kind of feels like the Keymaster in the Ghostbusters movies.
Then, during the third reconciliation of the last of the McKettrick supplicants, they chose a new form for him, that of a giant slore. Many Shubs and Zools knew what it was to be roasted in the depths of the slore that day, I can tell you.
It's just sort of a repetition of names and killings and evil events, and I can hardly keep up with it. The tundra biome reminded me a bit of the landscapes by Nicholas Rurik, another Russian painter who inspired H.P. Lovecraft's design of the Mountains of Madness. Rurik's paintings would make an excellent source in designing more of the Arctic map, and peopling it with protoplasmic Shoggoths and degenerate elder things. Actually, quite a bit of the northeastern map, which would be in an Arctic area, is undeveloped as yet, and just waiting for more Lovecraftian ruins to explore. Funcom has expanded the Exiles map considerably since it was originally released, and there is going to be a massive 3.0 update to Conan where huge numbers of changes may occur, and we may get a new area, and that would be perfect. To the east of the tundra is the volcanic biome, easily the most dangerous place to explore because of the rivers of boiling lava everywhere. Even away from the lava, constant background heat gradually makes your character start taking damage. This was especially annoying because I couldn't just run back to the tundra to cool down. I just start taking damage from extreme heat and extreme cold simultaneously. I assume that was a glitch, but I don't know. Most of the biomes, combined with the wild animals, occasional monsters, and vicious beasts, look and feel amazing, even if they're underwhelming compared to the origin of this back in the 1970s. I was reminded more of the primitive Lost World setting rather than a horror or fantasy region most of the time, but it was close enough to get into the spirit of Conan. The lost cities and jungles on the east and northern part of the map reminded me most of the excellent artwork in the Frazetta Bakshi film Fire and Ice, a primitive land stalked by savage creatures and even more savage men. The background set the mood as well as they could, considering the engine they used. The soundtrack captures the pounding drums and threatening horn section in the legendary Basil Polidorus score from Conan the Barbarian. I can't really play much of it here because I'm kind of worried about copyright stuff, but it's a meaty, aggressive sound that fits Conan. If you play the game, you'll instantly recognize the under attack music that signals an enemy is nearby with thunderous percussion. Aside from a few excellent monster growls or hisses, the sound effects are, well, I would say about average. This area of gaming is usually neglected, but I feel a huge amount could be cheaply added to the game by better weapons sound effects. Like if you really felt the crushing heft of a great axe chopping into a person, the right Foley work could make all the difference. The curses, grunts, and screams are varied and fun, however. We also have a great new exclamation from the Sumerian enemies. God's poxy balls. Now, that conjures up an image. After a while, a malaise sets in from building and capturing animals. The hunt is simplistic. You just go to a set spot and fight to the death. The animals never try to flee if they're injured. It feels like a brawl rather than a hunt. And even though resource gathering is an essential part of the game, all of the resources respawn after a little bit of time, so you'll never run out. Soon even tougher Sumerian or Vanir fighters can be knocked down like bowling pins, with legendary weapons and trained thralls. Back in the old AD&D world, there were optional rules for characters to start owning forts or keeps and attracting a retinue of fighters. Most D&D style games ignored this though, or only half-heartedly tack this on to a primarily combat-focused game. You begin to settle down when the quest doesn't hold the same magic anymore. It takes tens of hours to build a defensible base, garrison it with soldiers, and stockpile enough resources and supplies to feed and arm everyone and have backups for when they're inevitably destroyed. But our journey to escape the exiled lands has come to a complete halt. I've been sitting around the base making it look aesthetically pleasing when I'm trapped in this cage.
What a waste of time.
Who wants to decorate their own prison cell? Survival games operate under a paradox. They make the micro level much more intense with a timer of eating, drinking, disease, etc. You constantly have to fight against nature or die. But on the macro level, they are serene and free of any overarching terror that can obliterate you.
Minecraft, it don't got no winner. It don't got no objective. You're just building shit and seeing if other things can come and knock it down.
Timers in video games are usually not well received. Take the find the water for your vault timer in Fallout 1 as an example. They're seen as inhibiting exploration by forcing you to take certain paths. But Exiles is missing a real element of danger, forcing your hand later in the game. Sitting on a throne in the depths of a massive, lovingly crafted castle ultimately isn't all that fun. It's fun to build, but what do you do with what you've built after you've made it? To create is wonderful, but the creation, once it's complete, is worthless after all the labor is done. The late game needs major conceptual leaps to transform the entire Exiled lands after a certain number of benchmarks the player reaches, say by gaining levels or acquiring game-ending items, something that alters the world into a more fearsome and menacing hellscape. Think the eclipse during Berserk or the post-game sequence after defeating Grigori in Dragon's Dogma. Without that, Exiles is far from a perfect experience. Transcending the survival genre itself is vital, unless you're left surrounded by wealth, security, and pleasure, wondering if that's all that there is.
This it? This what it's all about, Manny? Eating, drinking, fucking, sucking.
Come on.
Snoring. Then what? Tell me. Then what?
Heroism is about leaving home, safety, and comfort to risk death. But danger is ultimately not the point. Growth is the point, and danger and the unknown are necessary paths to it. To remove oneself from the comforting repetition of harvesting, building, crafting, you're going to make your home safer, prettier, bigger, but you may not have left in ages. Think of the RPG genre as we've known it for 20 years or more, as the home here in Conan Exiles. Safe, predictable, offering little change beyond the same Tolkien-esque elves and dwarves.
Every day, sit in front of the same kind of games. Yeah, he was just that kind of guy.
Just with tiny cosmetic changes to please a sense of unearned novelty. We're going to need to leave our comfortable home, both in Exiles to win the game, and in general as players to reach the next level of the role-playing genre, lest we be doomed to mediocrity.
Lust is part of life. And nothing must interfere with the development of the hero which is inside you. And if lust stands in the way, lust must be overcome.
But enough of all this house-building Minecraft junk. This is Conan, after all. You want to know if you can do the most important thing in any Conan game. Punch camels. And yes, you have to go through some hoops by buying the camel, but you can indeed punch camels if you are ruthless enough. Also, something else we should do is figure out that We're getting a little bit tired and bored, and there must be some exploring to do in dungeons, right? So now we have armor, weapons, a home, and companions. It's time to start thinking about looting some treasure. I don't really need to dungeon dive to survive exactly. In fact, aside from brimstone, almost all the stuff I need is right up here on the surface to mine and gather. But I do need to get a bunch of items in order to escape the exiled lands, and I have been crafting huge amounts of armor and weapons. I need to use them, right? Otherwise I'd just be wasting my time and energy.
I get it, so you can sublimate your primal hunting instincts in a safe, civilized environment.
No, me bored. Bored! Rah!
Whoa, ooh, all right, please.
There must be some sort of underground places to explore around here. I don't really have a specific idea of where I need to go and where to find the best stuff. Ah yes, after the Darfari cannibal camp is a location marked as the Dregs, and it does indeed seem to be a dungeon. In order to get inside the Dregs, we have to splash human blood on the entranceway. Seems easy enough now, but the first time took a bunch of trial and error before I figured out how it worked. Still, it gives a much greater sense of reward when you work out a confusing puzzle to yourself, instead of following a map marker, like a farm animal goaded around a fenced-in field. Tragically, none of the other game dungeons, bar one, have the same level of complexity around the entrance. Once inside, there is a huge open space, watery pits to explore for treasure, and skeletons to fight. The skeletons in Exiles make a great noise. It's a raspy, ugly noise like tendons being ripped off flesh. Not that impressive to fight them, however. Just basic humanoid enemies with less armor than human fighters. The skellies need to be zazzed up a little to make them spookier. Right now they look more like funny Halloween decorations.
This is a skeleton! This is bones! Would you run from Callista Flatheart?
The Dregs, despite its aesthetic qualities, has a rather dull layout. Most of the rooms are cyclopean in scale but contain very little of interest. The hugeness of the rooms swallows up the player, reminding us how little we are in these grand environs. But of course, this is not for storytelling, it's because as a multiplayer experience, the rooms need to be big if large numbers of players are in the dungeon at the same time. You get the same feeling playing I Divine Cybermancy in single player. Whatever the cause, the effect is still impressive, even if the overall emptiness leaves much to be desired. Later on in the dungeon, we have to solve rudimentary puzzles with a bow and arrow to make water levels rise and fall. A serious problem, though, is that climbing does not work in almost all of the dungeons. They have instead designed rather pedestrian corridors even more straightforward than the ones in Skyrim. It would have taken a ton of effort to include the climbing abilities in the dungeons, as well as the outside game, making a labyrinth-like setting with doors or tunnels to climb up to, hidden walls to find, and battles fought in a completely 3D space would probably involve at least doubling the number of programmers. The deeper we go, the louder we can hear a raspy voice calling us forward. It's an eerie way to gradually increase tension the farther in we go. The final chamber is an enormous pool of acidic feculence. Inside is the boss of the Dregs, a hideous maggot that can spit acid. This abysmal remnant, as it's called, is suitably creepy, disgusting, and horrifying, even if it is like fighting a giant pickle. But fighting him is not a challenge. All we have to do is lure him out and slam him while he's vulnerable. Once he's dead, we can loot his corpse and find a mysterious staff in the pit of waste. I've been trying to follow the story points from the dungeons, but it all just comes across as a pile of names and places that don't really mean anything.
Son of Flogmar, keeper of the 7 keys of Vintuzler.
Grinding through every dungeon and getting every single obelisk in the open world is the only way to come close to a plot. And even then, you kind of have to arrange them in order and write them down and reread them in order to get a sense of what's happening. Only one dungeon stands out as truly great, the Dungeon of Dagon in the far eastern parts of the jungle. And even this one could have been worked over a little better. The dungeon consists of a small island, beneath which, deep under the water, are rooms filled with fishmen. You have to swim in order to reach each tomb. There's only one that has the boss in it, but going back and forth between each tomb is a lot of fun, just as long as you don't drown. Unfortunately, each separate area you can go into feels like, well, a separate area that's not linked to anything else. They would have had to interconnect underwater all of these areas, which would have taken a heroic effort. The seeds are there in this underwater dungeon going back and forth between things, but it's not quite right. That's not to say that all these dungeons are bad per se, just not as great as a game that's this good deserves. There's so much potential there and they don't really go for it. One dungeon in the far north can actually be accessed by swimming through an underwater tunnel. They really should have taken the plunge, however, and made the entire dungeon inaccessible without finding this hidden swimming area first. As it is, you can just enter it normally like any dungeon. Inside are a bunch of undead to kill, really no big deal. The layout is a little bit more vertical than the other dungeons, so there's that to it at least, but still it's fairly basic in its structure. Light in Conan Exiles is provided by torches, which of course can break down mid-dungeon, necessitating carrying wood or plant fiber to repair them. Thralls can be told to carry torches, but they only keep them out when they draw their sword, meaning that if you're just exploring, they put the torch down like they would a weapon. If you're using a two-handed weapon, you just put the torch away, making them a lot less useful in dark, dingy dungeons. Speaking of light, Exiles of course has a day-night cycle, but doesn't do enough with it. If stealth existed, then skulking about in the dark could be used to evade detection. As it stands, enemies can aggro on you at noon or midnight the same way. Raiding settlements could be completely different if NPCs are resting and less alert at night. Settlements are illuminated by campfires and torches at night, though, letting you find where they may be in case you miss them going by, but that's not really all that useful. Placing torches around your camp is important in case you get a dreaded nighttime purge. You don't want to be battling 100 yetis in pitch darkness. A very minor benefit is that meteor showers with star metal are easier to see at night than in daytime, but they're so rare anyway it doesn't really come up that often. Darkness is especially severe in forested areas, unlike the open desert area where things are a little bit brighter because of the stars and moon. Even with a light source, if you're in the jungle, you'll only be able to see a few feet in front of you. Because Conan can't sleep, this makes the darkness segment a somewhat wasted experience. You have to go through these every night, and sure, if you go back to your house at night where everything is lit up and take care of all of your building and crafting stuff, then it makes the night go by faster. But I really think more should be done with this. Adding new challenges only available in darkness, or toughening monsters, or just adding extra monsters is an age-old practice in video games. Very few of the dungeons actually tax the mind to get through them. Usually I hate solving puzzles if they're really confusing, but it does help to diversify the experience instead of just marching through a bunch of rooms and killing everything inside. But you could argue that puzzles are not really the best way to spend your time as a barbaric warrior.
Now, back to what I love. This is what I was built for, not figuring out secret passages or good old-fashioned violence, yep.
A truly great Conan dungeon would incorporate all of the climbing, movement, running, maybe even day and night cycles, and especially all of those swimming mechanics, with a dense, confusing maze structure, filled with enemies that maybe change over time depending on when you go to the dungeon, culminating in a major boss fight and treasure that you cannot get anywhere else. Most of the terror in the dungeons, though, comes from the unspoken horror of losing all your items if you die, and not being able to get back to them. It might be too frustrating if you also made the dungeons overly complex, but still, I think the player base is accustomed to severe challenge, and I think they'd go along with it if the devs made really big, complicated, confusing dungeons. In order to get some of the stuff we need to escape the exiled lands, we have to return to that crocodile cave and grab an artifact he swallowed. I guess Captain Hook style, maybe? And then we have to kill yet another crocodile for more stuff they swallowed. Did really 2 of these things need to be both crocodile-based? How often do I have to do this? How many thousands of crocodiles have I killed in one gameplay?
I'm gonna jam my thumb in its butt, old man. This should really piss it off. Oh yeah, that pissed it off all right. I gotta be careful.
At this point, I'm getting closer and closer to completing my main quest. Most of the quests in other RPGs are a form of crisis management. A catastrophe, man-made or otherwise, is threatening normalcy, and we need to put an end to the crisis. Through the slow attrition of fortification and conscription, we have removed any sense of threat or crisis to ourselves. We're still trapped, but would our lives be any better outside the exiled lands? Adaptation to being around normal society may be impossible at this point. Imagine this rough-hewn barbarian accustomed to murder and plunder trying to reintegrate as a normal person.
Back to civilization? To people?
Yes, people. Hundreds of them, all around you, close to you, never ever leaving you alone.
No, I couldn't bear that.
Our character is a prisoner here, but like Gomez in Gothic 1, in relation to the other prisoners, we're overlords of unstoppable power. But we'd have to give up all of that power in order to win the game. Some would view our place here as torture, while others may see it as paradise.
On Earth, I'm nobody. But here, I'm dead.
Tragically, we cannot do anything to better anyone else. Our journey impacts others only negatively, and we cannot choose to help them. It would be nice if we can find a way to, I don't know, free slaves, and sort of help them escape and have them voluntarily join our community.
All slaves of Elusia shall be set free, starting with my own.
All improvement is only for ourselves. Others are merely actors in our drama, like figures torn from our own consciousness and positioned as others when we dream. Remember our philosophic giant friend who reminded us that we can't dream within a dream.
This is Existentialism 101.
The only bits of story to find are the broken down ruins of what once was. A considerable amount of everything in our current construction of the present is crafted out of the bones of the past. Now is a structure itself, crafted from decayed memories, i.e. the past. The Witch Queen and her followers fought and killed because of memories of nightmare creatures they had never met or seen, but still haunted the collective unconscious of every human. Broken statuary and ruins make use of negative space in storytelling. There's no direct explanation about what happened, only a suggestion or hint. Instead of passively intaking knowledge, we have to solve a problem with memory, pattern recognition, and deduction.
I don't know what is more disquieting. The fact that the rest of the statue is missing, or that it has 4 toes.
One of the more intriguing dungeons I found is the Sinkhole, at least intriguing in the way you have to get to it. It was once the great arena of the Giant Kings where they watched human champions pitted against horrific monsters. There are 2 entrances, one a normal path, but a much more interesting one is to go straight down from the top, slowly climbing over the lip of the pit. I really wish that this was the only way to get into the pit to climb down it, but like with the underwater swimming dungeon, there's another way to get in, a back entrance that's just normal, you just walk through it. But I always prefer to climb down it, even if it's harder, because it just feels like this is the way it should be. There's also a constant miasma of the purplish corruption, adding a time limit to our exploration. If we stay too long, we'll be poisoned to death. Or maybe we could bring an entertainer with us. It's odd to think how useful a dancer would be in this situation. At the bottom of the pit is a mighty undead dragon. He was crafted to be an especially challenging fight for a half-human, half-giant named Tyros the Deathbringer. Tyros' existence is very important to the story because it suggests that there could be interbreeding between humans and the giant creatures. And how often did that happen? Was it accepted by others? Was some sort of racial disunity caused by this, by people that despised a half-breed between 2 groups? But we only get the faintest hints of all this stuff in the dialogue, and the obelisks and so forth. Tyros managed to defeat the dragon, but wept that such a mighty opponent was destroyed. Somehow this linked the 2 creatures, so when we also find Tyros in that northern undead dungeon that you reach by swimming I mentioned earlier, so what was he doing there? Was he attacking the humans, or was he helping the humans? Anyway, when Tyros was reborn into undeath, the dragon returned to life as a zombie too, for, some reason. I've killed a bunch of these dragon things before, so this guy should be no...
but you're gonna regret it when I chop your head off with my axe!
I love that most of the animal enemies you kill can be decapitated and mounted on the wall of your house. It's a nice physical reminder of your triumph that soothes the agony of having to laboriously climb down this pit 3 or 4 times before killing him. To be honest, when I first did this, I did not know that there was a back entrance to this place, so I thought I had to climb down, so yeah, that was a pretty big fail right there.
Women always have trouble with the wall. Can't ever seem to find a door.
But I guess going through that back entrance sort of robs the encounter of its pathos, sort of. Anyway, chopping off his head and putting it up on the wall is just a wonderful little way to have a permanent symbol of your victory right there, that you can look at every day instead of just getting experience points from something. There are plenty of basic caves and little dungeons to go to, but the game grew by accretion over several years, leaving quite a bit of content as essentially optional. We have to ask ourselves, why are we going to each separate area? Treasure, aside from the skeleton keys which give us random items, is unusual in these areas, making risk much higher than reward. The game should really provide much more valuable reasons to explore all or almost all of the content on a gradually increasing scale of difficulty and return on investment of time and resources. But even if there's no real point to it, I just need to explore. I just can't let enemies live when I could be there swinging an axe around. So I died quite a few times on empty little trips to dangerous areas, like fighting this Godzilla-sized rock nose, or these feathery bat monsters called the Children of Gilles, or swimming to the bottom of these shipwrecks. The Arctic biome is a gorgeous field of glittering white with pine forests, frozen lakes, and a barren mountain peak. Enormous statues of giants stare down at anyone passing by. The Hyperborean region is unapproachable at first because of its extreme cold. The way around this is convoluted and odd. It's what I mentioned before about drinking alcohol. The real trick is to gather an enormous amount of berries or honey with which you can make mead. That was the earliest alcoholic beverage made by humans, by the way. And leave them in a fluid press, then ferment them to make this alcoholic pick-me-up to warm you. Caused quite a bit of confusion before I figured that out.
You know, alcohol doesn't really make you warmer. In fact, it constricts the blood vessels, causing...
Shut up.
There is armor you can get that makes you warmer, but it's rare and difficult to get early on, and especially a first-time player would be confused about how to go about that. I got lucky because I found a legendary shield called Soul Spiel that has perfect frost resistance. The Ice Age wastes are covered in frost giants, giant hulking masses of muscle carrying axes bigger than a man.
Mortals, you shall pay for giving chase to our sister!
One of the most beautiful parts of the game is the Ice Giant Temple. The walls are frozen blue and everything has an atmosphere of mystery. Deeper inside the temple is a mighty forge where you can make special black ice hardened weapons. Not all that practical because of how long it takes to get here, but a neat diversion nonetheless. And you only really need to make a black ice item at the forge one time. After that, you can repair it back to full strength without the forge, you just need the black ice. Killing the king of the ice giants isn't all that challenging, and it's not even necessary, but it was a fun fight and it did give me some decent loot. Why are so many of these giants carrying around spiced oysters in their inventories? Do they need to eat spiced food too? Like, where are they getting these from? The frozen lake? Beyond the ice temple is an imposing mountain range. This would be unreachable skybox in other games, but Conan is different. After looping around the central mountains, fighting off ice versions of the rock noses, ice noses maybe, and mountain goats for some reason, I reached the final northern mountain barrier. Surprisingly, there's even a unique enemy here, a giant yeti.
Yes, but by Woden, even I have had enough of the snow. Let's be gone from here.
The location of the final main dungeon can be reached by several paths. The simplest is to climb the ice-capped mountains near the Sumerian capital. After the frozen peaks, boiling rivulets of lava bar any attempts at crossing. It's a bizarre mesh of extreme climates churning and raging against one another.
And no one dared guess at the outcome of a meeting on the field of battle between fire and ice.
This is where the building elements really come to life, because you can simply craft bridges across lava fields to ease your journey. Across this hidden path is the game's final biome, the volcanic ash fields. Just beyond the charred, blackened earth are signs of intelligent life. Someone or something built a megalithic city nestled into the heart of primal fire.
Thunder. What city of nightmare is this?
Human warriors guard the uppermost layer carrying weapons made of obsidian, sharpened volcanic glass. By this stage of the game, star metal is the best weapon material. Everything else feels a little bit extraneous, so I kinda just ignore that. There's also this weird alien foliage growing up here that emits a poison gas cloud if you get too close. We can descend a set of steep stairs carved into the slope of the volcano side. Eerie statues of inhuman things tower over the staircase. At the heart of the volcano are the once all-powerful Serpent Men, the primordial race that instigated the downfall of the exiled lands. In the ancient world, humans were enslaved to the will of the Serpent Folk.
Keep moving there! Let's go! Faster! Faster! Clear those rocks away! Smooth out the dirt! Move it!
Their mere existence sparked an exterminatory conflict and almost wiped out their species, again. This is at least the second time that the entire race of serpents was almost destroyed by humanity. In fact, these serpent boys we fight are not technically full-blooded snake men. They are half-breeds brought about by, interbreeding methods I don't think we should dwell on for too long.
Watch her take the pleasures from the serpent that once corrupted men.
For the grand enemy of the game, they're not really frightening. I know that the snake people are technically Lovecraftian, but something a bit more cosmic than a scaly guy with mean lizard claws would have hit harder. There's even some bizarre cosmic alien nightmares in the Isle of Siptah we can find. They would have been a little bit better as the final enemy. The setting is suitably alien though, with bluish-black obsidian walls and strange energy shooting out of the machines. We even have to leap into this bizarre portal thing to enter the lower fortress of the Serpent Dudes.
This place reeks of magic.
Unfortunately, there's really not a boss fight to be worried about at the end. It's just a brief speech from the last pure-blooded snake guy, then a battle against ghost snakes. I do kinda like this battle because it sorta reminded me of the Lord Gwyn or the True King Allant endings of Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls respectively, because it's supposed to be this grand ancient enemy, but he's actually been corrupted and polluted over the centuries and turned into this worthless wretch, sitting on a throne despite not having any glory whatsoever. At least this would happen if it didn't glitch out literally every time I attempted to fight him. Every single time. I have never seen this fight normally. It glitches out and I have to reload and do all this stuff to get it to work properly. It's frustrating not having a truly epic boss fight to conclude the game. I don't generally even like boss fights, to be honest. In fact, I think the Souls series has become kind of obnoxious by pushing dozens of them needlessly, instead of focusing on exploration. But a big boss encounter is important occasionally as an impressive climax, and this game kind of lacks one. It didn't even need to be visually impressive or anything, just a gradually rising action that boils to a crescendo at the lowest part of the Serpent Man Kingdom. Merely surviving a nightmarish event rather than going on an epic quest to destroy the Ring of Power, I have to admit is very Conan though. The rough-hewn mercenary did not take missions from message boards to save kittens stuck in trees. He was just trying to get by and resist an overwhelming, usually magical or monstrous trial that no one in their right mind could ever have defeated and virtually no one could even survive. Robert E. Howard was a great admirer of Jack London, the author of Call of the Wild, a novel where endurance itself against the murderous struggle to survive another day was the entire point. Howard may even have been able to communicate this so effectively with his barbarian character because it mirrored his own mental struggles getting by alone every day. Again, I'm left at a crossroads on Exiles without a clue how to continue. An epic climax would be intensely satisfying, but there also shouldn't be an ultimate goal to Conan's life, or Robert E. Howard's life for that matter. Even if he liked to contrive it as a war against nature, it was really a life where every moment was positioned as a war against the self.
This world
This world is a will to power, and nothing besides.
Conan broods, an unusual characteristic in the pulps for a man of action, driven to fight and steal for a living. But that's a fundamental part of Conan's character. It's not just about the slaying and adventuring, there's an equally ferocious inner-directed rage, the mad energy of reflection and sullen acceptance that the quest has ended once again, leaving him emptier than when he started. But enough about the dungeons, now we can move towards the more outer-directed topic of interacting with NPCs. So one of our earliest journey steps was find someone to talk to. Really. I assumed for a while that talking to other people was just absent from the game, but I guess even barbarians need to chat now and again. Maybe the Groundhog's Day loop of being restored again and again to life has damaged their sanity. All they have left to do is revile and hate everything that they see.
What can men do against such reckless hate?
I guess the only thing that we can do is return their bitterness and hostility in equal measure. The other exiles are really just a resource to us, no better than any monsters in any RPG that must be slain to enrich the player. I like that Conan Exiles gives you a physical example of what exactly experience points really are, because when we go and kill other creatures, we're just destroying them and using their flesh in order to make us more powerful. By giving us a level, it's usually not expressed in such a graphic and visceral way, but that's basically what we're doing, and we're just being reminded of that every time we take someone's flesh. In fact, if we want to, we can skin any human enemy we kill and get leather to make clothing.
I swear you would be of more use to me if I skinned you and turned your skin into a lampshade, or fashioned you into a piece of high-end luggage.
There are a series of religious/national factions to be found in the exiled lands, but we can't join any of them. The player is alone from beginning to end, aside from the people we forcibly conscript into our service. It's amazing how animalistic we have to be just to survive the game. Too often the barbarian archetype is more or less a joke in D&D, or games inspired by D&D's high fantasy style. Savages are just outsiders to the main world and looked down upon by the settled societies. It's from the perspective of the settled peoples that we see the barbarian as an outsider, uncouth and rugged, but possessing some traits of the noble savage archetype, but nevertheless a primitive in the literate culture the story takes place in. The exiled lands forces us to live in tune with nature, and generally living without the nobler spirit that humans are expected to adopt in order to transcend the purely animal.
There are times when man develops the instincts of the wild beast. There's an evil side that lurks in each of us. It makes brother turn against brother.
After finding our fellow exiles, I drifted west along the river and found my first proper settlement rather than just a handful of naked savages surrounding a campfire. It seems that these people are Darfari, named by Robert E. Howard from the distant Sudanese province of Darfur. From what I've heard, the Darfari are not exactly the friendliest people and may ill-treat us if caught.
When we were attacked by the cannibals of Darfur, poor Zula was carted off to Darfur, the city of cannibals.
Yes, the Darfari eat human flesh, and they don't really need to exactly. I mean, right from the beginning of the game, I did admittedly try to eat human flesh from an exile I killed. Get that judgmental look off your face.
Lay off me, I'm starving!
It was only to prevent another death before I figured out how to hunt and cook food from the animals. But the Darfari have turned to cannibalism sort of as an art form. There are even specialist cooking recipes for human meat you can find.
Give them about 20 minutes and the meat should fall right off the bones. Now, where's the garlic?
As soon as you get close to the Darfari, they start licking their lips and looking up recipes in the Eldritch Abomination cookbook. They've all been driven mad by worshipping a dark god and maybe Kuru. Imagine being trapped in a primitive wasteland, and the first people you come across are just maddened religious fanatics.
I will feast upon your blood!
Excuse me, are y'all with the cult?
I see prey.
I will feast upon you!
Yeah, this is it.
So it doesn't really feel like killing, more like putting them out of their nearly inhuman misery. All pre-modern societies until rather recently suffered from annual deprivation of food between harvests. Naturally, all of those societies embraced cannibalism in one form or another, usually in highly ritualized form.
Their idea of lunch is fresh hot entrails soaked in blood.
We're never driven to that depth of starvation in the game, but wouldn't it create the ultimate moral choice in any game ever? There are bigger things at stake in other games like the fate of the universe in Mass Effect, but never would we have to make a choice between degrading our bodies and defiling other people's bodies by eating their flesh. It's again the most visceral, and I mean that in both ways, because viscera, from which the word visceral comes, means guts or intestines, and the more intellectual moral choices in other games. And what if we died and lost everything and had to watch a cutscene where we're literally eaten? Some people may find that grotesque, because, well, you know, it's supposed to be, but I think it would really add to the level of fear when facing these enemies, and encourage us to fight harder if we had to watch this unskippable cutscene of us being devoured. And what if we die and lost everything? We had to start losing levels the more prolonged our starvation gets. That could really ramp up the factor of needing to get food in the game. There's a lot to add to this system that would catapult Conan Exiles in the upper echelons of so-called moral choices in gaming. Some of you watching this video will know that I made a previous video about the D&D campaign setting of Dark Sun, and one of the reasons that I got into Conan Exiles because I was trying to find an example of someone doing a Dark Sun style game, and I think that Conan Exiles has finally created that. We've proven that we can create a Dark Sun video game that's not only very popular, but accurately captures the brutal, grotesque, horrid violence of living in an almost waterless and food-poor wasteland. In Dark Sun, you actually went through a process of transforming your alignment from whatever it happened to be to chaotic evil the less food and water you got. And that being added into this game, I mean, it's just perfect. We have so many steps that have already been taken in Conan Exiles towards making a Dark Sun game, and I think this is just proof that we can make one in the future. Turning back to Exiles, the Darfari aren't the only crazy ones either, they're just the most extreme. Every faction greets outsiders like blood-crazed berserkers. Our kin, the Sumerians, even think that they're in Valhalla, because they do die and return to life over and over again, just like you're supposed to do in the Nordic afterlife, so I guess it makes some sense to them.
Behold, the bride of Cimmeria, a clan of soft-minded fools who think they've died and gone to Crom's realm. Never mind that we walk through a desert to get here. Never mind that we can still take pleasure in pain in equal measure. Oh no, we must be in the afterlife, because it's foggy.
So really, we're not going to be able to get anything in most of these settlements, we're just going to be immediately attacked. But realistically, this is the best way for a barbarian to interact with a city, by sacking it. Settlements are stocked with chests, providing an easy way to earn rare materials without working for them. Exactly what barbarian economies focused on. Developing powerful military technology to raid and steal what they needed from settled societies that produced it.
Some of the less reputable people I know call this skimming. You let some other fools take all the risk and then rob them blind after it is done.
Though it's sometimes hard to tell who is a barbarian and who is civilized in any of these villages, pretty much everyone you encounter acts like a screeching rage monster.
I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds!
And it adds an unusual factor because of the game's emphasis on resurrection. All of the other humans in the exiled lands are prisoners like us, except for Conan, of course, and they presumably return to life just like we do. So maybe it's not so immoral to go around slaughtering everyone. Well, okay, it seems pretty bad, I guess, but they have stuff, and I need stuff, right? This is the elemental force behind all barbarism in history. All of the barbaric peoples, whether they were Goths, Vikings, Huns, or Mongols, were among the most poverty-stricken people on Earth. The reason that they became so vicious and predatory is because they were on the edges of the settled world, which had so much more stuff than they did. It's easy to suggest some kind of moral code to existence, but when you're starving, the intellect begins to fail. The moral judgments of the higher brain may not even function correctly if the body, assessing correctly that the brain is fat, begins to eat away at it to stave off death. It may ultimately be impossible to be good without saving the material desires of the body in the first place. All of the settled people around us have loads of stuff, slaves to take, treasure and weapons to steal, and best of all, steel weapons to steal.
He has shown us how to make a weapon that's invincible. It's his will that we become a race of conquerors. Other tribes shall work for us, and anything they hunt shall be brought to us as tribute.
There's a theory called the expensive tissue hypothesis, which claims that in order for our brain to increase in size without a vast increase in the metabolic rate for humans, we're going to have to decrease how much we spend on the energy-expensive tissues in our intestines. Which, in a way, and this may not be true, by the way, but in a way it has a certain metaphorical ring to morality itself, that in order to be good, we literally have to stop putting energy into the physical, base, atavistic processes involving hunger especially, from which everything descends, in order to achieve any kind of level of moral superiority. Once I collect a group of thralls, I can pretty much do whatever I want to anyone I want. Tragically, I can only bring one thrall to each camp, but it's usually enough. My home, though, is now an armed encampment. I can't just sit back and do nothing. There's always someplace higher to get to and more stuff to take, and I can't just let all these weapons hang around doing nothing. Really, towards the end of the game, you should be able to lead 10 or 15 thralls to attack other settlements. And it's pretty amazing that an action game about Conan can show, rather than tell something, so beautifully about how you reach this barbaric mindset, just based on the simple logic of resources. A ways upriver to the east of my base is a huge mesa with an immense ship sitting on top of it. Was this entire place submerged at one point? Or was the ship deposited here by forces unknown? The ship is a great place for early game loot and thralls. I scour the multiple encampments located around the ship, first gathering everything I can find. On the ship itself are even more chests and a pirate boss captain. It's pretty strange that pirates are a faction in this game, but I guess that people sent for crucifixion into the exiled lands are likely to be criminals like pirates, so they just keep the name even though they're not raiding anybody by sea anymore. I'm almost done killing and looting the treasure chest and start to make my way off the ship when...
Flames on the side of my face.
This game really, brutally punishes you when you die. A short trip from our base is an imposing mountain peak with another basalt black tower on top. The road is destroyed, but we can still reach the summit. A gigantic white bat boss is guarding some sort of shrine or altar. He's tough but manageable. After defeating him, the only hint of what to do is a crafting recipe in the altar itself. It seems to have demonic blood and that weird staff we found in the first dungeon, the dregs. So a quick trip back to the base to get some blood and the staff, and we have to fight the damned bat thing again. I killed you. I chopped you up. I'm going to make a trophy of your body parts. Why are you respawning?
Come on, I'm holding your head.
So we defeat him again and place the staff on the altar. And now we're finally getting somewhere. The newly awakened staff of the Triumvirate is a whiny demon who complains about being trapped in a sewer for 1,000 years.
Yes, yes! I live again! Oh, may the earth tremble at my coming, and all of that. Now I promise to serve you, providing wisdom and knowledge until the day I'm returned to the one who summoned me. And in return, you promise not to throw me into any sewers. Sound good? Excellent.
It's more than a little unclear exactly what we need to do, but he seems to have served the giant overlords for some time, so maybe we can find our answers there. It's time to go to the Nameless City. I first encountered this by skirting around the southern side. The only thing that I noticed was that if I got close to it, it would start to corrupt me, and I got out of there pretty fast. Even being near the city will just start killing you.
'Tis a barren wasteland, riddled with fire and ash and dust. The very air you breathe is a poisonous fume.
I avoided the place for a long while, but it seems I have no choice but to enter. The foreboding exterior of the city, heightened by the sand turning reddish like blood, has been soaked into it for so long it changed color. Multiple gateways are strewn about the place. None of the gates themselves actually remain, but skeletons lurk around every entrance.
Look at the bones!
Most of the city is filled with dead slaves and their overlords. A number of monstrous bat creatures and others like dragons wander about. This place is just chock full of lore. Right next to the War Maker is a Cyclopean building, and I refuse to apologize for using the word Cyclopean so often in this video. If Lovecraft could do it, so can I. What could be inside here, though?
Watch out for snakes!
Who said that? The only way to fight this corruption around us that saps our health and stamina is with entertainer thralls. Imagine being trapped inside a barbaric prison colony, desperate to just survive to the next day, and the only skills you have to survive are entertaining people.
Huh. And what training do you have?
5 years of modern dance, 6 years of tap.
The entertainer thralls were hard to find at first. They can even be a bit tricky to capture at the start because they usually wield daggers and can backflip away from you. But once I got them, I wanted more. A lot more. More and more entertainers all around the base just to watch.
I see that you're enticed by my daughter's awesome rocking tits.
Now our brutal barbarian raider base is starting to feel like a brutal barbarian raider home. It does add a special touch of levity or humor when you die horribly losing all of your stuff in some dank, monster-filled sewer and respawn at your bed to see a naked dude strutting his stuff. I like to think they know when I've died and watch when we respawn so they can get ready to help me out with some sweet dance moves.
Numfar! Do the dance of joy.
You remember when I said they didn't have music in my world? Wish I could say the same about the dancing.
Eventually, to the west of our encampment in an oasis area, we can find Muriella the Artisan. She can teach us the Mitra religion and gives us some interesting advice.
These bracelets corrupt us, turning us into pawns of ancient evil. I resist the voices. I unsee the ghosts when they appear.
The closest thing to guidance early on in the game are the ghosts, hinting at important places and reflecting memories of the past. Ignoring them seems foolhardy at best. Muriella seems keen on carving a mighty statue of her god and abandoning the hope of getting out of her prison. Mitra is an unusual deity in the Conan universe. Unlike the other brutal or uncaring gods, Mitra supposedly expects moral behavior from his worshippers. That means he tacitly accepts you as a sinner, though, and deserved in some way your crucifixion and imprisonment in the exiled lands.
Are you come to this land to seek atonement for the sins of your past life? You have the haunted look of one who seeks dominion or escape, or both. Those paths are dead ends, pilgrim. The path of Mitra is the one true path.
He's the closest thing to an Abrahamic deity in an otherwise purely pagan world. Despite his comparative kindness and generosity, Mitraism is the only religion that actively wants us to fail.
What have ye done to surpass man? All beings hitherto have created something beyond themselves, and ye want to be the ebb of that great tide, and would rather go back to the beast than surpass man.
The only way to escape the cycle of birth and rebirth is to restore our mortality. So that's our goal then, essentially? Restoring our mortality?
Updated my journal.
Nietzsche made the ancient Persian prophet Zarathustra the destroyer of morality. The man who has returned to the people to crush the sanctimonious bad faith of the so-called righteous. Morality is not the absence of evil, it is the overcoming of evil. I'm so happy to have a philosophical justification for the contemptible things I do every day in Exiles. The fragments of memory are trying to show us what we need to do to get out of the exiled lands, even if it means destroying conventional ideas of moral behavior. Escaping our miserable condition is going to require radical change to ourselves and our environment. Mitra's worshippers would rather we surrender to the all-loving, all-caring God of their Bible. But that isn't what Conan would do.
They told him to throw down his sword and return to the earth. Ha! Time enough for the earth in the grave.
Zoroastrianism believes that Mithra is one of the divine keepers of truth, but we aren't going to abandon our efforts to get out of the exiled lands. Cities in Robert E. Howard's fiction are invariably sources of decay and corruption. Like the westerns that Howard also wrote, a kind of heroic, lonely stoicism was lionized against the mendacious world of towns and cities.
Civilization, ancient and wicked,
The closest thing to a standard town setting in Exiles is in the far western part of the map. It takes quite a while to get here when you start out because you have to go through or around the nameless city, or run across a big Darfari settlement. But once we get there, we can find the city of Sepurmeru?
That's the worst name I ever heard.
Okay, Sepurmeru. Here, the people won't attack you, usually. Somehow the greed of the treasure hunters holds their sanity in check. The lust for commerce and money has deadened their atavistic instincts of consuming their fellow humans, literally or figuratively. Although there are some thugs hanging around the town that will jack you, kind of wish they just did away with that. They didn't need to have criminals try to kill you. This is supposed to be the safe town, but anyway. Deep underneath the city is a dungeon called the Wine Cellar. It's a high-level and thus very dangerous place, filled with angry treasure hunters, revenants, and worst of all, this giant revenant with a two-handed sword that can kill me in 2 hits, and that's even if I'm wearing the heaviest armor. Like with all the toughest enemies, I hang back and let my thrall do the work. We managed to triumph after dying a few times, but my horse that I've had for tens of hours of gameplay finally gives up the ghost. Crom, rest your bones, good horsey. I hope you don't mind if I harvest your carcass for hide, though. Down in the dungeon is a more stereotypically video gamey boss. He's actually not that tough. A piece of cake compared to the giant skeleton guy from before. This is yet another boss that is best described by a word I thought quite a bit during the dungeons. Underwhelming. Not really any good loot either. The closest thing we can get is this Kari steel, a specialist crafting item. But we need so much of this stuff and already have so much better equipment it's pretty pointless. That's the issue with a survival game. You can't look forward to a big payday of loot when you have to craft everything instead. Back up top in the city, we can learn more about the story by talking to Conan the Barbarian himself. He asks us to keep him abreast if we find the lady from the opening cutscene. We already have found and rescued her, but there's nothing more to do here. No conversation, nothing. Importantly though, Conan does mention that we are in a trap, and if we're not careful, we can end up destroying ourselves and trying to escape the trap.
You are like a wolf in a trap. You struggle to flee, and yet, in the end, it will kill you. Be smarter. Find out what they want, then hold it close. They will come for it. And then, your jaws around their throat.
He's right in accepting our servile condition in this place may be the only way that we can actually get out. In another part of the city, we can use that key we found on the Witch Queen's body and speak to Razma of Shem, the closest thing this game has to a main character.
As for what her people discovered at the volcano, horror, anger, and disgust, and fear. This is the only memory where the Witch Queen of Lemuria felt fear.
She points us in the direction of the smoldering volcano in the far north of the map, and gives some of the Witch Queen's backstory. That's about it, and we're off once again. The general absence of NPC interactions, dialogue choices, and all the other hallmarks of a role-playing game is inherently Conan-like. It would be very challenging to make a Conan game filled with prattling party members, haggling over goods, or just in general relying on the help of anyone else. I know it's a little odd for a video essayist to say this, but sometimes I'm sick to death of so much talking in games. It's good, it's right, it's fun to analyze, it's useful, but generally in bite-sized chunks, rather than excessive digressions of verbose commentary. This is an RPG, not a book club. I didn't come here to drink some wine and gab with my friends for 3 hours. I don't really care if it's implemented beautifully like in classic Fallout or Fallout New Vegas or with multiple dialogue options and branching choices based on skill checks or new quest lines opening up through dialogue. I just don't care about all that putrid palaver. Towards the end of his life, Nietzsche rejected his, and other philosophers' long-winded discussions on deep subjects and replaced them with aphorisms. The theory behind it being that an all-encompassing system wasn't possible, and the clearest method to the truth is with rather brief epigrams that can be chewed over and digested easily, one after the other.
You don't speak because of Friederich Nietzsche.
Call me crazy for linking the two, but I sense a connection between the laconic tough guy heroes of 30s pulp fiction, the rejection of formal diatribes in favor of brooding contemplation, and Robert E. Howard's projection of his own antisocial melancholy onto Conan's sullen character.
Nowadays, everybody's got to go to shrinks and counselors and go on Sally, Jesse, Raphael and talk about their problems. Whatever happened to Gary Cooper, the strong, silent type?
If that's too much of a stretch for you, then just remember how Conan would react to someone who tries to slow down the action with dialogue.
Enough talk!
Now that we have a substantial settlement with walls and lots of friends, it's time to get it knocked down. In an increasingly desperate attempt to add something to do later in the game, we have to contend with Purges. The entire point of the exiles being sent into this realm is that they'll gather those magical artifacts, so that they'll then be stolen by Kaufmann. So every now and again, a horde of enemies will descend on your primary home and try to tear it apart and steal all your stuff. In most RPGs, we take the active role. Though we are the good guys, allegedly, we are the ones that go out into the world and invade the dungeons. We are interlopers in enemy territory. Exiles turns this system on its head, and we get to experience a horde of angry adventurers kicking in the door of our house bent on murder and theft. You have a chance of losing all of your stuff, your animals and thralls, and nearly leveling your base if you're not careful. A base building system is not unique to Exiles, but Exiles is one of the only games to get the system right. They mostly go wrong in other games because of a failure to integrate the base defense mechanics into the wider world, or give us a reason to care about our homes like in Fallout 4, or provide only limited customization options like in Neverwinter Nights 2. In Exiles, the devs were careful to let one mechanic, the survival gameplay, give birth to the Purge system. They're intimately entwined, and you can't really have one without the other. Gathering resources and crafting items, which I earlier criticized for its tedium, admittedly lends a forceful, motivating factor to resist any assault on your base. Depending on how you build your base, you may be able to mitigate some or all of the damage from a purge, compelling the player to think about defense, along with purely aesthetic features, when creating their house/fortress. It's the perfect synergy of gameplay, story, and player motivation. To look at another game system, you would occasionally be attacked by raiders or super mutants in Fallout 4, but the system was somewhat broken. Your opponents were too few and too weak to pose much of a threat. Even if they were a challenge, there were dozens of bases to choose from, leaving little reason to fight against a difficult invasion even if it did come. The attackers could not really damage your buildings either, only kill NPCs or steal items. The owning of a fort subplot of Neverwinter Nights 2 was even worse. You could barely customize your base, it looked terrible no matter what you did, and the final assault against it at the end of the game was just a random scramble of enemies, no different than any of the other battles you fought anywhere else. I love the idea of the Purge, but its implementation is hit or miss. The treasure hunter guys we spoke to made it seem like organized gangs of killers would be sent by Kaufmann, but it's really based on what biome you choose to hang your hat in, and you usually get a random assortment of animals rather than people. The first purge I got was lizards, just hordes and hordes of weak crocodiles and salamanders. I built my house on a hill, so one side of it was unreachable. Tragically, the enemies you fight, even human enemies, have no ability to climb. That would likely be a great challenge to implement, but it would make the purges far more interesting. Eventually, a boss monster showed up, and he's the only one that posed any kind of serious challenge. But it's still... Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh my god, what did you do to my kitties? What did you do to my jaguar? Where's my lion? Where's my saber-tooth? What did you do to my kitty cats?
You broke into my house, stole my property, murdered my servants and my pets, and that is what grieves me the most.
Okay, so admittedly I was pretty furious when these guys murdered my kitty cats. I was beside myself with grief. I'd raised them since the day they were born. Or you know, like the day, like after they were born, but, you know, I kidnapped them, you know, from that point on. But I never felt a sense of mortal terror that everything I built is going to be torn asunder. After the giant lizards, the next purge was made up of rock noses. They had no chance of defeating us. Not even these more humanoid golem-style rock noses.
Nobody must rock troll.
Every other purge I got after this one was just more rock noses. Yes, multiple future purges were just the same rock noses. I like that the purge is randomized, but I would prefer if you could not get the same twice in a row, or it would go through every possible different type of purge in your area before redoing any of them. It seems like a major waste of effort to bother setting up for all these purges and it's just the same enemies. The span of time in between purges is also very long, so sliding that down in the game's difficulty will give you more purges faster. Purges are also a great opportunity to take thralls, so you may want to have more purges rather than less. Even if your purge is mostly of animals, a few humans will attack as well, for some reason, including some uniquely powerful named thralls you couldn't get otherwise. It's very challenging to knock out those thralls during the chaos of a purge, but it's fun to try. It adds a little bit more challenge to the game. Instead of a problem that murderers are viciously invading your home, see it as an opportunity to get some new friends.
Chapter 1, make every problem your slave.
Later on in the Isle of Siptah expansion pack, I was faced with a brutal purge of Sumerian enemies, carrying star metal weapons and nearly lost everything. It's kind of odd how drastically different one purge can be to another, either a joke or life-threatening. The next purge I got on Siptah was the same darn Sumerians again. I wonder if I have a means to stop them now. I walled off each side of my base, which was conveniently on a high ridge. Then all I had to do was stand up here and shoot down with my poison arrows. They create a toxic cloud wherever you fire them, which can damage you along with the enemies, so they're actually very tricky to use in a regular fight. But during this purge, where they were all down at the bottom of this hill, I could make it rain poison and killed hordes of the dudes. Purges are also a great time to have fun with explosive arrows.
Okay, men, let him have it.
Exiles also features a primitive siege system by building a trebuchet. The treb is huge and ungainly. Setting one up outside a hostile settlement in multiplayer can be a challenge. Using it to defend against a purge is also a bit of a challenge because you can't really use it to hit individuals, only crowds of enemies. Moving targets are a big problem, but if you happen to have it positioned in just the right way, you can strike a big group of them. Although really it's probably just simpler to run in there and start attacking. You're just needlessly adding steps with the trebuchet. They can also be used to hunt dangerous animals at a distance, by the way. Not the simplest method of getting elephant hide, but not the worst. Most RPGs use the home base mechanic as an afterthought. At the very least, it's an excuse for a Minecraft-like build system that really didn't need to be featured in the game. The Purges and Exiles are not perfect. A major feature of the Purge is waiting for opponents to pathfind your way up to your base. It drains the tension of most attacks, as you just sit there tapping your foot waiting for these guys to find you. You may also have to spend quite a while tracking down and killing errant enemies that have trouble reaching you, just so the Purge can get to the next step or end. You can even build very costly explosive mines to lay around the base and blow up enemies, which is pretty fun. Unfortunately, there is no way to build lethal traps around your base, like this one from Thulsa Doom's purge of Conan's base in the Schwarzenegger movie. But what it gets wrong is trivial compared to the sense of danger and excitement. I appreciated the strategic aspect of building on a cliff face or placing walls and palisades to slow enemy movement and pick them off from safety, just like in a real siege. The thralls cannot really be commanded in any tactical sense, only their placement around the various choke points matters. As with everything about Exiles, the Purge system is a rich concept that can be expanded into brilliance with time and the right mods. You could add raiders of only 4 or 5 guides in between the bigger purges to keep you on your toes while exploring, or thieves that are intent on breaking in and stealing things instead of killing. Most importantly, the general sense of impermanence, terror, and rage sparked by the savages bent on murder and taking your precious weapons of steel is an excellent use of the tropes of the barbarian character in both fiction and history, and in Conan in particular.
Again, we see there is nothing you can possess which I cannot take away.
Usually we're the ones that are barbarian raiders on settled societies, but in here we have to experience what it's like to be raided. You're driven by the environment to adapt, evolve, as everything must to survive. And if that means enslaving your fellows, devious traps to kill intruders, and hours of grueling toil to build a huge base, those palisades, by the way, are really expensive, then so be it. The trouble with barbarism is that it forces its enemies to become just as barbaric in order to survive. But let's leave the exiled lands for a moment and go to the neighboring Isle of Siptah. Could the DLC improve the issues present in the base game and provide hours of addictive exploration and combat? Exiles has a ton of cosmetic DLC, consisting of a rather small amount of new armor and weapon designs based on a different Hyborian culture. I did end up buying one for the Architects of Argos because of my fascination with ancient Greece. Just a tiny shift like new armor completely recharged my experience, for a time at least. I would usually dislike this kind of profiteering from excessively small DLCs for excessive cost, but I fell for it hook, line, and sinker, so I can't really stand above it. The Spartan horizontal horse plume and the muscled cuirass, along with the Hellenic statuary, was enough to entice me to build a completely new house, one which I think looks quite a bit better than the disaster of my first big home. All toys and video games are essentially creativity catalysts that mix with our base experiences in life to create an explosive reaction. And as long as I and all of my thralls could look like Greek guys, well, that was a lot of fun for me, even though $10 does seem a little excessive. My second journey as a barbarian in Conan Exiles I made in the Isle of Siptah expansion pack. Siptah is an enormous map, around 75% of the size of the original game. That's a huge amount of new content for the fairly low price of $15 to $20. The only bad part is that Siptah is not connected in any way to the base game. It's completely its own experience. It would have been fun to import your character either to or from Siptah and experience both maps on the same character. I can see how that would be a big issue for difficulty, but Exiles is already a brutally difficult game, so if you can bring a bunch of cool weapons and supplies along with you from another map, I would say take advantage of it, but unfortunately you can't. Since this was my second time around, I knew how to get things done much faster. What resources I needed to quickly grab, how to level up through journey steps, etc. But it wasn't just my knowledge of Exiles that eased me into this second playthrough. Siptah is just an easier map to get started with. In fact, it feels like the place to do an introductory run of Conan to get a feel for the mechanics, before starting the comparatively more brutal base game. Iron is available much faster and without crossing the imposing starting river, and running far into the dangerous rocky interior like in the exiled lands. Enemy bases are also not strategically located to frustrate movement from the starting zone. You begin Siptah on the shoreline and can actually choose from multiple starting areas. It's just a short, safe run into the iron-filled fields towards the rocks in the middle. Star metal is even easier to get since there's no Arctic biome. It's just a quick horse ride out into the center of the map. I also got way more drops of star metal than in the base game, but maybe my luck just improved this time around. Most of the gameplay revolves around the dozen or so dungeons, called vaults, filled with familiar enemies like serpent men, werewolves, imps, etc. Clearing them out is fun and provides a tidbit of extra lore after the final boss of the dungeon. But there's even less of a story in Siptah. No endgame, no items to gather, nothing. Just a completely open-ended experience, fighting monster after monster. Even summoning more monsters at these weird summoning pool things. There does seem to be more horrific abomination enemies with cool designs than in the Exiled Lands. Especially down in the southern volcano-themed biome, there are some real atrocities against nature to be found there. It's strange how much simpler the game became and how many of the odd issues with resource gathering just sort of vanish with the dev's second attempt at a main map. Especially the centrally located star metal drops, that was just a perfect idea. They also added this peculiar system where you can spend some resources to create a portal at the center of the map and just have animals and enemies just drop down through it. And you could get extra thralls that way, or just get a lot of loot, or kill a lot of animals. It really kind of seems a little bit lazy, to be honest. They just said, you want something to do? Okay, we're gonna open up a magic portal and a bunch of things are gonna pop out and you're gonna kill them. I mean, I'd almost say that it was a joke about how RPGs make us feel like killing fields where we just wander around murdering everyone for no particular reason. They just drop from the sky and we kill them. I mean, I guess it's entertaining, kind of, but it just seems like they should have focused on more of a story element here, or enhancing the gameplay instead of just magic portal in sky, make thing drop down and you kill. But I suppose if you're Conan, that may be all you want to do. It almost seems like they figured out after launching the game how they could fix different things and make the experience a little bit more streamlined by the time they got to Siptah. There's not too much more to say about the DLC aside from being a slightly more compact experience with fewer headaches around resource gathering. But now let's go all in on the cruel difficulty of Exiles and how I solved that problem with a little something called cheating. Far to the west of the nameless city is yet more desert, this time crawling with giant scorpions. Eventually I come upon a massive dungeon just north of the city of Separemu. Inside are hordes of undead, traps of both the spike and explosive variety, and some really scary undead boys. None of these obstacles are too challenging, and on their own it's the fact that you have to fight all of them consecutively that's the real issue. It becomes more about resource management. I suppose I could go back and restore all of my healing items and return all my stuff, but I don't really feel like it and I'm not doing that bad anyway. So I managed to gather multiple keys in order to explore deeper into the dungeon. This is going to come back as very important later. Finally, I come across a lady in heavy armor, the arena champion. She's just a humanoid opponent. At this point I've slain giants, dragons, and underwater Dagonite monstrosities. She can't be all that difficult.
God's take it! Taste death!
This is where the game's difficulty finally came to the fore. The Soulsborne games, by contrast, teach you to learn to enjoy incremental progress. You die all the time, likely much more than you will in Conan. But each time you die, there's a strong chance you permanently improved your station in the game world. By finding weapons or armor, upgrading your character or weapons, pulling a lever, finding a key, learning not to attack an enemy in a certain way, noticing a trap for the first time. As long as you pay attention to mistakes, you're going to become richer on each trip, even if you die. Likewise, when you have to do something over and over again, like battle a tough boss, most of your important items, like healing potions, are not perishable goods that vanish over time. This was definitely a nuisance even in Bloodborne and Demon Souls, where you may need to farm healing items, but not nearly to the degree that you do in this game. Conan is drastically different. You lose all of your items, weapons, and armor upon death. You can't just jump up like Henry V.
Once more into the breach, dear friends! Once more! Or close the wall up with our English dead!
All the tedium of item crafting and resource harvesting, dull to begin with, must be done all over again. You can, in theory, go back to your body and pick everything up, like in a Diablo game, but that rarely seems to work out. Conan does kindly allow you to restart at the beginning of a dungeon, but this is kind of ridiculous. Because of the respawning enemies. The bracelets do provide an in-game explanation for why human NPCs respawn, and I guess if you're undead, there is some sort of magic to it. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense within the game's plot, I'm saying it's absurd and unworkable as gameplay. As long as you choose to restart in the dungeon, everything should be dead and every path should be open, up to the point where you died. It almost feels like a joke that they let you respawn at the start, because you lose your thrall even, who remains fighting wherever he was when you died, and you can't get him back without going all the way into the point of the dungeon where you lost him, or waiting an eternity for him to return to your base camp. There is a special thing that you can do technically without cheating to auto-teleport your thrall back to wherever your base is, but they will lose all of their items and armor when they do this, so it's not that useful. The respawn rate can be controlled in the player settings menu, but that seems like an extreme amount of labor for the player to test and discover exactly how much time should pass between enemy respawns. And in this particular dungeon, even later on in the same dungeon when I hadn't died, I noticed that there were people back at the beginning already respawned. How exactly are you supposed to hack your way through hordes of opponents after you come back at the start of the dungeon when you have no items, weapons, or armor?
What the hell are we supposed to use, man? Harsh language?
Oh, and I almost forgot to mention the game resurrects you at half health with all of the hunger and thirst meters ticking away as usual.
I mean, what's your encore? Do you, anally rape my mother while pouring sugar in my gas tank?
I've praised this game's cruelty level next to other RPGs, but this crosses a line into being dull and miserable. Strangely enough, I did end up finding a way to make this work in the Isle of Siptah expansion pack. One very challenging dungeon filled with Dagon fishmen. I died several times at the boss, and for some reason, none of the enemies respawned along the way back to the boss.
That just raises further questions!
So I'm left wondering if enemies are supposed to not respawn in each dungeon after death and a dungeon entrance restart? Or do certain dungeons respawn enemies and others not? Or do only certain enemies respawn? I also restarted after dying to another Dagon boss in the main game, and once again, the enemies around the boss did not respawn. It was just the main boss that I died to, so I'm left wondering, is this all just a mistake or a glitch, or is it supposed to happen this way? Thankfully, the game does come with a feature that allows you to not lose anything upon death. But if you play like that, it raises another issue. Is the game worth playing without the permanent loss mechanic? The combat isn't addictive enough to want to do over and over again on different builds and weapons. Dungeons tend to be somewhat straightforward in construction too. Finding treasure in the dungeons is also undercut severely because you can make great weapons yourself. At every turn, the survival mechanics add too much or subtract too much from one part or another of the gameplay. Overcoming these stumbling blocks would take big changes to how the game functions. First, your armor and weapons I think really shouldn't be gone forever. Even when the game is working properly and they show up on the ground for me to pick up, it's too much of a hassle to retrieve against those respawn foes before they kill me, and too grueling to accept their complete loss after spending hours potentially crafting them. Maybe the Fallout 4 system would make this more tolerable. You roll back a save whenever you die to a bed you slept at, but change it up a bit to make maybe only one bed in the game at your base that you have to return to, rather than hundreds of them scattered throughout the map. Everything between there and your death is lost, but everything before the save remains. That seems like it might be a better way, but I don't know, sometimes I kind of long for the grueling challenge, I guess. There's just something about it concentrating all of the energy about a victory. If only the combat worked better. I think the system probably could work, but I just don't know, something's not quite right about it.
It looks like we're 100% certain that we're not sure.
Let me walk you through, by the way, how recrafting armor, just armor, works to show how long it takes. In order to remake all of my old armor, and I do want to have the same armor I went in there with because it was the best armor I had, and it still caused me to die, so I want to get at least that good armor back, I have to do the following. First, I need elephant hide. I live close to the savannah, so have access to plenty of elephants. They're not dangerous to me at this stage of the game, but they do take a long time to kill. I need a bunch of elephant hide, and each elephant doesn't drop very much, so I need to kill a lot of elephants. The savannah also has tigers with pelts I can turn into leather, and rhinos with hide I can turn into thick leather, both of which I need. I then need bark stripped from trees to melt down the hides in the tannery. After that I need alchemical base. This one is tricky because it requires gold and silver. Unlike iron, there are only a handful of places to mine precious metals, and they're in dangerous parts of the map. So the easiest way to get it is to steal gold and silver coins from settlements or go to chests with a guaranteed spawn of coins. This takes a while because I need to get a ton of alchemical base. After that I need ichor. Luckily I'm not too far from the spider cave. Ichor is harvested from dead bugs like spiders and scorpions. I'm then going to need hardened steel, First I need to mine iron ore, then create steel fire with brimstone and tar. The tar is a byproduct of leather making, so I have some available. The only major brimstone deposit is the giant crocodile cave, well, it's the only one I know of at this point. So down I go to the mine and kill crocs. With the steel fire I can cook the iron into steel. In order to make it into hardened steel I need to have black ice. It's only located far to the northwest past the Sumerian lands and the tundra. Some is luckily up here on this mountain ridge. I also need alcohol or spiced food in order to warm myself so I don't freeze to death, so I need to get berries, ferment them, and mix them into alcoholic beverages. With the black ice, I can now cook the steel into hardened steel, use some plant fiber to make twine, and then finally recraft my armor. And I'm not even going into all what I have to do to replace my thrall in case my thrall dies, because that's an enormous hassle. I had to ask myself when I was doing this, is all of it worth it? Sitting around just slamming away at bits of stone or iron with a pickaxe? It takes hours and hours and hours again and again.
It's dull, dull, dull. My God, it's dull. It's so deadly dull and tedious and stuffy and boring and desperately dull.
And I also need to do all this stuff just to get some good weapons back. Now, admittedly, if I was playing the game, I would have some of this stuff already there crafted, just as part of my general clump of resources that I'm getting constantly. But that just means that I'm transferring when I have to do the tedium to another point, just in case I might horribly fail, so recovering from that failure is not so bad. By the way, even if the system of going to collect my body after it falls works, in that particular dungeon, remember I needed keys to get through various doors. If you don't have those keys, you have to go re-farm them by killing those undead earlier on in the level, so I'm required to go back and get some kind of armor and weapons, and those other guys were doable, those undead before the arena champion, but they weren't a walk in the park, so I need something there to defeat them. At the very least, keys should not exist at all in this game. You should just sync your bracelet with something that lasts forever. There should be no physical keys to get through a dungeon, period. So anyway, I went back after getting my thrall kitted out and leveled up a little bit, killed the undead, collect the keys, go back to the arena champion, and check to see if I can just bypass her. Wait a minute, what does it say here? Oh, you can skip the arena champion? Oh god. This whole time? So yeah, it does seem that you can sort of skirt around to the other side of her and just bolt as fast as you can towards the boss.
It's Conan. I'm married. He won't cry.
Yeah, Conan won't cry. He's a Sumerian. I'm not. I'll cry over this. I spent fricking hours and hours trying to kill this unreasonably strong enemy. I don't think I would have been able to do that because you are attacked by monsters as soon as you leave the area, so I would have had to run past those enemies and know exactly where to go, which I didn't. So it's nice that you can skip her at least. Wish I'd known that, or that she just wasn't here, or in some sort of disused side area as an optional challenge, but okay. And I go up against her again, and
you will never return to your den. Soon my teeth will taste your throat. Whimper in terror.
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter.
when you're playing a tough action game and keep on dying, you want to just leap back into the combat immediately. Anybody who's died to a boss in pretty much any game knows the addictive quality there. You want to rush back in and do it immediately again. The frustration is already boiled over, and I am bursting out of my skin to return to the fight. Like now. Not 5 minutes from now, not taking a break and doing it tomorrow. Now.
Doesn't it look like I am ready? I am always ready! I have been ready since first call! I am ready!
But in Exiles, you may have to wait literally hours, gathering more material to fight with, and traveling between the dungeon and your base. I questioned after I did this fighting whether I could have lured the arena champion out of that area through the door into one of the central areas of the dungeon. Maybe I could have done that. I don't know if she would have followed me. I assume yes, she would have, but that's still asking quite a bit. I had to ask myself, was it how I wanted to spend my precious resources of time in the real world, becoming a glorified gardener?
I want to go on the yard work simulator.
I mean, that's really what I was doing, chopping down trees and picking plants and getting aloe leaves by the thousand. It was at this point of the game that I decided to start cheating. This is, like so much of Exiles, the best of times and the worst of times. Long ago, in the early 90s, an RPG was released called Dungeon Hack. Instead of a standard difficulty setting, the game gives you what I would call a complexity meter. Most so-called difficulty settings in games are shabby, poorly implemented ways to ratchet up combat to a brutally terrible level for masochists during their 10th playthrough of the game. Complexity is something far more interesting. You choose how many levels there are in the dungeon, if there's undead creatures, how much you need to eat, etc., etc., building the game's architecture in the way you want. Again, like I mentioned, this is quite a bit of labor for the player to put in, especially with a commensurately more complex game like Exiles is to Dungeon Hack, but it does hand the player all of that control that I was talking about before, and it gives them the chance to decide where the difficulty of the game stands. Unfortunately, this major breakthrough back in Dungeon Hack, which admittedly was kind of carried through into Daggerfall, which also had a great introductory complexity system, it was never followed up on, and people just went the standard difficulty route or didn't have any difficulty settings at all. And this major breakthrough in how RPGs should be designed was never evolved into something we all enjoy today. Fortunately, Conan Exiles gives the player this enormous amount of leeway in choosing how the game plays, how easy or hard it is to break thralls, how often purges happen. Pretty much the whole game is at your fingertips. Some of this is a little frustrating because I would hope that the baseline experience decided by the devs is workable, but this is a long-standing project experience, quite different from a finished game. As long as people know this, though, when they buy the game was more about what it could become over time as the devs refined it continually, and hopefully they're going to continue refining it more or just break and make a sequel. In its initial release state in 2017, the game was not only unfinished, it felt barely functional. Buying the game then was a long-term investment in the potential the game had, and I think that's what makes me like it more than a game that's more complete in a way. After playing through the game a second time, I was ashamed of the cheating I did to give the keys back to me, to return all my armor and weapons, to return my thrall to me, to teleport around the map. I did use the cheating sparingly, I would say, and only after tens of hours of playing, but it was enough to break the game's experience, I should say. Unless the game forces me to cheat, heavily in air quotes, cheat, because it broke and screwed me over by not producing my body when it should have, which happened over and over and over again. If I wanted to play by the game's own rules, I shouldn't have been thinking in terms of preventable deaths, but in preventable labor following inevitable death. Well, that was my logistics being terrible, not just failing in combat. I couldn't dodge roll my way out of that one. I had to have backup after backup after backup. That was really the way to succeed. I might succeed while gambling everything and hoping I win, but that's inevitably going to fail at some point. The game requires that you step up not only your physical power, but your industrial capacity. I should have been cranking out so many weapons and armor I didn't blink at losing everything and replacing it later. I actually managed, much to my surprise, to beat the arena dungeon in one go, without dying or losing my thrall during the second playthrough, though I came very close to dying and losing my thrall. But instead of going on about all of the specifics about how to fix it and why it's broken, I think it's important to mention that this idea, the core tenet, the kernel at the center of everything, is good and right, and it's useful to implement it in modified form in other games. The system kind of reminded me of my favorite RPG series, Wizardry. Back in ye ancient days of role-playing, you couldn't save anywhere you wanted. Your party had to explore an entire dungeon level, then make it all the way back out to the starting area. At any moment, your party could be ripped apart, even by incredibly unfair opponents like vampires, that drained levels or ninjas that insta-killed you. It was very much unfair, cruel even, but the rewards for victory are like nothing else. It's a serotonin flood in your brain if you succeed in making it back. And that sounds like a much better system, I would suggest. All of that industrial capacity stuff is fun, but it might be better for most players if when you died you kept the armor and weapons you laboriously crafted, and instead lost a level or something like that. As I mentioned in the leveling section, levels aren't really as important in this game as they are in other RPGs. It's more what you're holding than the level that you're at. But I think that's more of a fair punishment in a way. You know, lose a couple of levels maybe if it's a really tough boss, or if you die over and over again. You just keep losing levels until you said, alright, I lost 10 levels, I better get the heck out of here, and refigure what I'm doing to ease up a bit on the tedium. And that serotonin rush, of course, has to come along with the enormous potential failure. Conan could be a few feet away from beating the game, and then find yourself all the way at the other end of the map, because you died in seconds to poison.
Oh, we were right there, man!
That would really eat away at me. It's not something I can convey on video without boring you, but quite a bit of the game is not avoiding failure, it's returning to the fight again and again and again. Having a huge, well-protected base with armed guards and ferocious animals around it might be making me soft. I felt much more relaxed about death when I had nothing to lose. I never contemplated cheating just to get a basic iron mace or light armor back. I just grew accustomed to having everything I wanted at my fingertips. Whatever armor I felt like wearing that moment. Magical weapons that made fights trivially brief. Just a little while ago I was a marauder ready to eat human flesh if I needed to survive.
The worst thing happened to you that could happen to any fighter. You got civilized.
What happened? Cheating was never the answer, but that doesn't acquit the game of having clunky combat and nearly breaking half the time. The entire dungeon has to be done a second time for a chance against the boss, and it may end in a split-second mistake. There's no rolling your way out of this one or getting good. It's really just luck. I was wrong for cheating, but the game was also designed poorly in selective areas. While I understand if people like that system and want to keep it in there, I think there should be something else, sort of a middle ground between keeping all of your weapons and armor and losing absolutely everything. I think that's the right mixture of cruelty and fairness. Now I want to continue by saying I deliberately waited until late in this video to mention I've been playing Conan Exiles on the PS4, and it's kinda sorta broken. Not nearly unplayable broken like Cyberpunk 2077 was on launch, but it gets close sometimes. It's more than likely on a standard PS4, one of the game's primary features, the body being left on death for you to pick up, simply won't be there. I just haven't found it over and over again. This has happened so many times that I just kind of assume if I die, I lose everything. The game's glitches have unintentionally made it much more cruel than it otherwise would be. I've heard that sometimes the body may be under the collision of the map and you can look for that by cheating, but I've never been able to find it. I wouldn't be making as much of this as I am, but the game has been out for 5 years. And there are half a dozen DLC packs released, and yet this one issue, the most important possible issue, hasn't been fixed. Eventually on my first character, I just barely managed to beat the arena champion, and I had to use those healing arrows to help my thrall in order to do it. Afterwards, the next and final boss of this dungeon is a much more impressive figure. He looms large in physical stature and lore importance, but he was laughably easy compared to the human-sized arena lady. I just sliced him down with daggers and he was dead pretty quickly. The devs are also aware of the console issues, and in their own words,
a really big part of that is just that over half of our players play on consoles.
They know about this, and it's still an issue after many years. And that's with all the other issues you have on console. There's constant texture pop-ins, glitches, and worst of all, skipping. Especially when you're running, which you're going to do quite a lot in this giant open world. The game will freeze constantly, sometimes leaving you hanging for a few precious seconds when you might fall off a cliff or get attacked by an enemy. These stutters happen all the time during battles, even in interior areas which are separate loaded zones. and unlike the gigantic open world, so you can't really use the excuse that, oh, the game is just so gigantic, we couldn't possibly fix it. Even in the inside areas, it doesn't work very well, and they can lead to dozens of cheap deaths. I was reminded of my childhood when I was playing this game of the 32X add-on for my Sega Genesis. Was I really getting the Doom experience? Kinda. It was sort of like playing Doom, but I could tell the whole time that something was a bit off. These issues are not entirely absent from the PC version either, by the way. So if you start Conan Exiles, I want to make it clear that it is absolutely worth it. I wouldn't have made such a lengthy video about Conan Exiles if I didn't think it wasn't just a good game, but a great game, and a very, very important game towards changing the RPG genre to make it more immersive and survival-oriented, which is what I want. But I also want everyone to go in here with a full understanding, especially on console, that they should be prepared for loads of suffering. Both intentional suffering, because the game is very cruel, and unintentional suffering, because the game just kinda doesn't work right. But as they say, maybe that suffering will give your gameplay a little bit more meaning.
Schopenhauer was right, wouldn't you say? Life without pain has no meaning.
Now, having mentioned the buggy and broken aspects of the game, I also want to make it clear that this stuff is natural. It's normal, and it's very, very rare for any game at any time period to be completely free of bugs and glitches.
You know anything about Persian rugs? Well, the men who wove those rugs, great craftsmen. They tied thousands of knots, but they always left one that was tied wrong. One flawed knot. You know why?
Otherwise, the rug would be perfect?
That's right.
But that shouldn't let you avoid the game. Even if there are not glitches, they're just aspects of the gameplay that were designed a little poorly. I think the key to finding the good in anything is to look past the petty flaws, no matter how irritating they are, and see the heart of the game's value, the center of gravity that makes it worthwhile by looking past all of the trivial things that detract from perfection.
But we waive that point. Oh. We do not press it. No, really. We look over it. Oh.
That is the only way to get to a stage of what Nietzsche called self-overcoming. It's why there is this conspicuous quote maybe at the beginning of the Conan film. Even before the late game is reached, a certain repetitiousness takes over the game. Our actions just don't require courage and skill. They require the ability to perform these same tasks over and over again. In a way, only if we accept our own inherent slavery to the game's rhythms do we have a chance to be free. If we rage against them, we're just going to destroy ourselves and the game. There's a pertinent story related to the death of Cyrus the Great, king of the Persians, in Herodotus Histories. Cyrus has fallen prey to hubris by assaulting the invincible barbarian steppe nomads to the north of his kingdom. Through trickery, Cyrus kidnaps the son of the steppe queen Tomyris. The queen's son is deeply ashamed that he has been captured, and finds himself bound hand and foot, a thrall to Cyrus. He begs the king for freedom from his servile condition, and once his bonds are loose...
Then, when his prayer was granted and the fetters were taken from his limbs, he destroyed himself.
The creator of Conan the Barbarian, Robert E. Howard, lived only to the shockingly young age of 30, before he too self-destructed because of his own life's challenges and a rather complicated relationship he had with his family. Maybe it wasn't so much suffering, it was too much comfort that drove him insane. Everything was there for him as the son of a wealthy doctor. He didn't have to struggle to survive, so he struggles relentlessly in his own dreams. There's a reason why Conan, here meaning the character, its creator, and the game Conan Exiles, has gigantic melancholies and gigantic mirth, as Howard put it himself. It wasn't intentional, but the mood of the game can give a player... It jibes perfectly with the bipolarity Howard himself likely suffered from. Exiles is the only Conan game yet made that firmly captures that all-or-nothing rage. Tragically, the game careens between great and awful. Supreme enjoyment from finally defeating the ultimate opponent and the nadir of misery, one crafting, gathering, dying, losing everything, repeating everything again, but we can't demand perfection. There are no perfect games, with the possible exception of Chrono Trigger, so we shouldn't abandon something just because it's imperfect. It's taken many years to overcome the disdain I would have for games that weren't absolutely up to my impossibly high standards. Not bad games, I'm talking about the games that have so much potential and are so good, but fail to live up to a kind of transcendent perfection by not getting everything right. I was just asking for too much. It's not right to ask for a work to be absolutely, utterly perfect, even if it were possible. Because that kind of perfection becomes an addiction, and you'll never be happy seeking more and more greatness, more and more perfection, because there's nothing to overcome, making the naturally imperfect beauty of everything conform to an endorphin satisfier that never satisfies.
The only difference between me and other people was that I've always demanded more from the sunset. More spectacular colors when the sun hit the horizon.
Conan Exiles has serious issues, freezing, stuttering, frame drops, etc., along with the middling to poor combat and tedium. Maybe some of these things would make you hate it along the way, but all of the good ultimately outweighs the bad, and more importantly it signals something even better in the future. Instead of looking at it as a binary good game, bad game, see it as a stepping stone to the next great experience in the sword and sorcery genre. Games are supposed to be separate from work, which almost always carries a connotation of boredom. But the older I get, the more and more I want that kind of grind in a game. Just being handed everything was too generous. The only way I could have fun was by doing enough work to warrant that fun. So in the long run I have a bunch of problems with the difficulty level and mechanics, but warts and all, I like this game better than something that might be described as more polished. The rough-hewn edges of Exiles are what make it special, what make it stand out next to the cookie-cutter AAA games honed to a soulless perfection by committees. The only way to win the struggle against jank is not to fight it. Embrace it. Love the jank and you can conquer anything. At last we've overcome the final challenge of man versus self. The ultimate struggle of any hero.
No man can hope to defeat himself. Wrong, creature. A true man must defeat himself every day.
We can pretty much choose to end the game anytime we want, so it's time to talk about winding down the game. Now that we've found the most important items to release ourselves from bondage, life has become quite a bit easier. The more complex our industrial preparations, the easier everything is. We have a solid, secure home, practically a fortress, a tough army of thralls, piles of loot and weapons. It's a long cry from the early days when I literally starved to death. Even if I died, I have so many things, so many possessions, that would barely hold me back for a moment. In my big house, I just have too much stuff. What kind of barbarian becomes obsessed with luxury and comfort rather than brutality?
What is it that a man may call the greatest things in life? Hot water, good dentistry, and soft lavatory paper.
There really isn't anything left to do. I found the items I need to escape the exiled lands. I could go right now if I wanted. I just have to climb up to this mountain here and put all the items together at this altar. At this stage in this clearly designed to be multiplayer game, I'm struggling to find something new. I could go into the game's difficulty menu and make it as absurdly challenging as possible, start from the beginning and only level up through killing enemies instead of harvesting, or kill all the enemies in a certain order using weaker weapons, try using only ranged weapons. Maybe I could try to kill every enemy in every town in a certain time frame. But the only satisfaction I would get is the atavistic primal reveling in supreme violence. I get this feeling quite a bit in the later stages of the game where there's nothing to fight against. Everything is old and mostly easy. I suppose I could try to invent a game within the game by making it artificially different in some way, seeing how long I could play without using any healing items, or doing all the dungeons without a thrall, or just stop using any legendary weapons. but it's all really a contrivance to stave off the repetitive madness at the end of every video game.
I made a game of it, seeing how many times I could bounce the ball in a day, and then trying to break that record.
Doing any of that just means I should move on to another game. Nietzsche had an excellent phrase that exemplified most of his philosophy. Health, according to Nietzsche, was not the absence of illness, it was the ability to overcome illness. All art, and maybe all religion and philosophy, is just an attempt to transcend some sort of disease, whether it's a debilitating physical illness or a nihilistic illness of the soul. That's the heart of the hero's journey. Not to be free, in this case free of danger, pain, hardship, and labor, rather than illness, but to find something to overcome. I started out desperately trying to find a way out of my suffering, and ended desperately casting about for anything that could make me suffer again. The hero in any game has to triumph over hardship, but what's left when his reason for being is gone?
Who gave you the will to live? I am the wellspring from which you flow. When I am gone, you will have never been. What will your world be without me?
Thulsa Doom terrorized Conan, but he also gave him purpose in a somewhat hopeless age. There's been quite a bit of discourse over the past 20 years or so about the length of video games. It can't be ignored that in the 2000s especially, games companies began to reduce the length of time played in certain genres, notably first-person shooters, with genre staples like Halo and Call of Duty gradually losing single-player game time, with the idea that multiplayer will provide the consumer with a bang for his buck, so to speak.
That's fine. I like playing with myself. I play with myself all day long.
This wasn't universal across all genres, of course, but well into the 2010s, this trend continued, with some games happily charging full price for an experience of only a few hours at most, at least in single-player. It hardly needs to be said that only a Philistine would judge a work purely on how long it took to absorb it, so to speak. It's similar to the old Borscht Belt joke. The food here is terrible, and such small portions. A work of art it can't be judged on how long it takes to be consumed, probably an unintended side effect of the growing belief that we should view ourselves as consumers rather than citizens. The work of art should be judged on how long it takes to be digested, and truly great art, or entertainment if you find the term art too pretentious, can be digested for your entire life, never leaving your head and always providing something new to chew over. I've even seen more and more people in Steam reviews say something akin to, "There's nothing to do after the game ends or after you beat the game," as if there should be. All games have to come to an end, and that's a good thing. It shouldn't just go on forever and ever. Conan is one of the most fundamental and important figures in all of fantasy fiction. The Hyborian Age is as important, if not more important, than Middle-earth in defining the creation of new worlds to explore. And yet Conan, unlike Tolkien's elves and dwarves, has not been treated well by the video game world. Nearly half a century of computer and console gaming, and we've been given lackluster, forgettable titles, featuring the grim-countenanced Barbarian. Pre-Funcom, the most recent one I remember is this dreadful budget title, double packed in with Kung Fu Panda for the Xbox 360. I was a little embarrassed when I saw that one. Conan deserves better than this, and mercifully Funcom has finally brought a great entry into the video game world with Conan as the lead figure. This isn't just a nuisance for Conan fanatics like myself. It's consciously ignoring fully half of all classic fantasy settings, in favor of Tolkien and his derivatives. About 20 years ago, we were on track with games like Daggerfall, Morrowind, Gothic 1 and 2, Blade of Darkness, and Arx Fatalis to expand the horizons of RPGs into a more immersive style, where diving into the world and feeling like you could live there, like it was a real place, was of prime importance, even before the overarching story and characters. It was the logical continuation of the original Ultima games and the later Ultima Underworld spin-offs. Around that time period in the late 90s to the early 2000s, an alternate style of RPG represented by Fallout, Knights of the Old Republic, and Planescape Torment built worlds that heavily focused on character development, plot, and dialogue. That is the style that has, in highly mutated form, remained the gold standard for RPG AAA game development in North America and Europe. Those games in particular and that style of narrative-focused gameplay is great, and in no way inferior or superior to the more physical style of game I mentioned. You could even argue that Oblivion and Skyrim are heavily watered down, almost totally diluted versions of the old Immersion games. But in general, the story-focused games have won. Not only were they translated into massive success with the later Fallout games and Mass Effect and Dragon Age, but a slew of lower-budget RPGs like Tides of Numenera and Pillars of Eternity recaptured the original isometric style and heavily dialogue-focused gameplay. Even Piranha Bytes, the creators of the Gothic games, caved and churned out Risen 2 and 3, which were drastically different from the previous 4 games they made. But are we just going to let this happen meekly? Are we just going to let a generation of games with immersive settings, complex climbing and jumping-based movement, eating and drinking mechanics, puzzle-like level design, sit like a rotting corpse in the stone-cold tomb of the early 2000s?
Dig him up! Dig up that corpse!
That doesn't sound like something Conan would do. We can't let this go on. The sword and sorcery fiction of Robert E. Howard, Michael Moorcock, L. Sprague de Camp, Clark Ashton Smith, Andre Norton, H. Rider Haggard, and dozens of others needs to be told again. I'm not just talking about giving a barbaric gloss to the typical fantasy games, like the Barbarian class archetype. I'm talking about a game that is in form and essence both a barbaric video game, from the perspective of the barbarians. Conan Exiles is not a perfect game by any means, but it has shown us the way to succeed. We must have the brutality and lightning-fast combat of an action RPG, the grueling labor of the survival game, the crunchy realism of an immersive sim, and the absolute utter openness of Daggerfall, coupled with the talismanic or archaeological style of exploration-based storytelling where we look at what's going on in the environment to learn what happened. The masterpiece game that Exiles came so close to be is waiting out there on the horizon to be made. We've waited in the desert for our stipulated 40 years, and now it is the time to finally begin the sword and sorcery revolution. I was unconvinced at first that the Dark Sun could ever get a video game, but Funcom has shown me how blind I was. The next world of RPG/survival hybrid in the bone-crunching wastelands of Athos could be ours if we make our voices heard. And if the Dark Sun is not to be, then a new and improved Conan sequel that finally integrates addictive action combat with survivalism would be the next top-selling RPG masterpiece. The way has been shown, and now we must make our own path. No longer should the barbarians be ignored in the desert steppes and mountains. Barbarism and form and function must be piled about the complacent sweetness of high fantasy gaming and ignited into a flame of savagery. So I say we should let the previous 40 years of dismissal, omitting, and overlooking the barbarian genre as the suffering that it truly needs to transform into the premier RPG experience of the 21st century. So I say let the barbarian genre be forged anew.
Eternity lies before thee. Thy work in the land of the living is not done. Return, brave ones.
And watch more videos.